Chapter 1145. Read 336. Sima Yu's straightforward manner caused the members of the 100 Changing Doors to be stunned. Ahem, what's the matter? Dewey was the first to react and asked. Take a look at these two people. Do you know them? Sima Yu kicked the two people beside her and sent them to Dewey's side. They leaned over and pulled down their masks, shook their heads, and said, none. Sima Yu did not find it strange. Since this force was so careful, they probably wouldn't let anyone catch them. Are these the people who control the Rubik's Cube? Little Wei asked. Sima Yu raised her eyebrows. They knew about the Rubik's Cube sky. Then it would be easy to deal with what happened next. But when he thought about it, the 100 Changing Gate used to be the founder of array formations. If they didn't know about it, who would? Yes. Sima Yu said, this is also the reason why I'm looking for you. What do you want us to do? I learned from the people I caught before that there are a total of 5 people controlling the Rubik's Cube. They are distributed in the north, south, east, west, and center. The person in the center is the strongest. We can't beat him. Sima Yu said, that's why I want you guys to get rid of that person together. Then, the Rubik's Cube will naturally be solved. What about the people in the other 4 directions? We've already taken care of them. Sima Yu said. It's all settled. That's right. You guys are from the south. You guys were the last to be defeated. Sima Yu said, now we're only left with Central. The people from the 100 Changing Doors were stunned. While they were running for their lives, this guy had secretly saved quite a few people. Little friend, you are truly astonishing. An elder from the 100 Changing Gates said. Since you've already dealt with the north, south, east, and west, then leave the middle to us. Sima Yu smiled lightly, saying, all right. With a sect, she wouldn't need to do anything. The reason why the 100 Changing Doors had been so passive before was because they didn't know what this place was. Now that they knew, it was time to take the initiative. She took out a few pills and explained, these are pills for recovering spirit energy. The people from the 100 Changing Doors had already used up most of their pills. Just as they were worrying about the pills, they didn't expect Sima Yu to deliver them. Since little friend has pills, we won't be courteous. That elder said. How can I not recover my spiritual energy to deal with that man in black? Sima Yu said with a smile. They ate the pills and sat down to recover their spirit energy. Sima Yu, Little Seven, Qing Yi, and the rest were chatting a little further away. After a while, Big Wei, Little Wei, and the elder walked over. Teacher Big Wei, Little Wei. Sima Yu stood up. Although their last meeting at the academy had been rather unpleasant, from the way he interacted with the 100 Changing Doors, he could tell that they did not spread the news that the formation book was in his possession. Yu, this is our elder, Elder He. Big Wei said. Nice to meet you, Elder He. Sima Yu bowed to He Ming. Yu, little friend, it's all thanks to you this time. If you didn't get rid of the person controlling us, who knows what would have happened to us. He Ming looked like the Maitreya Buddha, and even when he smiled, he looked like he was not affected at all by the previous incident. You're too kind, Elder He. We're looking for you this time because we have some matters. Elder He said, Big Wei, I think it's better if you say it. Sima Yu looked at him and blinked. Why did the 3 of them look a little embarrassed? Yu, aren't you a pill master? Do you have any extra pills? In the end, it was Little Wei who spoke. Pills. Yes, we've almost used up all our pills to recover our spirit energy. We don't know how long we'll have to stay here. So, if you have any extra pills, can you sell some to us? Little Wei said. Once he opened his mouth, it wasn't that difficult to say. But he still felt a little embarrassed. Sima Yue thought it was something serious, but it was just about pills. She took out a pile of pills and said, "You can take these. I don't have many other things, but I have quite a few pills." Cough cough, that, we have a lot of people, it meant that these weren't enough. "Then I'll refine some more," Sima Yue said. She winked at Big Wei and Little Wei, as a way of thanking them for keeping it a secret. "We'll give you some compensation." He Ming said, "We'll pay according to the price of the pills outside." Sima Yue thought about it. If she didn't ask for money, they might feel uncomfortable. So she nodded and said, "Okay, I'll get my seniors to refine it together." Han Miao Shuang and the others were nearby. When they heard Sima Yue's news, they rushed over. They thought that something had happened, but when they found out that it was just refining pills, they lost interest. Sima Yue pulled them to the side and said, "Do you know the 100 changing doors?" "I know, isn't it the founder of Arrays?" Han Miao Shuang said, "You mean, Teacher Big Wei and the others?" "That's right, they're from the 100 changing doors. If we refine pills for them, not only can we get money, we can also build a good relationship with the sect." "Why not?" Sima Yue said. Thinking about it, the three of them agreed without hesitation. Actually, Su Xiao and Han Miao Shuang agreed. Jiang Jun Xian, who wasn't interested in anything, was threatened by Han Miao Shuang. They spent a day refining hundreds of pills for the 100 changing doors. A large sum of money came in. People like the 100 changing doors didn't lack money. Because it wasn't enough, they agreed to go out and continue refining. Now, they were going to deal with the people controlling the Rubik's Cube. With the 100 changing doors taking action, Sima Yue could only watch from the back. The people from the 100 changing doors almost died previously, so they had a belly full of anger. Since they knew the source, it was much easier to get rid of them. With the scroll, it wasn't difficult to find the black-robed man. They quickly locked onto his position. Seeing the 100 changing doors people setting up the array, Sima Yue felt like her horizons had been broadened. The sect of the founder of this array formation was indeed different. Their array formations were set up faster and more stable than others. Seeing Sima Yue staring at them fixedly as they set up the array, He Ming raised his Maitreya Buddha smile and tempted, "You, little friend, are you interested in joining my 100 changing doors? If you join us, you can learn many ways to set up arrays." Sima Yue chuckled and said, "I'm used to being free. Large sects have many rules, it might not be suitable for me to join." Big Wei and Little Wei were at the side. When they heard her, they looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. Chapter 1146. After the array formation was set up, He Ming chose some of the stronger people to go over first, and the rest would catch up later. Sima Yue and the rest were naturally the first to go over. When they came out of the array, she admired the 100 changing doors even more. Their grasp of spatial positioning was too good. The last time she went to save the heroic sword sect, she was almost 100 miles away. But look at him, he came out just a kilometer away from those people. Moreover, she believed that they had deliberately chosen this location to avoid being attacked by those men in black as soon as they came out. As soon as the 100 changing doors people come out, they attack those black-clothed people. Although the black-robed men were very good at controlling space, they didn't have much of an advantage in a fight. They needed a certain amount of time and a quiet environment to make things. The current situation clearly did not meet the requirements. However, the black-clothed men were not to be trifled with, especially the black-clothed man in the middle. He was even stronger. Otherwise, he wouldn't be the main controller. "Give me some time." Sima Yue recognized the hoarse voice immediately. It was the person who had spoken at the entrance. The black-robed men understood that by stalling for time, he meant to let him create those undead spirit beasts. They attacked the 100 changing doors, vowing to stall for time. Sima Yue and the rest were at the back. They knew that something was wrong and hurriedly threw thunderbolt grenades over. What a joke. If those undead spirit beasts were created, they would probably fall into a bitter battle again. Those people were strong, but the power of the thunderbolt bullet was not weak either. Especially since Sima Yue's strength had increased, the power of the thunderbolt bullet had increased exponentially. Although the black-clothed man was not killed by the explosion, many of the people around him were injured. Furthermore, his actions were interrupted. If he wanted to create spirit beasts, he would have to start from scratch. The black-clothed man was so angry that he vomited blood, but now was not the time for him to be depressed. There were so many people in the 100 changing door, and there were still people coming over. If he could not create a spirit beast, then the ones to die today would definitely be them. The other black-clothed men also understood this, so even if they were injured, they still fought with their injuries in order to stall for time. Sima Yue saw that a single thunderbolt bomb was not enough to stop them. She took out a few more and gave them to Han Miao Shuang, Little Seven and the others, throwing one each over. Boom! Boom! The consecutive explosions disrupted the man in black's actions. He was already suffering from internal injuries. Looking at Sima Yue and the rest, he decided to give up on his original plan and deal with them first. Otherwise, if he were to do it again just as he was about to succeed, he would probably suffer more than just internal injuries. Little Seven saw the black-robed man flying towards them and was about to get up to greet him when Ming suddenly appeared in the middle and looked at the black-robed man with a smile. "Where are you going? Come, let's talk about life. Let's not look for those juniors." After saying that, he started fighting with the black-clothed man. Sima Yue looked at Ming. Although Ming was slightly weaker than the black-clothed man, he was very powerful in space. With the help of teleportation and spatial lockdown, the black-clothed man did not have the upper hand at all. The battle lasted for more than 2 hours. Sima Yue and the rest did not make a move. Occasionally, there were people who came to them, but they were all taken care of by Little Seven, Hua Hua, and Little Dream. "Explode!" Ming roared. Sima Yue looked over and saw the space around the black-clothed man explode. He turned into a ball of blood. "Aya, don't smash his head." She rushed over and saw the blurry ball of blood. She wanted to beat her chest and stomp her feet. Ming did not know why she was so agitated. He flew down and said, "Yue, my little friend, what's wrong? You turned him into a ball of blood. That means his memory is gone." Sima Yue said regretfully. It was not easy to meet a high-level one. She thought that he would be able to get more information, but in the end, he turned into nothing. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Ming looked at Sima Yue's agitated expression and laughed. He said that he would go and take a look at the others and ran away. When the black-clothed man died, the Rubik's Cube stopped moving. Everyone's surroundings changed. They were still in the hills. There was no such thing as historical remains. No matter if it was the human clan, ghost clan, or demon clan, they finally understood that everything was just a trap. Some of the people who came out earlier had already left. Some were still waiting. For example, the people from the heroic sword sect. When they saw Sima Yue come out, they were relieved. However, they did not rush forward. Many of them did not understand the situation. They began to ask the people around them what was going on. After some explanation, everyone knew that they had just walked through the gates of hell. "Miss Sima, we will remember your kindness today. If there is a chance in the future, we will repay you. Goodbye." Many of them cupped their hands towards Sima Yue before turning to leave. Of course, the people from the Demon Clan and Ghost Clan did not accept her kindness. They all left after understanding the situation. Only Deja's group remained in the distance. Blue Blade and the rest walked over. They looked at Sima Yue gratefully. Yue, thank you for this. I know what you want to say, so you don't have to say it. If there is anything in the future, I will get it back from you. Sima Yue said. That's good. Then we will take our leave. The people from the heroic sword sect were waiting for her. Seeing that she was safe, there was no need for them to stay. Very quickly, most of them had left. Only the people from the 100 Changing Doors and Ghost Clan were left. He Ming, Big Wei, and Little Wei walked over. They looked at Sima Yue without saying a word. I will not give that thing to you. Sima Yue said, just because I saved you guys, you should give it to me, right? Hee, we did not say that we want the Rubik's Cube. He Ming laughed. Sima Yue subconsciously took a step back and said, then why are you staring at me like that? You are making me nervous. He had always looked amiable. How could he make people panic? Could it be that his smile was not sincere enough? It should be. Thus, he made his smile even deeper. However, Sima Yue saw him like that and immediately turned around to run. She ran behind Qing Yi and Little Seven and stuck her head out to look at him. He Ming could not even maintain his smile. He looked at Sima Yue with resentment. Why was this girl so afraid of him? This was not normal. What do you want? Sima Yue looked at him cautiously. When she saw him approaching, she quickly waved her hand and said, don't come over. If there is anything, just say it over there. That action, that gaze, He Ming was completely hurt. Big Wei and Little Wei saw her like that and lowered their heads to fake a cough. They had already said that it was useless. The elder did not believe them and insisted on coming over personally. See, now he was hurt. Chapter 1147. He Ming felt that he was no longer just injured, but seriously injured. Sima Yue looked at him and felt that she had overreacted. She coughed twice and said, well, Elder He, if you have anything to say, just say it. I actually just wanted to ask you, do you want to join our 100 Changing Doors? He Ming said resentfully. Ahem, we've already discussed this question inside. My answer remains the same. Thank you for your kindness, Elder He, but Yue is really not suitable to join such a big sect. Sima Yue declined politely. Are you really not going to consider it? He Ming was not willing to give up and tried to persuade him. I really won't consider it. Sima Yue said, Elder He, the other powers have already left, aren't you worried? If the opportunity is snatched away by someone else, it won't be worth it. Humph, don't think that I don't know that you're chasing us away. He Ming said, but forget it, since you don't mean it, I won't force you. However, if you have time in the future, remember to visit the 100 Changing Doors. Sima Yue's mouth twitched. If he went to the 100 Changing Doors, it wouldn't be fun anymore. Alright, I'll definitely go and take a look if I have the chance, she replied with a smile. He Ming looked at the ghost clansmen in the distance and said, they seem to be waiting for you. The ghost clansmen are not good people. Do you want to come with us? No need. Sima Yue shook her head. I have something to settle with them. Alright then. Be careful. Let's go. He Ming led the 100 Changing Doors men away. In a moment, only Yu and the ghost clansmen were left. Di Zhou looked at Sima Yue and stood still. Sima Yue saw that they were not moving and looked at them cautiously. However, after 10 minutes, those people still did not move. It did not seem like they were going to leave or come over. Master, are you going to acknowledge her now? The person behind Di Zhou asked. Di Zhou looked at Sima Yue. He was in a dilemma. Should he confirm her identity now? That was what he thought. However, when he thought about what had happened in Bright Red Mountain Peak, he hesitated. Besides, how was he going to tell her that he was her brother? Because of his past experiences, he wasn't close to his peers in the family, let alone those who were related to him by blood. Now that he was asked to get close to someone, he felt that he couldn't speak. However, this person was his aunt's daughter, and he really wanted to talk to her. Master. Deja sighed, waved his hand and said, "Let's go." Sima Yue looked at Deja, thinking about how she could snatch the 100 Ghost banner from him. Just as she was about to look for him, he left with the Ghost clan. Yu, they left. Little Seven said. I know. I saw it. Then should we give chase? Sima Yue thought about it, but gave up in the end. She only let Chi Feng keep an eye on their whereabouts. She didn't have absolute confidence that she could make Deja hand over the 100 Ghost banner. If she went head-to-head, she might not win. Anyway, there was still a long time. She could take it slow. Right now, she was still thinking about the Rubik's sky. When Deja and the rest were far away, she jumped to the entrance and removed the array, revealing Little Rock and Thousand Resonance. Did anything happen to you guys? Little Rock and the rest stood up and said, "We're fine. Almost no one noticed us, except for that Ghost clan just now." The Ghost clan noticed you guys. There was one person who was very strong. It was the one who left a mark on your body. He used his divine sense to scan us, but he didn't say anything. It was as if he didn't notice us. Little Rock said. Then how do you know that he noticed you guys? Little Seven jumped down and asked. When his divine sense swept through this area, it stopped on us for a moment. He should have noticed us. Thousand Resonance said. That guy almost killed you before. This time, he noticed you guys. Why didn't he do anything? This is too strange. Little Seven said. It's not just that. Sima Yue squinted her eyes. When we met them this time, everything was strange. It was as if it was different from the last time. But what's different, I can't put my finger on it. Their eyes. Thousand Resonance said, I thought about it carefully. When we were at Bright Red Mountain Peak, they looked at us as if they were looking at prey or dead people. There was no warmth in their eyes. But this time, when they saw Yu, their eyes were different. Especially the one in the middle. When he looked at you, it was as if he was looking at family. After hearing what Thousand Resonance said, Sima Yue felt the same way too. But why? Could it be that what she thought was true? That the Ghost clan in her body was related to him? When he lands in my hands, I must ask him properly. Let's not think about this now. Let's take a look at the Rubik's sky first. Sima Yue rubbed her palms together as she walked to the side of the Rubik's sky. She walked a few rounds around the 2-meter-wide turntable. Previously, she did not study this properly. She only thought of a way to open it. Now, she had the time to study this properly. This thing had been lost for a long time. Even the 100 changing doors did not have it. This showed how precious this thing was. This thing is huge. Little Seven said, other than that, what other uses does this Rubik's space have? Didn't you read the book? This thing has a lot of uses. But we have to study it properly before we know what uses it has. Sima Yue said. But that ancient book did not explain it in detail. Hence, it was useless for her to have it now. But now was not the time to study it. With a thought, she kept this thing into her spirit pagoda. Yu, where are we going now? Little Seven asked. Sima Yue looked in the direction that Deja and the rest left and said, Senior brother, senior sister, I have to settle some personal matters. You guys. Are you going to find the Ghost clan? Sima Yue nodded. Han Miao Shuang wanted to go with her. But Jiang Jun Xian spoke first. We also want to go to other places to see if there are any opportunities. Let's part ways here. Alright. If there's anything, remember to contact me. Sima Yue looked at Jiang Junxian gratefully. She wanted to find Dizhe alone. She wanted to clarify the guess in her heart. Jiang Junxian saw through it. That was why he said that. Han Miaoshuang saw that Jiang Junxian had agreed. She nodded in agreement. She looked at Sima Yue and said, "You have to be careful too." "I will." The three of them left. Sima Yue brought Little Seven and the rest and flew in the direction that Dizhe and the rest left. "Yu, why didn't you let Miaoshuang and the rest follow you?" Little Seven asked. "Because there are some things that will bring them danger if they know about it." Sima Yue murmured. Chapter 1148. Her intuition told her that the person who almost killed her was too dangerous. If he let senior sister and the others follow him, he didn't know what would happen. On the other hand, Dizhe and the others who were far ahead of them noticed that Sima Yue was following them. "Master, Mrs. Bees are following us." The ghost master waved his hand, and a few scarlet bees were sucked out. Although they could suppress their spiritual power, it was not easy to hide things with fatality in front of the ghost clan, not to mention a powerful person like the ghost master. Dizhe looked at the scarlet bees and seemed to see Sima Yue's familiar face. He hesitated and said, "Kill them." "Master." The guard behind him called out. This was the pet of his favorite aunt's daughter. How could he kill it just like that? On the other hand, Dizhe seemed to have understood something. He regained his usual calmness and ruthlessness. "Let's not let her know that we're going to do that." As he spoke, he released a burst of spirit energy, killing all of the scarlet bees. "Let's go. We must find that place before the Wonderland closes." They continued on their way, leaving behind the corpses of the scarlet bees. After a while, Sima Yue and Little Seven came to the scarlet bees. "They're not dead yet," Qing Yi said. Sima Yue could sense that they were still alive. They were probably just knocked out by the aura of death. She kept the scarlet bees back into her spirit pagoda. Looking at Dizhe's attitude, her guess became more and more certain. According to the grudges of Bright Red Mountain Peak, Dizhe and the others should have wanted to kill him when they saw him. However, they didn't do anything. They even spared Scarlet Bee's life when they found out that he was following them. If it wasn't for the conjecture in her heart, she couldn't think of any other reason why he would do this. That place, where is it? Did they come here for some other purpose? She couldn't think of an answer because she didn't know what they were going to do next. The scarlet bees were discovered by them. "I don't know where they went." Little Seven said, "Then we won't be able to get the 100 Ghost Banner." Yin Lin said that the 100 Ghost Banner had to be in her hands. Now that she didn't know where the members of the Ghost Clan had gone, how was she going to snatch it? Qing Yi saw the slight disappointment on Little Seven's face and said, "I can roughly determine the direction, but it might not be very accurate. But the general direction should be right." "Really? Why didn't I know that you have the ability to track people?" Little Seven held on to Qing Yi's arm and asked. "How would I know how to track?" Qing Yi said, "It's just that they're from the Ghost Clan and have the aura of death on them. Wherever they pass by, they leave behind some aura. I can sense a faint aura of death. If it was a human, he might not be able to do it, but the Tree of Life was naturally sensitive to life and death energy, so it could sense it. If there were other Ghost Clansmen appearing at the same time, he might not be able to do it." "Thank you," Sima Yue said gratefully. With Qing Yi's guidance, Sima Yue ordered Chongming to continue searching for them. A day or two later, they ran into trouble. What happened? There were two groups of Ghost Clansmen that went their separate ways. "I don't know who they are either." Qing Yi pointed in two directions. Sima Yue looked around. The two directions weren't very far, but if they looked in the wrong direction, it would be almost impossible to find them again. She randomly pointed in a direction and said, "Go this way." She wasn't sure if this direction was right, but she could only try. Reality proved that her intuition was wrong. The group of ghost clansmen that they caught up with was not DJ and the rest. When those ghost clansmen saw Sima Yuyue and felt her delicious soul, they were all moved. This human soul is so fragrant. Prince, we'll go and bring her soul over to you. The guards beside the 15th prince saw him drooling when he saw Sima Yuyue, and all of them flattered him. All right. The 15th prince wiped the saliva from the side of his mouth. I've never seen such a fragrant soul in the ghost realm. A little boy beside the 15th prince looked at Sima Yuyue and said, "Prince, this person is the child of a ghost clan and a human clan." "Is that so? I was wondering why this soul is so fragrant." The 15th prince felt that he couldn't control himself anymore. He wanted to eat her up immediately. "Prince, we'll go and kill her now," those guards said as they flew towards Sima Yuyue. "Wait." The little boy stopped them. "Wu-Yi, if you have anything to say, say it later," the 15th prince said impatiently. "Prince, I felt an aura similar to yours from that person," Di Wu-Yi said. "Oh." The 15th prince turned his gaze towards Sima Yuyue. He really couldn't resist her deliciousness and said, "Don't talk about similar, even if she's my biological sister, I'll eat her up today. Hurry up and go." "Yes, Prince." Those guards flew away. Di Wu-Yi still wanted to stop them. To have an aura similar to the prince and to be the descendant of a ghost clan, her identity was obvious. Someone beside Di Wu-Yi pulled him and said, "Wu-Yi, don't you know the prince's character? Just like what he said, even if she's his biological sister, he'll eat her up. If she's really his biological sister, I'm afraid she would have been killed when she was born." Di Wu-Yi thought about it and agreed. He really couldn't understand why the family would choose such a person to support, and even want him to follow him. Sima Yuyue and the rest saw that these ghosts were not DJ and the rest. Just as they wanted to turn and leave, they saw those ghosts attacking them. "Keek, weak human, our prince has his eyes on your soul. So, hand over your soul obediently." Those people laughed weirdly at Sima Yuyue. Sima Yuyue raised her eyebrows. They wanted to eat her soul. Little Seven, Little Dream and Hua looked at each other and saw the anger in each other's eyes. Their master, these people dared to have designs on her. You, leave these people to us." Little Dream took a step forward and clasped her hands together. "Let's do it too." Little Seven let go of Qin Yi and jumped to Little Dream's side. "How can you leave me out of this kind of thing?" Hua said. 3 contracted beasts. Although those ghosts were surprised that she had so many contracted beasts, they still didn't think much of her. They had so many people, were they afraid that they couldn't take her down? Their prince liked delicious souls. Because of this, they killed many ghosts, not to mention the humans they met. These people's eyes are so disgusting. Little Seven said, "Let's compete and see who can kill more people." "All right." Hua turned her 10 fingers into vines and flirtatious flowers bloomed on them. "The person who wins will be Big Sister." "Then let's begin." Little Dream finished speaking and took the lead to attack those ghosts. Chapter 1149. The ghosts were still laughing when they heard Hua's bet. These contracted beasts were too naive. "You want to kill them? You want to see who can kill the most? You must be dreaming." However, when Hua and the others attacked, they realized that this group of people was not easy to deal with. These 3 people killed people as if they were cutting melons. They were simply 3 life harvesters. Man-eating flower king. Nightmare race. What's the other one? How can he be so powerful? The people from the ghost clan were obviously frightened by their battle prowess. The first batch of people who went were all killed in a few moves. Hua Hua leaped and landed on a flower. She smiled flirtatiously. Just now, I think I killed the most. Hua Hua, that's because you have a lot of flowers. That might not be the case later on. Little Seven said. She was clearly the strongest, but Floey had killed so many of them at once. Floey had killed more than her. She was depressed. That's right. Little Dream looked at those people. It's not the end yet. It's hard to say who will win and who will lose. Hee, then let's continue. When the Ghost Clan's people saw that their people were killed, although they were surprised by their strength, they didn't plan to give up. You guys keep going. You must capture that soul for me. The 15th prince said. Yes, Your Highness. Hua Hua and the others might not have been able to handle it if they had sent everyone at the start. However, if they were to spread out like this, it would give them a chance to take them down one by one. Di Wui saw this, although he was unhappy that they did not listen to his advice, but now that the arrow was already on the bow, he had no choice but to release it. He said, everyone attack together. Previously, there were only a few dozen people. Little Dream and the others could deal with them one by one. However, when there were more people, it was difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. Although they could ensure that they would not be injured, they could not guarantee that those people would not attack Sima Yue. After all, no ordinary person could be the guard of a ghost prince. When Sima Yue saw those people attacking her, she used her mind and her entire body was enveloped in flames. Qingyi stood at the same spot and those people could not even get close. The moment they got close to Sima Yue, they were all burned to ashes by her flames. Little birdie, you haven't come out to play for a long time, right? The flames on Sima Yue's body shrunk into a ball and turned into a vermilion bird that landed on her hand. Go, I'll let you have some fun today. As soon as the Death Race people saw this flame, they felt a terrifying heat and felt a sense of fear from the bottom of their hearts, causing them to instinctively run back. However, Little Birdie did not give them a chance to escape. Its body expanded infinitely in the wind, turning into a huge bird that covered the sky. In an instant, it enveloped those people. The moment they were touched by the flames, those Ghost Clan members were turned into ashes. In an instant, over 100 people were gone just like that. The Ghost Clansmen were so frightened that their faces turned pale. Little Birdie, on the other hand, became excited and continued to fly towards the remaining people. Sima Yue watched as those people were engulfed by the flames. They did not even have the time to scream before they died. She sighed as Qi Yen started to recover his strength. Even Little Birdie's power had increased greatly. Quickly protect the prince. Everyone panicked. This flame was the Ghost Clan's nemesis, especially the powerful flames. For someone like Little Birdie, it could be said that they were completely helpless. Di Wui saw this and although he was unwilling, he still stood in front of the 15th prince. The family's orders were to ensure the prince's safety. Although he did not like this prince, he still had to carry out the family's orders. He knew that this flame belonged to Sima Yue. He said, this human, this is the 15th prince of the Ghost Realm. Please show mercy. The Ghost Clan will be eternally grateful. Sima Yue glanced at that prince and said slowly, the prince of the Ghost Realm. Are you saying that the people that the prince of the Ghost Realm has his eyes on should offer their souls? If they are unwilling, they should kill them directly. If they are unable to kill, they should use their identity to suppress them. Speaking of which, that was indeed the case. Little Birdie stopped, as if she was waiting for Sima Yue's instructions. If it wasn't for the fact that I happened to have something to restrain you guys, would I be killed by you guys and have my soul eaten by him? Sima Yue asked again, you want to kill a person, but you can't kill him, then you use your identity to suppress him. Do you think this is useful? We were in the wrong previously. We are willing to compensate you. Di Wu Yi said. Compensate? Sima Yue laughed softly. I am not interested in other people's things. But, if people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I will kill them no matter how far they are. The 15th prince is the Ghost King's most beloved prince. If you kill him, you will definitely anger the Ghost King and receive revenge from the Ghost Clan. Although you have a flame that can restrain us, but you can't win against the entire Ghost Clan. Di Wu Yi said. Even if that happens one day, I will take my revenge today. Sima Yue said. Are you sure you want to be the enemy of the entire Ghost Clan? Di Wu Yi asked. He secretly activated the spiritual energy in his body. If they really fought, he could gain the upper hand by striking first. I don't want to be the enemy of the entire Ghost Clan. I am only taking revenge for myself. But, if you want to make the entire Ghost Clan my enemy, then I am not afraid. As the saying goes, counter soldiers with arms, water with an earth weir. Sima Yue said, I noticed you just now. You told them not to take action. Unfortunately, your words carry little weight. This prince did not take you seriously. Di Wu Yi's face darkened, but he did not refute. If they had listened to him before, this wouldn't have happened. And the 15th prince who was behind him was so scared that he could not move. The opponent was just one person and a few spiritual beasts. How could they be so powerful? This time, they really kicked an iron board. But that person's soul smelled really good. It must be even more delicious. Sima Yue saw that Prince's gaze did not change. What an unrepentant fellow. Little birdie, treat these people well. Oh, don't kill that person first. I need to keep him alive. Once little birdie received the order, it continued to have fun and burned all the ghost clansmen to ashes. Ah! Ah! Don't burn me. The 15th prince wanted to resist, but he could not withstand little birdie's power. After a scream, he was burned to ashes too. Little birdie had already passed by Di Wu Yi when it passed by it, but it was trapped by it and could not move. In the end, the entire ghost clan was killed. Only Di Wu Yi was left. Little Seven, go and catch him for me. I need him in the future. Sima Yue said. Okay. Di Wu Yi alone was not Little Seven's opponent. He was caught very quickly. What's the result? Hua Hua played with her hair and asked the other two. This competition was interrupted because of Little Birdie. It seemed like the agreement from before was not valid. The three of them thought so. But Little Birdie flew in front of them and blocked their way. Chapter 1150. Read 336, what? Hua Hua looked at Little Birdie, not knowing why it was blocking their way. Little Birdie spread its wings, raised its head slightly, and puffed out its chest. However, Little Dream and the other two still did not understand what she meant. It was Sima Yue who laughed out loud, saying, Little Birdie is saying that it killed the most people. Little Birdie nodded. That was exactly what it meant. Little Seven and the other two's faces instantly darkened. They said that whoever was the most powerful would be the big sister, but this did not include other people. Xiao Meng looked at Little Birdie and said indifferently, Can you transform into a human? Then he walked around it. Hua Hua smiled and said, Are you a girl? Then he walked around it. Little Seven was still carrying Di Wu Yi. Little Birdie, move away, this is for adults to play, you're still young. Then he walked around it. Little Birdie was very sad. They were ignoring her. It flew into Sima Yue's hand and turned into a small bird. Sima Yue patted her head and said, Be good, don't play with them. Besides, you're not a woman. Do you want to be the big sister? Little Birdie became even more depressed. Even she had said so. Humph, it didn't want to be a girl. But it was a fact that it had killed the most, these women who reneged on their debts. It rubbed against Sima Yoyue's hand before returning to her body. Really? Little Seven helplessly shook her head and said, Yu, why did you capture this person? Understand the aura of a ghost. After Sima Yue finished speaking, she brought everyone into the spirit pagoda. When the 15th prince died, the ghost master paused and said, the 15th prince is dead. That idiot is dead. Deja was slightly taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and said, that idiot was always so full of himself, it's good that he's dead. But I wonder who killed him. I should really express my gratitude to that person. The 15th prince was someone he had always wanted to kill. However, not only was he the Ghost King's child, his mother's family was also very strong. And for some unknown reason, even the Diwu family was with them. Therefore, even if he wanted to, he could only endure that idiot. Even if they had met before, he did not dare to make a move. We'll find out, said the Ghost Master. How do you know? The guard behind him asked. The 15th prince is dead. The Anaheim will definitely know about it. The royal family has a secret method that can send information directly into our minds. The Ghost Master said, the Anaheim will definitely not let that person go. She will definitely order us to take revenge. Thinking of that secret technique, the Ghost Master's body emitted a chill. Although it disappeared in an instant, Deja still noticed it. Others might not know what it was, but as someone from a family that was related to the royal family, he knew. Master, don't worry. I will definitely find a part of your soul for you. Deja said. The Ghost Master nodded. People with their strength were not all willing to serve the royal family. Why were there so many of them? It was because a part of their soul was separated, and that part of their soul was secretly imprisoned by the royal family. On one hand, they gave them supreme glory. On the other hand, they used that part of their soul to control them. The Ghost Master was Deja's mother, the personal bodyguard of the Ghost World's eldest princess. He was a person who had lost a part of his soul. In the past, Deja was not valued in the family. However, after Yu Kaluo completely unlocked his talent, he became more and more dazzling in the family. That was why his mother gave the Ghost Master to him to protect him. Ghost Master, how do you know that the 15th prince is dead? Someone asked. When we met before, I left a mark on him. Now that mark has disappeared, said the Ghost Master. The mark disappeared, which meant that the person had completely disappeared. He even dared to kill the Ghost King's favorite, the 15th prince. Does that person want to pierce through the sky? Someone said. Who is it? We will know in a while. The Ghost Master was rarely curious. When they met before, the 15th prince was not only accompanied by the Diwu family, there were also many experts. Their strength could not be said to be weak. However, now that he was killed, he did not know who the other party was. Very quickly, he found out that this was not done by a power, but by someone he knew. Just as he said before, the Ghost Clan quickly found out about the 15th prince's death. The frantic Anaheim used a secret technique to send out the image of the 15th prince's death. She wanted the people in the immortal land to kill these people. He sent out the image. When Deja saw the familiar figures of Sima Yue and Little Seven, he almost fell off the flying beast. How could it be her? Didn't they just separate for 2 days? How could she cause such a big trouble? The Ghost Master was not very surprised. Sima Yue was not far from them. If they met the 15th prince, it was not impossible for her to overtake them. Her soul was very fragrant. The 15th prince who liked to eat souls would not miss her. If they made a move, based on her performance in the bright red mountain peak, she would definitely fight back. He knew that she had that flame on her body. With that flame, even the Imperial Guards might not be able to resist it for even half a minute. Furthermore, when he saw the flame in the image, he felt that this flame was more powerful than before. The imperial family has issued a warrant for the ghost clan in the immortal land to join forces to kill her, said the ghost master, so, from now on, she might be attacked by many ghost clan. If they do not succeed, the Anaheim might send someone else. Deja closed his eyes and took a deep breath, saying, she should be fine. That's hard to say. The ghost master said, since we already know that she has a flame, if the people in the immortal land can't get rid of her, when the Anaheim sends someone, I'm afraid that there will be a ghost weapon that counters her. When that time comes, she might not be able to resist. This is really troublesome. Deja said, Master, you take some people to protect her. I will continue to look for that place. My task is to protect you. I can't leave you to protect others, said the ghost master. But she is in danger. I can't just stand by and watch. Deja said, but I can't give up the purpose of coming here. Indeed. The ghost master said, but I won't give up my position because of this. Then what should we do? Don't worry. In the beginning, she can still handle it. As long as you can find that place before the Anaheim comes and complete our purpose of coming here, then you can protect her later, said the ghost master. That's the only way. Deja believed that she, who could even kill the 15th prince, would not be killed by the ghost clan. Chapter 1151. Sima Yue did not know about the ghost clan. Even if she knew, she would not take it to heart. Wasn't it just the ghost clan? No matter how many of them came, there was nothing to be afraid of. As long as little birdie was here, they would be completely restrained. She brought Diwu-Yi into the spirit pagoda and little Seven then released him. In here, with little spirit around, even if he wanted to kill himself, it would be impossible. Diwu-Yi was shocked when he noticed the change in the environment, but he quickly returned to normal. This woman was indeed not an ordinary person. Thinking about it, if it was an ordinary person, would they be able to kill so many ghost clan experts? What's your name? Sima Yue took out 2 chairs and sat down. She saw Diwu-Yi who was looking at her cautiously. She waved her hand and said, sit. Why did you capture me? Diwu-Yi asked, why didn't you kill me? Is it just because I spoke up for her before? Sima Yue saw that he didn't want to sit and didn't force him. She glanced at him and said, do you think it's possible? Diwu-Yi shook his head. Impossible. Smart. Sima Yue said, I asked you to stay because I want to ask you something. What are you asking me about? Diwu-Yi looked at her scheming face and instinctively put up his guard, saying, if you want me to betray my family, that's impossible. Your family? I don't even know your name, why would I want you to betray your family? Sima Yue asked. Then what do you want to ask? Answer me first. What's your name? Do you want me to keep calling you, hey hey hey? Sima Yue asked. Diwu-Yi, 5th, it's rare for you to do something like this. Sima Yue said, your family isn't royalty, right? If that was the case, he would not have gone to protect the prince. The royal family's surname is Yu. Diwu-Yi said, the prince you killed is called Yu. Oh. Does he have a high status in the royal family? Yes, his mother, Anaheim's family is very powerful, and my king is very fond of him. If you kill him now, they won't let you go. Diwu-Yi said. They won't let you off either, right? Sima Yue looked at him. You were ordered to protect him, but you could do nothing as he died in front of you. The royal family and your family won't let you go, right? Diwu-Yi looked at Sima Yue and said angrily, it's all your fault. It's my fault, but you're not angry. Isn't it? Sima Yue said with a smile. Diwu-Yi did not expect her to see through his thoughts and was stunned for a moment. Nonsense. He denied, but his voice was not very confident. Am I spouting nonsense? Sima Yue said, although your eyes look very angry, angry that I killed your master, there is no sadness in your eyes. There is even a kind of relief. Am I right? Di Wuyi was silent. Sima Yue smiled and continued, you didn't want to follow that prince, you followed him because of your family's orders. You even wanted to kill him, but you didn't dare. What are you trying to say? Di Wuyi did not like the feeling of being seen through, and looked at her cautiously. What I want to say is actually very simple. Since you wanted to kill him, I helped you to kill him, so you don't have to look at me as if you have a deep hatred. Sima Yue said. Di Wuyi was silent again, and Sima Yue did not rush him. I'm already betraying my family by doing this. After being silent for a while, he said, but I really can't stand 15th Prince's behavior. I don't understand why my family wants to get involved with them, and I don't care. But I can't stand their arrangement to let my family members protect him. Do you know, originally, with my ability, I wasn't supposed to protect him, but because he likes to tease me, he appointed me to protect him. Every time I see him doing those things, even if I'm also from the Ghost Clan, I can't stand it. A person like him shouldn't be alive. Sima Yue saw that he was so angry, it seemed like this person was really a scumbag. Now that you've killed him, then please kill me too. Di Wuyi said, or else, my family will have to bear the wrath of the royal family because of me. You want to die so badly. Sima Yue looked at him, since your family can be with the royal family, it means that your family's ability is not weak. Would the royal family dare to exterminate your family because of your dereliction of duty? I don't think so. But I can't go back anymore. Di Wuyi said, there's no difference between me being alive and being dead. The funny thing is, I once thought of killing him and then committing suicide, but I didn't have the courage. Why would you commit suicide when you're living well? Sima Yue said, it's a good thing to cherish life, what's there to be ashamed of? Di Wuyi looked at her in shock, she was the first to tell him that there was nothing to be ashamed of. This was totally different from what he had been taught in the past. What's there to be surprised about? Sima Yue looked at his shocked expression, looking at him pitifully. But, I still can't go back. You don't look like a ruthless person, so you... Di Wuyi smiled bitterly, no matter what, he couldn't go back to the ghost realm, much less his family. He didn't have the courage to commit suicide, he could only place his hopes on her. Don't worry. I won't kill you. Sima Yue said, just stay here and tell me what you want to know. Isn't this what you want to know? Di Wuyi asked. This? This is all about you. Before I met you, I didn't even know about your existence. Why would I care about your matters? Sima Yue said. Then what do you want to know? I saw what you said to that prince. Sima Yue said, you said that I have a similar aura to him. Di Wuyi looked at her, she heard it from such a far distance. I can read the shape of your lips. Sima Yue said, what do you mean by a similar aura? You have the aura of the Ghost Clan. Di Wuyi said. You're definitely not referring to this, if not you wouldn't say it's similar, you're saying that I have the aura of the Ghost Clan. Sima Yue said. I'm not sure. Di Wuyi said, it's just a guess. What guess, tell me. You have the royal bloodline. Di Wuyi said. Royal bloodline. She recalled a long time ago, when she was in Yilan continent, when she entered Dragon Reflection Mountain, she once scared away an underworld beast. If she wasn't from the Ghost Realm's royal family, how could she have such power? As it turned out, she should have guessed a little about her background a long time ago. Chapter 1152. Read 336, if she had the blood of the Ghost Clan's royal family, then wouldn't her mother be a member of the royal family? Di Wuyi saw that she was deep in thought and said, actually, you're still young. There aren't many royals who came to the human race this year, and even fewer princesses. Overall, there are only a few of them, so it's easier to guess. You know. Sima Yue asked. I want to protect the 15th prince, so I naturally know a little about the royal family. If you are under 50 years old, then your mother is most likely the Dark Princess because she was the only one who came to the human realm in the past 50 years. If you're between 50 and 100 years old, you might be one of the other 3 princesses. Dark Princess. Yes, Dark Princess Yukoluo. She is a legendary princess with both beauty and wisdom, but unfortunately. Diwui nodded, his eyes filled with sadness. She was also his goddess, but unfortunately, her whereabouts were unknown. Dark Princess Yukoluo, Sima Yu muttered her name a few times in her heart. This was the first time she heard about her mother. If this Dark Princess was really her mother, then it would be. Both of them fell into silence. Di Wui returned to reality from his memory and saw the faint smile on her lips. He said, "You're not even 50 years old yet." Sima Yue nodded. Then you are really the daughter of the Dark Princess. Di Wui had a faint bitterness in his mouth. She really had a child with someone else in the human realm. May I know your name? Sima Yue. Sima Yue came back to her senses and realized that the way he looked at her seemed a little different. Sima Yue, that man's surname was Sima. You don't want your child to have your surname. Sima Yue looked at Diwui's strange expression and said, "You know my mother." "I know her, she might not remember me anymore," Diwui said. "What do you mean?" Diwui was once again immersed in his memories, recalling the few times he had met her. He was chosen to be Yudu's personal guard so that he could fool him at any time. Although they were from the same generation, his talent was higher than Yudu's, and his strength was also higher. Because of the power of the Diwu family, Yudu did not dare to kill him, but he still insulted him from time to time. He had heard many things about Dark Princess Yukoluo, but the first time he saw her was when he became a guard for 2 years. At that time, because he was unwilling to kill a child for Yudu, Yudu ordered people to strip him naked and hang him on the path to the palace. Everyone who passed by looked at him with disdain and ridicule. Some people even stopped to watch how he was being teased. Only Yukoluo stopped and ordered people to let him go. If it was someone else, Yudu might not even care, but he was afraid of Yukoluo. He did not know what had happened between them, but he was afraid of her to the bone. Once she spoke, Yudu immediately ordered people to let him go. He still remembered that when he came down, he was already very weak. In a daze, he saw her walking over, squatting beside him and giving him a pill, saying, "Go back and have a good rest. You'll be fine soon." He still remembered that her voice was so gentle, and it made his cold heart feel warm. If she did not comfort him at that time, he reckoned that he would not be able to hold on at that time. He could not hear clearly what she ordered Yudu after that, but it should be related to him. Because from then on, Yudu did not torture him as much. In the days after that, he followed Yudu around the palace. He saw her from afar a few times, but they did not interact with each other. He thought that she had already forgotten about him, because the way she looked at him from behind was so unfamiliar. But thinking about it, she was so dazzling, and he was so ordinary. How could she remember him? But no matter whether she remembered him or not, it would not affect his heart and feelings for her. Even though those feelings were so humble. Sima Yue heard him reminiscing as he spoke, and she more or less understood his feelings. She did not expect her mother to be so charming. She wondered how her father managed to win her mother's heart back then. She then asked him to tell her many things about her mother, about how she was extremely talented, how she was very powerful, and how she dared to kill the spiritual beasts at the river Styx alone. Those things made Sima Yue feel that her mother was too awesome. If her mother was the Dark Princess, the king's youngest daughter, then she would be Di Wui talked a lot about Yukoluo. The relationship between the two of them was slowly changing. At least, he did not hate her as much anymore. As the two of them chatted, the other party moved to the stone table in the courtyard, and there was a pot of tea on the table. "Oh right, do you know someone from the Ghost Clan?" Sima Yue asked. "Who?" Sima Yue did not know Deja's name, and described his appearance. "There's a very powerful person beside him, and that person has always been hiding in the cloak." Di Wui could roughly guess who it was, and seeing her nod, he said, "You should be talking about young Master Deja from the Di family." Deja. Sima Yue frowned. They had different surnames. Could they be relatives? "Speaking of which, young Master Deja and you are cousins." Di Wui answered the question she did not ask, and said, "Young Master Deja's mother is a princess from the royal family, and he calls your mother his aunt. I heard that young Master Deja is also a ruthless person, but he has a very good relationship with the Dark Princess, and he is closer to her than to his own mother. There are even rumors that he is plotting to find your mother." They were indeed relatives. He must have noticed that her aura was similar to Yukoluo's, and knew that she was his cousin, so his attitude changed completely. "Where is my mother now?" Sima Yue asked. Di Wui shook his head, and said, "I don't know about this. I only know that something big happened that year, and many people from the Ghost Clan went to the human realm to bring your mother back, but I don't know what happened after that. And since then, no one has seen your mother again. Mother's whereabouts are unknown, just like father. Is there any news about my mother?" She curled her body into the chair, and hugged her knees with both hands, feeling a little heartache. What exactly happened that year that caused her father and mother's whereabouts to be unknown? No. But young Master Deja might know something. Because there are rumors that he obtained the 100 Ghost Banner, and is preparing to use that to save your mother. Chapter 1153. Read 336. Sima Yue was completely stunned. Deja had done so much for his mother. Lin said that the 100 Ghost Banner had to be in his hands. Could it be that he also knew about this? Di Wui looked at Sima Yue and was confused. He asked, "Have you met young Master Deja before?" "Yes." Sima Yue nodded. Not only had she met him, but she had also experienced many things. "Did something bad happen?" Di Wui asked. Sima Yue sighed. "It's not just bad, we even fought each other." "How is this possible?" Di Wui shouted in shock. "If you're the daughter of the Dark Princess, he wouldn't kill you. Even I can sense your aura, so there's no way the Ghost Master wouldn't know. At that time, my ghost bloodline had not been fully activated and was sealed." Sima Yue said, "I was almost killed by that Ghost Master. But because of this, his bloodline was stimulated. So they recognized you this time?" "Yes. I was wondering why their attitudes changed so drastically when we met in the Immortal Land." Sima Yue said. "I once heard from you that Deja was not valued at home and was even bullied. It was your mother who changed his fate. So no matter what he has become, he still treats your mother the same as before." Di Wui said. Sigh. Sima Yue hesitated. "What happened?" Sima Yue glanced at Di Wui. Since she did not plan to let him out, she might as well share her troubles with him. "Do you know human diviners?" she asked. "I know, there are some in the ghost realm too. It's just that your human realm usually only talks about your human race's matters, our ghost race only talks about our ghost race's matters." Di Wui said. "If the human race can predict the affairs of the ghost race, can the ghost race predict the affairs of the human race?" Sima Yue asked. "I can predict it, but I can't say it, and I won't say it, unless this matter is related to humans and spirits." Di Wui said, "Why, did you meet a divinator?" "Yes. When I came in, Lin told me to get the 100 Ghost Banner. Lin. Does your human race have the sect master of divinator now? Di Wu-yi asked. You know him too? Not really, but because he is very famous, even in the world of spirits and souls, we have heard of his name. It is said that he is the most powerful divinator in your human race for tens of thousands of years. Di Wu-yi said, if he told you that, there must be a reason behind it. I think so too. Sima Yue said, I didn't know why before, but now I know. Then what are you struggling with? If what you said is right, he is planning to use this to save my mother. Sima Yue said, if I snatch this away, then he can't use this to save my mother. But, if it was Lin who said it, then it should be reasonable. Whatever he said would come true, or else his reputation wouldn't spread to the world of spirits and souls. Di Wu-yi said. But, I don't know when I can go to the world of spirits and souls. If the 100 Ghost banner is in my hands, my mother will have to suffer for one more day if I don't go to the world of spirits and souls. Sima Yue didn't want to snatch the 100 Ghost banner anymore. But, what if the 100 Ghosts banner isn't the most important thing to save your mother, or, even if young Master Deja has this, he won't be able to save your mother. Instead, he will lose his life for nothing. Di Wu-yi said, it's better to believe in the divinator's words than not. I know, but I'll go out and ask Lin, see if I can find out my mother's whereabouts. Sima Yue said. Di Wu-yi was right, since Lin asked her to do so, there should be a reason behind it. Since that was the case, he would ask Deja what exactly was going on when he found him. Although you have that powerful flame, but you are in a more dangerous situation now. If you have the 100 Ghost banner, it will be better. Di Wu-yi said. Sima Yue looked at him in confusion. Don't tell me you think that after you kill Yudu, this matter will be over. Di Wu-yi was choked by her ignorant expression. What? I said before, Yudu's mother's family is very powerful. Half of the reason why the Ghost King dotes on her is because of this. Di Wu-yi said, and Anaheim and the Ghost King doted on Yudu. Now that she is dead, they will definitely ask the Ghost Clan to kill you. She will use a secret method to obtain your information and pass it to the Ghost Clan, so you should be a popular person in the Ghost Clan now. Di Wu-yi saw that her expression did not change and said, aren't you worried? Isn't it useless to worry? Sima Yue put down her legs, picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. At least now, those powerful people from the Ghost Clan can't come, those small soldiers, I don't have to worry. What courage! Just like her in the past. You said before that my mother is the Ghost King's favorite daughter, and also said that Yudu is very doted on. Then in comparison, who does the Ghost King like more? Of course it's the Dark Princess. Di Wu-yi said, but now the Dark Princess is not here, and Anaheim is so powerful, so your situation is still very dangerous. And what? After that incident, the Ghost King did not allow anyone to mention the Dark Princess. If it was in the past, he might protect you after knowing your identity, but now, it might make things worse. Di Wu-yi said. I'll kill whoever comes, I'll kill whoever comes. Mei Yue can do whatever she wants. A domineering voice was heard. Sima Yue's eyes were filled with surprise. She turned around and saw that Wu Lingyu had woken up. She immediately jumped up from the chair and threw herself into Wu Lingyu's arms, saying, You're finally awake. If you didn't wake up, I would have been scared to death. I'm so happy to see Yue so excited. Wu Lingyu hugged Sima Yue, his lips curled into a charming smile. Are you completely recovered now? Let me check for you. Sima Yue said as she wanted to take his pulse. Wu Lingyu grabbed her hand lightly, not allowing her to take his pulse. It's still considered a reunion, don't do those disappointing things. Is your body still not fully recovered? Sima Yue asked worriedly. I won't hide it from you, that's not a small injury. I'll take my time to recuperate. But it's not a problem for now. Wu Lingyu said. If he kept saying that he was fine, she might be very worried, but now that he said it, she felt much more relieved. Wu Lingyu led her to the table and sat down. He sat beside her and asked, "What were you talking about just now? How did you offend the Ghost Clan?" Chapter 1154. Read 336, I killed one of my uncles. Sima Yue said with a smile. People from the Ghost Clan? Wu Lingyu asked. Yes. Sima Yue smiled, the royal family of the Ghost Clan. I heard that her family is very powerful and wants to take revenge on me. He wants to mobilize the entire ghost realm. Oh. Wu Lingyu raised her eyebrows. When I wasn't around, you were quite crazy. He wants to eat my soul, so he asked his subordinates to kill me and collect my soul. Sima Yue said. Daring to eat his Yu. So be it. Even if the Ghost King comes and wants to kill you, you should kill him. If anything happens, I'll take care of it for you, Wu Lingyu said. Sima Yue smiled widely. She knew that he would stand behind her no matter what she did. Di Wuyi looked at Wu Lingyu in astonishment. Although he knew about their relationship, he did not expect him to pamper her so much. If it was him, would he be able to do it? The first thing she should be thinking about was what kind of trouble she would bring her. And then, are you starting to think about how you're going to distance yourself from this? This should be something that most people would do. By the way, I have something to tell you. Sima Yue said, well, Di Wuyi, you won't be able to go out for a while and you can't commit suicide here, so you can stay here temporarily. If I have any questions in the future, I can ask you. Di Wuyi looked at her and she dismissed him just like that. Even though he was treated the best among the captives. However, he didn't dare to commit suicide in the past, and he didn't want to do so now. Since she was his daughter, shouldn't he have some expectations in his heart? Little Spirit left with Di Wuyi, leaving the two of them alone. Wu Lingyu grabbed her hand and pulled forcefully, bringing her into his embrace. Come, tell me, what happened to you while I was unconscious? Sima Yue sat on his lap and found a comfortable position. Wu Lingyu also took the opportunity to rest his head on her shoulder. She let herself lean into his embrace and said, a lot of things really happened when you weren't around. She told him everything that had happened after Wu Lingyu fell into a coma, including how she had comprehended her domain and her own Tao, how she had saved Shiman Feng and the others, as well as the Rubik's Cube sky and so on. Wu Lingyu didn't expect her to experience so much while she was asleep. She actually comprehended the domain and the heavenly Tao. His talent was unparalleled. He turned his face to the side and asked her, You're amazing. You're indeed my woman. Tell me, how did you form your domain? Sima Yue then told him about how she had stared at the folds of the Tree of Life and how she had comprehended it. After listening to her, even though he was experienced and knowledgeable as a demon king, he was also speechless. Sima Yue didn't hear him and turned her head to ask, What's wrong? Wu Lingyu tapped her nose and said, Nothing, I'm just surprised. What are you surprised about? Sima Yue asked as she slapped his hand away. Do you know that there are differences between domains? Wu Lingyu grabbed her hand and didn't let her pull it away. Although I don't know, I guessed it. Sima Yue said, Why, is mine special? Qingyi didn't say anything. He's not human. Although he knows about domains, he doesn't necessarily understand it clearly. Wu Lingyu said, Only those who have truly comprehended domains will understand the profoundness of it. Then what's so special about my domain? Sima Yue asked. Domains are usually divided into living and non-living ones. The difference is very simple. Living ones are like yours. There are flowers, grass, mountains, water, and even some animals. If there was no life, then it was just a piece of space, an invisible space. Most of the domains are alive. Since most of them are alive, what's so special about mine? Sima Yue asked. Don't be anxious. Let me explain it to you slowly. Wu Lingyu said, although many people have living domains, they are also divided into different levels. How are you divided into different levels? According to size. Size is indeed an important part of the division of domains, but it's not the most important basis for division. Wu Lingyu said. Then what's the most important basis for division? The stability and control of the domain. Wu Lingyu said, when supreme rankers fight, most of the time it's a clash of domains. The more stable the domain, the more likely it is to win in a clash. Sima Yue nodded. She understood. What about control? Control is how much you can weaken your opponent in a domain. Just like the space controlled by an array master, in this space, you are the master. The stronger the control, the weaker the opponent is. Wu Lingyu said. I understand. Sima Yue said, then what's my uniqueness? First of all, your stability is very good. Wu Lingyu said, as the saying goes, after breaking, you can build. When you were building it, your domain almost collapsed. If it was someone else, it would have failed immediately. But not only did it not fail, it made the domain even more stable. This might be because I was in Qingyi's body at that time, so it helped me to rebuild it. Sima Yue said. That should be part of the reason. Wu Lingyu said, but I think that's not the main reason. Say it all at once, don't breathe too loudly. Sima Yue turned around and pinched his ears with both hands, pinching and squeezing. You're the one who always interrupts me. Wu Lingyu defended his position. That's also because you always don't say it clearly at once. Sima Yue said, All right. It's all my fault. Wu Lingyu saw her glaring at him and immediately expressed his stance. It didn't matter if she was the one who kept asking him, since he didn't say it clearly, it was his fault. Sima Yue saw that he took the initiative to admit his fault and smiled. She thought of a joke from her previous life. A wife sets rules for her husband. The rules are simple and clear. There are only 2 rules. The first rule is that the wife is always right. The second rule is that if there is a mistake, please refer to the first rule. The way they looked now was quite similar. Thinking of this, she pursed her lips and smiled. She held his face with both hands and said, All right, hurry up and tell me. What's the main reason? The main reason I want to tell you is also the reason why you're different from others. When Wu Lingyu said this, the way he looked at Sima Yue changed. Seeing him like this, Sima Yue stopped teasing him and waited for him to explain. Your domain was comprehended when you were comprehending Tao, so... So what? Try breathing again. Sima Yue waved her fist. Chapter 1155. Seeing that she was really anxious, Wu Lingyu stopped teasing her and said, Have you really never thought about what's different about yours? I only know that territories can only be obtained by those above the honorable rank. Because it's too far away, I've never tried to understand it. Sima Yue said. Just as I said, there are many levels of domains. You comprehended the domain when you comprehended the Tao. Wu Lingyu said, so, the Tao is the most important, and the domain is secondary. However, because they comprehended it together, they fused together. In that case, your domain will become a domain with the heavenly Tao. There's a heavenly Tao's domain. Sima Yue raised her eyebrows, as if it sounded very powerful. From the looks of it, Wu Lingyu should also be quite powerful. Do you know that other people's domains don't have the heavenly Tao? Even my former domain doesn't have it. Wu Lingyu said. Sima Yue's eyes lit up when she heard the last sentence. Really? Yes. Wu Lingyu nodded. He didn't quite understand why she was so happy. He might have thought that it was because no one else had the way of the heavens. But what she was thinking was that she was finally better than him in one aspect. What's the use of that domain with the heavenly Tao? If you don't die and keep expanding your domain might become a world in the future. Wu Lingyu said, but I'm not sure about its specific uses. After all, no one has really encountered it. However, there are rumors that our current world was formed by the domain of immortals. Although we can't verify it, we can still listen. If I can really form a world in the future, then I can be considered as the creator of the world, Sima Yue said with a smile. If you really become the creator of the world, I think the people in your world will be very wretched. Wu Lingyu said with a straight face. Why? Because your smile right now is very wretched. See how I'll deal with you. Sima Yue grabbed him by the neck and screamed. If you say I'm wretched, then I'll make you wretched first. Wu Lingyu was pressed down by her. With a wave of his hand, a couch appeared behind him and caught him. Yu, are you that anxious to pounce on me? If you want, I'm very willing. You don't have to be in such a hurry, Wu Lingyu teased with a smile. Sima Yue was speechless. This guy was really wretched. She let go of his neck and tried to get up, but he grabbed her hand and hugged her waist. Then, he flipped her over and pressed her under his body. Since you're so impatient, I don't mind being taken advantage of by you, Wu Lingyu said with an evil smile, or rather, you don't want to take advantage of me, but you want to eat me? Hooligan. If you want to touch me, you can do whatever you want. You don't have to be so secretive. Wu Lingyu grabbed her hand and placed it on his chest. This was no longer just a hooligan. She rolled her eyes. Her right hand was grabbed by him, while her other hand hugged his neck. With a bit of strength, the two of them immediately flipped over. She was once again pressing him under her body. Since you want to be pressed down by me so much and want to be eaten by me, then come at me. But it can only be like this. I'll be on top and you'll be below. She stretched out her hand and caressed his face, teasing him. Wu Lingyu saw her sudden change and let go of her hand. Lying on the bed, he looked like he was at her mercy. He closed his eyes and said, "Come." Little Roar, who was playing in the distance, saw this scene and used his short legs to cover his eyes. He roared, "See no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil." I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything. The other spirit beasts heard his roar and looked over. Seeing them lying on the couch, one on top and one below, they were all stunned. Cough cough, if you want to do that, we can pretend that we didn't see anything. You can continue. You can continue. Guang also learned from Little Roar and covered his eyes. But the gap between his fingers was so big that his eyeballs could be seen. I really didn't expect that Yu actually likes to be on top. Thousand Resonance shook his head and sighed. What's so strange about that? We're so powerful and strong. It's normal to want to be on top. No one said that it has to be a guy on top. Little Seven said with a smile. That's true. But for them to be frozen like this, do they plan to continue or not? I don't know. Could it be that they're embarrassed seeing us here? That's possible. Didn't you say that you wanted to leave? Why are you still here? Of course you would be embarrassed if you're here. Little Roar said shamelessly, as if he was not a third wheel here. Once these words were said, it immediately attracted the attention of the spirit beasts. Little Roar was the most shameless. Sima Yue got up from Wu Lingyu's body. She was originally just joking, but with these fellows messing around, she did not even have the mood to tease him anymore. Seeing that Wu Lingyu was still lying on the bed, she glanced at him and said, "How long do you plan to lie here for?" "Until you agree." Wu Lingyu winked at her. "Then you can continue lying down." After she finished speaking, she walked around him and left. But when she passed by the beauty couch, with a thought, the beauty couch turned into a pile of ashes. However, Wu Lingyu did not fall to the ground. Another beauty couch appeared in an instant and caught him. Not only did he not fall to the ground, even the ashes did not touch his clothes. Humph. Sima Yue glared at him and really left. Wu Lingyu laid on the beauty couch and looked in the direction of the tree of life, deep in thought. Sima Yue went to the pill refining room and refined some pills before returning to Wu Lingyu's side. You're back so quickly. Wu Lingyu supported his head with one hand and patted the spot beside him with the other, indicating for Sima Yue to sit down. Sima Yue sat down and placed the pills in front of him. 1 pill a day. You have to eat it on time. Before your strength recovers, you have to stay here. Sima Yue said. Wu Lingyu smiled. When they were messing around, he knew that she took the chance to check his pulse, but he did not know that she found out so quickly. As long as he was in deep sleep, he would become very weak. He would not be able to use the spiritual energy in his body and his strength would be greatly reduced. He kept the pills and said, but I want to go out and accompany you. No. Sima Yue directly rejected. I said, before my strength recovers, I have to stay here. Can you make an exception? He held her waist with one hand. Sima Yue turned around and tapped his forehead, saying, be good. I'm going out now. You stay here and recuperate. If you want to go out and accompany me, then quickly recover your strength. After saying this, she really stood up and left, leaving him alone to stare at the jade bottle in a daze. Chapter 1156. Read 336. Sima Yue brought little Seven and the rest out. She really didn't bring Wu Lingyu along. Di Wuyi gave her something to track the ghost clan. Although she could not confirm Dija's location, she could confirm their direction. At least she would know how to find him. However, while she was looking for Dija, others were also looking for her. It had been less than 10 days since she killed Yudu, and she had already met 2 waves of people who wanted to kill her. On this day, they were hurrying on their journey. When they arrived at a mountain range, the skies suddenly changed. A mass of black clouds pressed down on them. Then, a black fog rose up around them and enveloped them. Again. Seven pulled a long face and was really unhappy. This was because Hua Hua and Little Dream were clearly more proficient than her in dealing with the ghost clan. This made her feel somewhat defeated. Looks like Di Wuyi was right. The ghost clan is going to hunt us down to the end. Sima Yue led everyone to the top of the mountain. Looking at the ghost fog, she did not sound afraid or worried at all. We'll kill as many as they come. Anyways, little birdie just needs to fly around. Little Seven said. Little birdie, I'll have to trouble you. Sima Yue called out Little birdie. Little birdie loved to burn these dark things and was extremely excited when it saw them. It spread its wings and started burning the black fog. Ah! Ah! Pitiful cries sounded out one after another, and the black fog quickly retracted, turning back into ghost race people. However, most of them had broken limbs. I didn't expect it to be a humanized black fog. The cultivation method of the ghost clan is really amazing. Sima Yue said. What's so strange about that? If you cultivate the ghost clan's cultivation method, you can do it too. Little Dream said. You even know about this. Once our memories are restored, our inheritance will also be restored. Little Dream said, in any case, we are still mixed in with the ghost and demon realms. Is that so? I'll give it a try next time, Sima Yue said with interest. You can't touch the darkness attribute part of you right now. Otherwise, if it accidentally explodes, where are we going to find you? I reckon that even your soul will be blown up. I won't even be able to find you in the ghost realm. Sima Yuyue looked at Little Dream and felt that she had been led astray by Little Roar in the past. However, ever since she regained her memories, she had become a little sharp-tongued. She decided to ignore Little Mang. She watched as Little Birdie burned all the ghosts to death without a single ripple in her eyes. Since these people were here to kill her, they had to be prepared to be killed. The dark clouds in the sky were also formed by the ghost race. When the little sparrows flew into the sky, before they could even touch them, they automatically scattered and turned into ghost race to escape. This person was too powerful. They were no match for her. Sima Yuyue did not chase after them. She allowed them to spread the news. It was good that they could intimidate some people. Otherwise, she would be annoyed to death if she had to deal with these ghosts every few days. This is already the third wave. If this continues, we will be annoyed to death. Little Seven said. It is indeed a little troublesome. Sima Yuyue said, then let's think of a way. Let's think of a way. Little Dream and the rest agreed. However, they quickly regretted this suggestion because Sima Yuyue's idea was to change her appearance. She said that to prevent herself from being exposed, Little Blossom, Little Dream, Little Seven and the rest could not come out. They could only stay in the spirit pagoda. Even the Chongming was changed into a four-winged roc. If she were to go out now, no one would be able to recognize her. Those ghost race only knew her appearance. Now that she was gone, they would not be able to find her. She did not know if Di Jie and the rest were in a hurry. She chased for a long time but did not manage to catch up. It was as if they kept walking forward and had no intention of stopping to look for treasures. What were they looking for? She chased after them for a few months. Just as she was about to catch up, their aura suddenly disappeared. Sima Yuyue looked at the unresponsive underworld weapon and did not know how to react. Just now, the underworld weapon's reaction was very strong. This meant that they were very close. How could they suddenly disappear? She circled around the vicinity and searched the area within a radius of 10,000 kilometers. She did not find any aura of ghost race nor did she find anything unusual. Suddenly, she felt a fluctuation in the space. She looked up and saw a group of people falling out. Ah, it hurts. You're on top of me. Get off quickly. You're sitting on my face. Move your butt away. Sima Yuyue stood alone in the distance. When she saw this scene, she was surprised. Especially when she saw who those people were. Sima Yifei climbed up from the ground and said, "How are you guys? Is everyone still here? Other than Chi Chi and Yi Yun, everyone else is here." Someone replied. "I didn't expect this to happen. We have to inform the elders quickly. The elders just left for a while and that person took Chi Chi and Yi Yun away. If we didn't use the array to escape quickly, I'm afraid we would have been killed. Even if the elders and uncles are here, they won't be able to defeat that person. That person killed so many girls. I'm afraid Chi Chi and Yi Yun are doomed. No matter what, let's contact Uncle Lu Feng and the others first." Sima Axian Shu said. Sima Yuyue didn't want to acknowledge them at first. But when she heard what they said, her feet were rooted to the ground. Sima Chi Chi and Sima Yi Yun were captured. Who captured them? This lady, why are you here alone? Sima Yifei looked at Sima Yuyue and said, "Don't you know that the girls in this area are in danger recently? Why are you still lingering here? Leave this place quickly." Sima Yuyue saw Sima Yifei's anxious look. It seemed like the situation was serious. After all, they were surnamed Sima. Thinking of Sima Lu Feng and Sima Lu Yun's instructions, she couldn't bear to ignore this matter. She walked over and said, "What happened here?" "You don't know." Sima Yifei looked at her in astonishment. Recently a monarch-ranked expert appeared in this area. He captured girls everywhere. Those girls that he captured were all disheveled corpses when they were found. Why are you here alone? You should leave this place quickly. A monarch ranked asterisk 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 asterisk. Sima Yue exclaimed softly. If that was the case, then wouldn't Sima Yun and Sima Chi Chi who were captured be in danger? Yes, so you should leave quickly. I heard you say that 2 of your ladies were captured. Sima Yue asked. Yes, we have to save them quickly. Otherwise, it will be dangerous. See you. Is there anything I can help you with? Sima Yue said as she winked at Sima Yi Fei and Sima Axan Shu who just walked over. Chapter 1157. Read 336. Sima Yi Fei and Sima Axan Shu widened their eyes and looked at Sima Yue in shock. But the Sima family members behind them couldn't see their expressions. See. You. Sima Yun stuttered in shock. I still had some hope that you would recognize me, but it seems like you really don't remember. We met in Cloud Sea City. I told you that I'm called Siyu. Sima Yue said. Oh, so it's you. We remember now. Sima Axan Shu said, Miss Siyu, you also came to the Immortal Land. Yeah. Sima Yue was satisfied with Sima Xinchu's reaction. She smiled and said, when we were in Cloud Sea City, Yun, Chi Chi and I got along quite well. Did you just say that they were taken away? Speaking of that venerable rank expert, the 2 of them were shocked and their hearts returned to their original place. They were still worried about them. Yes, if we didn't escape fast enough, I'm afraid the other girls in the clan would have been caught too. Sima Axan Shu said, we need to quickly contact Uncle Lu Feng and the rest, otherwise. Ifei, Xinshu, why aren't you looking for people to save Chi Chi and the others? What are you talking about here? A woman with freckles on her face roared at the 2. Sima Yue took another look at the woman. Most people in this world had very good skin due to their cultivation. It was rare to see someone like her. The freckled woman seemed to know what Sima Yue was thinking. She glared at her and roared, what are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll dig your eyes out. Sima Yue really wanted to say, if you have the ability, come and poach her, but before she could open her mouth, Sima Xinchu said, this is the first daughter of the clan, Sima Fei, What he meant was that she had a very high status in the family, so he shouldn't go against her directly. Sima Yue glanced at them. Both of them were worried that she would quarrel with Sima Fei. She shrugged her shoulders and said, don't worry, I won't bite back a dog that bit me. Sima Fei, just happened to turn around and talk to someone else, so she didn't notice what she said. Otherwise, the 2 of them would definitely fight today. At this time, 2 men walked over. One was tall and thin, and the other was short and fat. They looked like the classic fat and thin monks on TV. The tall and thin man came in front of her and asked, Ifei, Xinshu, what are you talking about? Who is this lady? Although the 2 of them were talking to Sima Yi Fei and the rest, but their eyes were wandering around Sima Yue. That lecherous gaze made her very uncomfortable. This is our friend. Both of you go away, don't even think about hitting on her. Sima Axan Shu said with a solemn face. How could such a beautiful lady know them but not us? Hello miss, I am the young master of the Sima family, Sima Gaoqi. Now that this place is so dangerous, you should not walk alone. Come with us, let us protect you. Sima Gaoqi said. That's right. How dangerous is it for you to be alone? Let us protect you. The short and fat Sima Gaoqi said. Sima Yue glanced at them indifferently and said, can you guys protect me? Of course. Sima Gaoqi patted his chest and said. Really? Absolutely. Then why didn't you guys protect Chi Chi and Yun? You guys are so powerful here, how did they get captured? Sima Yue asked. Sima Gao Qi and the rest didn't expect Sima Yue to be so direct and were stunned. They are after all Paragon-ranked experts. Of course we can't win against them. Sima Gao Qi said. You guys can't even protect your own clansmen. How can I believe that you guys can protect me? Sima Yue asked with a smile. The two of them were at a loss for words. In the end, Sima Gao Xi reacted quickly and said, although that's the case, but with more people, it's always safer. Sima Yue nodded and said, that's true. So Miss is willing to follow us? Sima Gao Qi asked. Not willing to follow you guys, but to follow them. Sima Yue ignored them and turned to Sima Yi Fei and said, Yi Fei, tell me about that Paragon-ranked expert. I don't know which force that Paragon-ranked expert is from. I don't think I've seen him before. Sima Yi Fei said, he's been capturing girls everywhere recently. Uncle Lu Feng and the rest said that he should be practicing some cultivation method and treated girls as cauldrons. That's why those girls look like that. What's so special about that person? What does he look like? Sima Yue asked. There's a scar on the left side of his face, from the corner of his eye to the corner of his mouth. Sima Yi Fei gestured on his face, and that person's hair is messy, his beard is unshaven, his figure is short and his clothes are dirty, like a beggar. Sima Yue could imagine how that person looked like. Thinking of those girls being defiled by a beggar, she could totally understand their feelings. Has that person always been here? Sima Yue said, ever since we came in. No, I heard that he only appeared in the recent 3 to 5 months. Sima Yi Fei said, I thought that he came from other places, but the people from other places said that they didn't discover such a thing. But the people who came from the area where the Tree of Life appeared said that they had seen such a person there before. He was alone, but because they couldn't see his strength, they couldn't confirm that it was him. Sima Xianshu added. He came from that area. Sima Yue was stunned. The first thing she thought of was that Paragon who annihilated a group of people in one move. But if it was that person, why did he come here to capture those girls? Lu Feng. Where are they? Sima Yue saw that Sima Gao Qi and the rest were here, so she kept the word uncle. When we came to this area, they said that there was something here, then they left, leaving behind an elder with us. But that elder was killed just now, which bought us some time to escape. Sima Xianshu said. They knew that this area is so dangerous, but they still left you behind. They said that place is more dangerous, if we go, we will only drag them down. Sima Xianshu said, and they asked us to leave because they were curious about what kind of place it was, so they didn't leave. They didn't expect to encounter such a thing. At this moment, Sima Fei shouted, can't contact them. What do you mean can't contact them? Did you contact Uncle and the rest? Miss, we've already contacted all the uncles, but none of them responded. A man holding a mother-son stone said. Miss, what should we do if we can't contact them? What else can we do? Don't tell me we have to go back and die. Of course we have to listen to Uncle and leave this area. Sima Fei shouted. Chapter 1158. Book title, Chapter Finding the Whereabouts. Author, Leave. Sima Yi Fei cried out, my sister is still in his hands and you say you want to leave. Sima Fei glared at Sima Yi Fei and said, what can we do if we don't leave? Do you want everyone to die with them? Don't forget, Uncle and the others told us to leave. It's all your fault. Sima Yi Fei pointed at Sima Fei and shouted, we wanted to leave but you insisted on staying and wanted everyone to accompany you. If it wasn't for you, this wouldn't have happened. What's the use of blaming me now? Sima Fei cried, we have so many women here. Do you want us to be caught and defiled too? Just based on your looks, people won't even fancy you. Sima Yi Fei said. Sima Fei was angered by his words. If you're so capable, then stay and save them. We definitely won't stay. You. Sima Yi Fei acted like he wanted to hit her but was held back by Sima Xianshu who was beside him. Alright, Yi Fei. They're right. That person is so strong. It's useless to stay. Sima Xianshu persuaded, although these words are unpleasant to hear, but what she said is the truth. There are so many girls here, it would be more dangerous for them to stay. Humph. Sima Yi Fei put down his hand and turned his head to one side. His face was red with anger. This matter was originally caused by Sima Fei, but now that she had escaped, she planned to leave just like that. She even said it so confidently. If she wasn't the legitimate young miss, he would have already made a move. Humph, at least you still have some sense. Let's go. Sima Fei said to the others. Now that the elders and uncles were not here, as the young miss of the first wife, she could be said to be their leader. Once she spoke, who would dare to disobey? If you want to leave, you can leave. Before I save my sister, I will not leave this place. Sima Yi Fei said. Humph, if you don't leave, don't blame us if you die. Sima Fei said, what about you? Sima Xianshu, are you leaving or not? I'll stay too. Sima Xianshu said without hesitation. Humph, all of you are courting death. Sima Gaoqi sneered, then smiled and said to Sima Yue, Miss, you should come with us. If we leave here, we don't have to worry about that Inzun. Thank you for your kindness, young Master Sima, but I'm more worried about Chi-Chi and Iyun's safety, so I want to stay with them. Sima Yue declined politely. That won't do. Sima Gaoxi shouted, Miss, you can't stay. That Inzun is too strong. If you stay and get caught by him, then, yes, you should leave with us. However, no matter what they said, Sima Yue just looked at them and smiled without saying a word. What are you two dawdling over there for? If you two don't want to leave, you can stay. Sima Fei was already preparing to activate the transmission array. If these two people still didn't come in, they would drag down everyone's journey. Sima Gaoqi and Sima Gaoxi looked at both sides. Seeing that Sima Yue really didn't want to leave and Sima Fei was already activating the transmission array, they had no choice but to fly towards the transmission array. They didn't want to die. Compared to chasing girls, their lives were more important. After the Sima family left, Sima Yi Fei turned around and shot out spirit power in the direction they left. Although he couldn't hit them, at least he vented some of the anger in his heart. Sima Yue saw that he was so worried and said, It's no use getting angry here. Let's think of a way to save them. It's all my fault. If they said they wanted to go to the side, I should have followed them. Sima Yi Fei said regretfully. Don't blame yourself. They want to go to the side. As a man, how can you follow them? Sima Xianshu said, Yu is right. It's no use getting angry like this. What we have to do now is to think of a way to save them. Sima Yi Fei closed his eyes and said, But we don't even know where they are now. Where are we going to find them? Even if we find them, what can we do to save them? That's a Paragon rank expert. If we go in front of him, he can kill us with a sneeze. Sima Xianshu was silent as well. Although both of them had stayed behind, but they did not have the confidence to rescue them. Sima Yue saw that they were worried but couldn't do anything. She could understand their feelings. Inzun was very strong. This was something everyone knew. Who could match a Paragon rank expert? For forces like them, he could crush them with his little finger. But Sima Chi-Chi and Sima Yi-Yun were caught. She couldn't just watch. At the very least, they were still relatively friendly to her after knowing her identity. Do you have anything with their aura? Sima Yue asked. What? Both of them were thinking about how to find them. When they heard her question, they couldn't react. I said, do you have anything with their aura? If it's good, it's best if it has blood. Sima Yue said. Something with their aura. I don't have it. Sima Axanshu raised his eyebrows and asked Sima Yifei, do you have it? Sima Yifei thought for a moment and said, I happen to have her bloody cloth. He took out a piece of cloth embroidered with an exquisite pattern and handed it to Sima Yue, saying, this is what my mother left for us. Last time she had a lot of blood on her hand. I was anxious, so I used this to wipe her blood. Because the meaning is different, I didn't throw it away. What's the use of this? Position. Sima Yue took out a scroll and melted the dried blood on the embroidered cloth. Then she dripped it on the scroll. The blood dripped and was absorbed by the scroll. Then it slowly gathered into a red dot and appeared in their northeast direction. Yi Yun and the others are here. Sima Yue pointed at the red dot and said. Let's go over now. Sima Yifei said and was about to fly over. Wait a minute. Sima Yue said, if you go now, you'll only be sending yourself to death. But they can't wait. Sima Yifei growled. The more they delayed, the higher the possibility of them being defiled. Previously he didn't know where they were. Now that he knew, how could he remain calm? Then we have to think of a complete plan. Sima Yue said. Do you have any way to defeat that person? Sima Axanshu asked. That person is a Paragon-ranked expert. How can I defeat him? Sima Yue said, but we can only ask for help now. It's impossible for us to go with just the few of us. Chapter 1159. Who did you ask for help? Sima Yifei and Sima Axanshu looked at her with hope rising in their eyes. I'll bring you to a place. You'll keep it a secret from me, right? Sima Yue looked at the two of them, unsure if she should trust them. If I don't have your permission and tell your secret, then let me go to hell. Sima Yifei said. Me too. Two laws fell into their bodies, forming an oath. Sima Yue nodded and took out a small door. She opened the little realm and brought them in. Your little world is so powerful. Others can't open it here. I didn't expect you to be able to open it. As expected of members of large clans, the two of them had seen many small realms, so they immediately recognized the difference in the Black Lotus small realm. This used to be an emperor's little realm. He seemed to have done something to it. The space is different, so it can be opened from here, Sima Yue explained. She brought them to the lakeside. The first one to come up was not Wu Lali and Shui Qing Man, but Little 11. Little 11 flew out of the water and pounced into Sima Yue's arms. He rubbed against her as if he was wondering why she took so long to come in. Sima Yue hugged Little 11 and said, I missed you too. The golden color is increasing, and the bloodline is still evolving. Indeed. Wu Lali held Shui Qing Man's hand as they came out of the water. Seeing how Little 11 kissed her, he was extremely envious. This little guy, just because he threw it away once, now no matter what, it wouldn't get close to him. Godfather and Godmother. Sima Yue smiled at the two of them. Little 11 has been evolving. Yes. Although the speed is slower, but it is indeed evolving. Shui Qing Man said. Sima Yue patted Little 11 and said, Little 11, you can do it. Little 11 rubbed against it and then spun around a few times. Yue, why are you here? Shui Qing Man asked. I've encountered a problem and I'm here to ask for your help. Sima Yue stopped smiling and said seriously. Oh. Our omnipotent child also has a time when he needs my help. What is it? Tell me. Wu Lamai said. Sima Yue looked at Sima Yi Fei and Wu Lali on the shore and flew over with Shui Qing Man and Wu Lali. When Sima Yi Fei and Sima Axayan Shu were in Cloud Sea City, they had seen Shui Qing Man and her together with Sima Yue at the entrance. They didn't expect them to be here. This is my adoptive father and mother, the king and queen of the Violet Water Dragon clan. These are my two cousins, Sima Axayan Shu and Sima Yi Fei. Sima Yue introduced both parties. Greetings to Dragon King, Queen. Sima Axayan Shu and Sima Yi Fei were surprised at their identities and bowed. Wu Lamai nodded faintly and asked, "Are they the ones who need my help?" Her attitude and tone were completely different from Sima Yue's. Not really. Sima Yue said, "My two cousins were captured by a ********. We wanted to save them, but that ******* is a monarch. You want me to deal with that person?" Wu Lali asked. Sima Yue nodded and asked, "Is adoptive father willing to help me?" Wu Lali was silent for a moment, as if he was thinking. Just when Sima Axayan Shu and the rest thought that he wouldn't agree, he suddenly laughed and said, "This is the first time our Yue asked me for help, how can I not agree?" Both of them were overjoyed and bowed deeply to Wu Lamai. "Thank you, Dragon King, for helping us. You don't have to thank me. If it wasn't for Yue, I wouldn't bother about you humans." Wu Lamai said. "But we still have to thank you," Sima Axayan Shu said. He was willing to help, that was a sign of his affection. "Yue, tell me the details of the situation," Wu Lamai said. Sima Yue let Sima Axayan Shu explain the situation and said, "The problem now is to know the strength of that white supremacy. Do you know? The difference is too big, and he didn't use his full strength at that time. He was busy escaping, so he didn't notice." Sima Axayan Shu said. "Don't you know where they are? Let's go and take a look. Let me see him and I'll be able to see his strength," Wu Lali said. "Okay." They came outside and Sima Yue took out the scroll and showed it to him, pointing out the location of Sima Yi Yun and the rest. "The distance isn't too far, I'll bring you there first." Wu Lali opened a space tunnel and brought them in. They didn't go directly to White Supremacy's lair, but came out nearby and slowly sneaked over. They didn't know how Sima Yi Yun and Sima Chi Chi were, but they were sure that they were still alive because the red dot was still there. "That person is in that mountain D." Wu Lamai could feel White Supremacy's aura. "How are Yi Yun and Chi Chi?" Sima Yi Fei asked. "There are more than 10 girls inside, who are you talking about?" Wu Lali asked. "More than 10 girls. Seems like that person is hoarding girls for later use." Sima Yue guessed, "Godfather, can you feel his strength?" "I can feel that his aura is stronger than mine. As for how much stronger, I'll have to see him to be sure." Wu Lamai said, "If his rank is the same as mine, then I'll definitely be able to win against him. If he's one rank higher than me, then I should be able to win against him. Our Violet Water Dragon clan has the ability to fight against those of a higher rank. But if he's 2 ranks higher than me, then I can't do anything." They waited outside for a while, but White Supremacy didn't come out. "We can't keep waiting like this. If he doesn't come out, then won't we have to keep waiting?" Sima Yi Fei said. The more they waited, the more danger those girls would be in. "Time waits for no one. We have to think of a way," Sima Yue said. "Why don't I lure him out?" Wu Lamai was an impatient person. He was getting impatient after waiting for so long. "No way." Sima Yue denied it without thinking, "We don't know his strength now. If he's as strong as Godfather, then it's about the same. What if he's stronger than you? Wouldn't that be dangerous?" Then do we have to keep waiting like this? I'll think of a way to lure him out. Sima Yue said, you guys wait here. What are you going to do? Wu Lamai asked, if you're discovered by him, then it'll be even more dangerous. Godfather, don't worry. I have a way to come back safely. Sima Yue finished speaking and jumped out from her hiding place. She used the space to hide her aura and stopped a few hundred meters away from entrance D. A girl's scream and some girls' cries came from entrance D. There was also a guy's laughter. It seemed like he was defiling girls again. Chapter 1160. When Sima Yue heard the girls' screams, she heaved a sigh of relief when she realized that it wasn't Sima Chi and Sima Yun. She took out 2 thunderbolt bombs and thought to herself, if I get scared when I'm in the mood, I wonder if I'll be unable to do it in the future. She injected spiritual energy into the thunderbolt bullet and threw it into the hole. The moment she threw it out, she teleported back to her hiding place twice. Then, he led everyone into the spirit pagoda. Sima Axan Shu and the rest had sworn an oath that they would not reveal her secret, so she was relieved to bring them in. When Yin Zun put on his pants and came out, he didn't see anyone. When Sima Yi Fei and the others saw her teleport back, they recalled that she had this ability. You really look like a beggar. Sima Yue looked out from the spirit pagoda and saw that the person was similar to what Sima Xinshu and the rest had said. Who is it? Who is it? It wasn't that he was frightened by the explosion, but that someone was able to get so close to him without him noticing. That person's strength was at least on par with his. But when he came outside, he didn't see anyone. He didn't even see anyone who could move. The spirit beasts here all fled after knowing that he was here. Who is it? He released his aura, but he still couldn't sense anyone's presence. No matter who you are, if I catch you, I will definitely kill you. Within the spirit pagoda, Sima Yue asked Wu Lamai, Father, can you tell how strong he is? Yes. Wu Lamai said, his strength is 1 level higher than mine, and he's about to enter the high paragon level. If that's the case, his strength isn't just 1 level higher than mine. If you fight him, are you confident in winning? Sima Yue didn't expect Yin Zun to be so strong. Since he was such a strong person, why would he do such a thing? Less than a 50% chance, Wu Lamai said honestly. But if I go all out, it's not like I have no chance of winning. That's too risky, Sima Yue said. Less than a 50% chance. That was to say, the chances of him winning were low, and the chances of him being killed were high. He couldn't let him take such a risk. She thought for a moment and asked, what if it's in the domain? Domain? Wu Lamai started and then shook his head, saying, we spirit beasts are unable to comprehend a domain. I'm talking about my spirit realm. Sima Yue said, what if he's in my spirit realm and his strength is suppressed? As soon as she said that, the 3 men present were stunned. Domain? Are you saying that you've comprehended a domain? Wu Lamai was in the little realm and did not know what had happened to Sima Yue in the past 2 years. When he heard what she said, he almost bit his tongue off. Sima Yi Fei and Sima Axan Shu were even more surprised. As a direct descendant of the Sima family with a monarch rank powerhouse, they naturally knew about domains. But wasn't this something that could only be comprehended by Paragon level experts? Why did she have one too? Yue, when did you comprehend your domain? Less than a year. Because of some opportunities, I managed to comprehend it. Sima Yue said, Godfather, like what I said just now, if it's in my domain, how confident are you? At least 80%. Wu Lamai said, but it's not that easy. That's a monarch rank. If he also comprehended a domain, you definitely won't be able to win against him. What we want is not to kill him now. Sima Yue said, we need to cooperate with many parties to delay time so that Yi Fei and the rest can rescue him. Of course, it's best if we can kill him. Then we need to discuss how to do it. Wu Lamai said. Indeed, we need to plan it well. Sima Yue said. They discussed for half a day in the Spirit Pagoda and finally decided on the final plan. I'll go out in a while and set up an array from afar. I'll put some poison in the array. Even if it can't poison him, it'll be good if it can delay him for 1 or 2 seconds. Sima Yue said, Xan Shu will be in charge of activating the array. I'll control the domain from the side. So Yi Fei, you'll have to save them alone, understand? Don't worry, I'll definitely save them. Sima Yi Fei said. There's one thing that's still worrying. Sima Axian Shu said, Paragon-level experts are very sensitive to space. If he discovers that you're using your domain, I'm afraid he'll find out before you succeed. Once he finds out, you'll be in danger. I naturally have my ways. Sima Yue said, Godfather, I'll get the elders of Ygritte clan to cooperate with you. All right. Then it's settled. I'll go out and find a place to set up the array. You and the elders can get used to it. Sima Yue finished speaking and went out alone. She came to a spacious place and took a deep breath before starting to set up the array. She set up a small-scale trapping array and set the activation array further away so that Sima Axian Shu would be able to activate the array from afar. After setting up the array, she added some poison before bringing the others out. Other than Sima Axian Shu and the others, there were also 4 elders of Ygritte clan. Although they weren't Paragon-level experts, they were half a step into it. We'll go find that ****** later. Yi Fei, when you see him come out, go in and save him. You have to be quick because we don't know how long we can hold on. Sima Yue said, if he returns, you and the others will be in danger. I know. Sima Yi Fei said. Godfather, after you lure him out, don't continue to fight. You have to come back quickly and lure him into the array. Sima Yue said to Wu Lamai. Don't worry. Wu Lamai nodded. Then you guys go. All right. Wu Lamai took the elders of Ygritte clan to the ****** cave and let Sima Yi Fei hide at the side. Then he threw a thunderbolt bomb over. Sima Yue and Sima Axian Shu were waiting at the array. When they heard the explosion, they knew they were coming over soon. Axian Shu, when he flies to that position, you activate the array. Then get away from here. Sima Yue said. I know. Sima Axian Shu's expression didn't change, but his body was trembling slightly. It was the first time for him to fight against a Paragon-level expert. Especially when the other party was a devil. Maybe he would be killed in seconds. After a while, they saw Wu Lamai flying over, followed by Yin Zun. Chapter 1161. Read 336. On the other side of the cave, Yin Zun was interrupted by Sima Yue. He was full of anger. When he returned to the cave, he saw the women crying together. He was annoyed and shouted, "Don't cry." The dozen or so women became even more afraid after being yelled at by him. Some of them shut their mouths, but some of them cried even harder because of fear. Among them, the one who cried the loudest was the woman who had just been defiled. "I said don't cry." Yin Zun yelled at the woman with his own power. Pfff, the woman spat out a mouthful of blood, and blood began to flow out of her orifices. Her eyes widened, and she fell to the side in disbelief, losing her life. "Whoever cries again will end up like her," Yin Zun threatened. The few women who had been crying were scared silly. They forgot to cry, or didn't dare to cry anymore. Humph. That's more like it. Yin Zun touched the face of the nearest woman, then came to the innermost part of the cave and sat down to meditate. Although he was interrupted just now, he still obtained some power. He had to digest it. Sima Yi-yun and Sima Chi-chi huddled together, both of their faces full of tears. Yi-yun, what should we do? Sima Chi-chi glanced at the woman's corpse and leaned against Sima Yi-yun in fright. Don't be afraid. We'll be fine. Sima Yi-yun patted her hand and said something that even she didn't believe. Being caught by such a person, even if they contacted Uncle Lu Feng and the others, they might not be rescued. His strength was too strong, and the Sima family did not send any Paragon-level experts. Why would such an expert come here? If he wanted to find a woman, he should do it outside. After all, there were more women outside. Hey, Ian, what do you think happened just now? Could it be that someone came to save us? Sima Chi-chi asked. It shouldn't be, right? Sima Yi-yun glanced outside. I think the possibility is very high. Otherwise, who would provoke such a person? Sima Chi-chi said, even if they're not here to save us, they're here to save one of the people. It'll be good to save us while they're at it. When I think of what happened to those people, I feel a little. Sima Yi-yun felt her body trembling and reached out to hug her, saying, don't be afraid, we'll face it together. Being controlled by him, I can't even commit suicide. This is the difference in strength. Sima Chi-chi said. If they could, they would rather commit suicide before they were defiled than end up like that. Sima Yi-yun really wanted to comfort her and say that there would be hope, but even her heart was filled with despair. After a day, In-zoon woke up. The women in the cave were so scared that they began to tremble. Every time he woke up after absorbing a woman's essence, he would repeat the same thing. Everyone shrank back, afraid that they would be the ones in danger today. In-zoon looked around and finally set his eyes on Sima Yi-yun. Sima Yi-yun's body stiffened when she felt his gaze. Was it his turn? Was there still no one to save them? You, come here. In-zoon beckoned to Sima Yi-yun. Sima Yi-yun closed her eyes and took a deep breath. It was indeed her. Let her pass. Was that even possible? She slowly stood up, and Sima Chi-chi pulled her back. Yi-yun, don't. Sima Chi-chi shouted. In-zoon's gaze swept over Sima Chi-chi and said, I haven't tried being with two women yet. Since your relationship is so good, then let's be together. Sima Chi-chi's body stiffened. Together. She wanted to say no, but In-zoon thought they were too troublesome. With a wave of his hand, the two of them were brought over by a gust of wind. The moment Sima Yi-yun approached, she suddenly released a burst of spirit power and hit In-zoon's chest. Even if she couldn't hurt him, if she angered him and let him kill her, it was better than being defiled. Unfortunately, her power was too weak in front of him. That attack dissipated before it got close to him. Ugh, her neck was grabbed by In-zoon and she gradually couldn't breathe. Ha ha ha, I like strong women like you. You taste good. In-zoon said. If you have the ability, then kill me. Sima Yi-yun said with difficulty. You want to provoke me and let me kill you. In-zoon laughed. Little girl, your play is still too tender. Don't worry, I will let you die happily in a while. He threw Sima Chi-chi aside and freed his hand to tear Sima Yi-yun's clothes. Hiss, the sound of clothes tearing completely destroyed the last hope in Sima Yi-yun's eyes. If there was an afterlife, she must become stronger and not let anyone bully her. Don't. Sima Chi-chi screamed and wanted to rush over, but she was thrown to the stone wall by In-zoon. She spat out a mouthful of blood and her back was burning with pain. Don't. She watched as Sima Yi-yun's clothes were torn, revealing her jade-like skin, but she couldn't do anything. Tears kept flowing down as she lay on the ground and cried. Little beauty, don't worry, this lord will make you happy in a while. Inzun smiled. To be honest, I'm a little reluctant to kill a beauty like you. If you are obedient, this lord will make an exception and spare your life and let you follow me. Sima Yi-yun looked at him with a deathly stillness in her eyes. She slowly said, "You better kill me, otherwise I will definitely kill you." Ha ha ha, Inzun laughed. The more you say this, the more reluctant this lord is to kill you. This exalted has decided to keep you alive. This exalted wants to see how you're going to kill me. I definitely will. Sima Yi-yun said word by word. This lord will wait. Now, little beauty, let me have a good time first. Perhaps he was attracted by her. He took out a bed for the first time, instead of doing it on the spot like before. He put Sima Yi-yun on the bed. When he was about to take out his spear, the explosion sounded at the entrance of the cave again. He was so scared that his lower body tightened and all his interest was withdrawn. If it happened a few more times, he didn't know if he would be scared to impotence. You are here again, this time I must catch you. Little beauty, you wait, I will make you comfortable in a while. Inzun got up, put on his pants and went out. Yi-yun. Sima Chi-chi got up from the ground and took out clothes to wrap Sima Yi-yun. Don't be afraid, someone is here to save us. Listen, there are sounds of fighting outside. Sima Yi-yun's eyes turned and finally there was a little light in her pupils. Will someone come to save us? Yes, they must be here to save us. Sima Chi-chi hugged her and said. Haha, there really is a spirit barrier. It's time for this baby to show its power. Little Roar's voice suddenly came from the entrance of the cave, making everyone in the cave happy. Chapter 1162. Read 336, Sima Chi-chi looked out of the cave. Did someone really come to save them? Things happened so suddenly that they even suspected that they were hallucinating. Little Roar, stop messing around. Quickly bring me in. Inzun will be back in a while. Outside the cave, Sima Yi-fei said anxiously. Look at how anxious you are. Isn't this Bao Bao opening a barrier? This is a barrier set up by a Paragon rank expert. Even if it's me, this baby, I would still need some time. Little Roar said. It placed its claws on the spirit barrier and a faint blue halo slowly spread out. When it was able to pass through people, Sima Yi-fei couldn't wait to drill in. The moment he entered, he saw Sima Yi-yun who was lying on the bed with a dress wrapped around her and Sima Chi-chi who was kneeling at the side with tears all over her face. Yi-yun, Chi-chi, are you alright? Yi-fei. Sima Chi-chi cried even more when she saw her brother, but this time, she was crying tears of joy. Sima Yi-fei saw the tattered clothes on the floor and Sima Yi-yun's coat and said with heartache, Yi-yun, you've already been. No, Inzun went out before he started. But it tore Yi-yun's dress. Sima Chi-chi said. I say, the guy inside, hurry up and come out. What are you dawdling in there for? Are you waiting for that big bad guy to come back? Little Roar shouted from outside. That's right, we'll talk about it later. Quickly follow me. Sima Yi-fei continued, you guys follow me too. When he saw that Sima Yi-yun didn't move, he took 2 steps forward and carried her in a princess carry and said to Sima Chi-chi, let's go. The girls had already left. Only after the 3 of them had left did Little Roar release his claws. Come with me. Sima Yi-fei gave a thought and a temporary teleportation array appeared in his hands. He injected his spirit power and brought everyone in, leaving this place. In a valley far away from Sima Yue, Sima Yi-fei led everyone out of the array. We're saved. Are we really out? I thought those women were crying and rejoicing that they had been saved. Many thanks to young master for saving us. The girls said gratefully. Little Roar flew into the air and waved his little paws, saying, "It's me. It's me who saved you." Those women knew that if it hadn't opened the barrier, they wouldn't have been able to escape. Seeing how cute it was, they were all attracted to it. "Thank you for your help, Divine Beast." "Yes, we want to thank you." "Thank you, Divine Beast." Little Roar felt as if he was floating. Seeing so many beauties, he rubbed himself against their arms and touched their chests. Sima Yi Fei saw that Sima Yi Yun didn't have the joy of being rescued, so he lowered his head and reproached himself, "Sorry, Big Brother came late." He rarely called himself Big Brother, but this time, this Big Brother finally made Sima Yi Yun regain her senses and tears fell. Big Brother, that Big Brother contained rebirth after a calamity, sadness, rejoicing, grievance and heartache. It contained too many emotions, making Sima Yi Fei, this kind of careless person, red-eyed. "Sorry, I'm late." Sima Yi Yun leaned on Sima Yi Fei and shook her head. She cried for a while before she stopped. By this time, her panic and fear had dissipated by more than half. Sima Yi Fei saw that her emotions had stabilized and said to Sima Chi Chi, "Bring her to change her clothes." Sima Chi Chi supported Sima Yi Yun and said, "Let's go." Sima Yi Yun came down and pulled her outer clothes tightly to prevent herself from being exposed. "Chi Chi, you were injured just now. Take the pill first." "I'm fine. Let's go and change our clothes first." Sima Chi Chi supported her behind a big rock at the side. When they came out again, Sima Yi Yun had already changed her clothes and Sima Chi Chi had also taken the pill. "Big Brother, why did you come to save us?" "That Divine Beast is." Sima Yi Yun walked over and asked when she saw Little Roar mingling with the other beauties. "That's Yu Yu's spirit beast. Actually, she should be the one who saved you," Sima Yi Fei said. "Yu Yu? You saw her?" Sima Yi Yun and Sima Chi Chi were surprised when they heard Sima Yu Yu's name. That ****** is so strong, who can lure him away? It's Yu Yu's foster father, the Dragon King of the Violet Water Dragon clan, Sima Yi Fei said. He then told them about how they left using the teleportation array and how they met Sima Yu Yu on the other side of the teleportation array. But because of the oath, he left out the little realm and the spirit pagoda. "I didn't expect that we would owe her such a big favor," Sima Yi Yun said. "If it wasn't for her, I'm afraid I would have." She couldn't help but tremble when she thought of that scene. Sima Yi Fei went forward and hugged her, saying, "When you see her, don't be too surprised." "What's wrong?" "You'll know when the time comes." Sima Yi Fei kept them in suspense. They were far away from Sima Yu Yu when they came in and didn't hear much about her, so they didn't know she was a girl. When they met before, if she didn't take the initiative to acknowledge them, they wouldn't have recognized her. Then where are they now? Let's go over and take a look. If anything happens to her, I'm afraid we won't be at ease for the rest of our lives, Sima Yi Yun said. To be honest, I'm worried about them too. But if we go, I'm afraid we'll drag them down, Sima Yi Fei said. How could they participate in a battle between Paragon-ranked experts? Not to mention losing their lives, they would also drag Yu Yu and the others down. We won't participate, we'll just watch from afar, Sima Yi Yun said. I want to see how this person dies. Sima Yi Fei felt her deep hatred. If he didn't let her see him die, he was afraid she wouldn't be able to let it go in this lifetime. All right then. Let's go, Sima Yi Fei said. They went to look for Little Roar. That guy was still taking advantage of those beauties. When they heard that they were going to look for *****, those girls were so scared that their faces turned pale. They were determined not to go. Sima Yi Fei didn't force them and said, since that's the case, let's part ways here. You guys go look for your sects and clans, we'll go look for our friends. Those girls hesitated again. With the previous experience, they didn't dare to act alone. Sima Yi Fei, who saved them, was now their guardian god in their hearts. Why don't we go with you? A girl said, don't you want to see that bad guy get killed? When that girl said that, those girls' hearts began to waver. Finally, they decided to go together. But they had to stay far away and resolutely not get close to that big Zoon. Chapter 1163. Wei Honor arrived at Gate D and saw Wu Lamai and the others in the distance. It was you guys yesterday too. Yes. Wu Lamai said, hand over those girls. You're just a spirit beast with the strength of a supremacy. How dare you challenge me? Wei Honor looked at Wu Lamai with disdain, not taking him seriously. He had cultivated a divine skill, so his strength was much higher than people of the same level, not to mention people who were one level lower than him. It's enough to kill you. Wu Lamai said. Let's give it a try. White supremacy attacked Wu Lamai, but Wu Lamai stood in place without any intention of counterattacking. He only threw a small ball over. How could a small ball withstand his attack? That was underestimating him too much. However, when the small ball collided with his attack, it exploded. It was clearly only the size of a fish, but it dissolved his attack. After waiting for the shockwaves to pass, the elder beside Wu Lamai said, his strength is much higher than ours. We should go back and think of a countermeasure before we come again. That's right. Let's go back first. Wu Lamai had a very unwilling look on his face as he gritted his teeth and said, let's go. With that, they turned around and flew away. Don't you dare run. White Clan roared at them and chased after them. Needless to say, White Supremacy's brain was not very good. He chased after Yi Lingchen without considering if there was a trap. However, it was also because he was confident in his own strength. He felt that in a mortal land, no one could do anything to him. He didn't care about those things at all. Sima Yuyue and Sima Axayanshu waited anxiously. As long as Wei Zun was lured out, Sima Yi Yun and the others would be fine. But this also meant that danger was coming for them. Coming. Xinshu, get ready. Their silhouettes were gradually approaching. Sima Axayanshu's palms were sweating nervously as he waited for Wei Honor to arrive at the top of the array. However, just as he was about to enter the area, he stopped in midair. That was because he saw Sima Yuyue. Sima Yuyue transformed into someone who looked very similar to her. When White Supremacy saw her, he was stunned. How could there be such a beautiful woman in the world? Although his strength was a little low, he was still very young. He could still improve in the future. When Sima Yuyue saw that Wei Zun had stopped moving, she wondered if he was suspecting them. She shouted at Wu Lamai, Godfather, you must kill him. Looking at Sima Yuyue's hateful and fearful expression, Wei Zun seemed to understand Wu Lamai's words, ha ha ha. Little girl, don't be afraid. Follow me, and I will guarantee that you will be able to do whatever you want in this world. Go away, you be *tch, Sima Yuyue shouted, you're so bad, you won't have a good ending. Really? Ha ha ha. Then follow me and see how I'm going to live a carefree life in this world. White Supremacy laughed. Sima Yuyue was trembling in fear. She turned around and ran. When Wei Zun saw her, he put Wu Lamai and the others behind him and chased after her. However, he was trapped after flying a few dozen meters forward. Dragon Trapping Formation. He recognized the formation immediately. He was a little surprised, but he did not panic. He was not in a hurry to get out. He looked at Wu Lamai and the others and said, I was wondering why a spiritual beast like you dared to challenge me. So you set up a formation in advance. Sima Yuyue stopped and turned around to look at White Supremacy, who was trapped in the dragon trapping formation. She did not know if the poison inside would work or how long he would be trapped. She flew back and said, "It seems that you know about this formation. Then you should know that you won't be able to get out of this formation." "Is that so?" White Supremacy was not in a hurry and said, "Did you set up this formation?" "That's right. It's specially set up for people like you," Sima Yue said, "so that you won't be able to go out and harm people in the future. You're very talented to be able to set up such a formation at such a young age." White Supremacy said, "However, do you know that your formation won't be able to trap me for the time it takes to brew a cup of tea? As long as I want to get out, your formation will be broken in 2 moves." Then you can try. Let's see if you can get out in the time it takes to brew a cup of tea," Sima Yue's said confidently. White Supremacy loved Sima Yue's personality. She was so confident that he wanted to destroy her with his own hands. Once he got out and captured her, he would slowly destroy her confidence. "Then you better watch carefully." He attacked the formation. The first time he attacked, the formation was already on the verge of collapse. Sima Yue's expression changed when she saw that. White Supremacy saw her expression and laughed, then attacked a second time. After this attack, only a faint ripple was left in the formation. White Supremacy casually released a wave of spiritual energy and broke the formation. "Not bad. You can actually withstand 3 of my attacks," White Supremacy said with satisfaction. "In the future, your formation should be able to trap me for a longer time." Sima Yue's face turned pale and shouted, "Godfather! You want to capture my baby? You're courting death." Wu Lamai attacked him. You're overestimating yourself." White Supremacy waved his hand and dissolved Wu Lamai's attack. "You think you're worthy of fighting me with that little strength of yours? I'll show you what a true powerhouse is." Wu Lamai did not use his full strength. According to the previous plan, he had to maintain his strength before entering the domain. At the same time, he had to let White Supremacy look down on him so that he could catch him off guard. White Supremacy released a wave of spiritual energy at Wu Lamai. It transformed into a red spiritual beast and attacked him. Wu Lamai also released a water dragon and tangled with White Supremacy's spiritual beast. "We'll help too." The few elders also released their spiritual energy and transformed into egrets to help Wu Lamai. However, they were not as strong as White Supremacy even if they combined. Not only was the front of the formation scattered, but it was also charging towards them. "Space lock!" Sima Yue shouted and sealed the transformed beast. White Supremacy did not expect her to know how to use space lock. He was even more curious about her. She was able to set up a formation like the dragon trapping formation at such a young age and even understood space lock. If he waited for her to grow up, it would be unimaginable. "Little girl, you're really making me more and more interested." He licked his lips and looked at Sima Yue as if he was looking at his prey. "I'll make sure you'll never be interested. Explode for me." Sima Yue cried out coldly, and that transformed spirit beast exploded into spirit energy, dissipating into the air. "Little girl, I'll talk to you slowly after I'm done with your godfather. For now, you should go to the side obediently." White Supremacy released his spiritual energy again but found that his strength was suppressed. He closed his eyes to feel it and suddenly opened them to look at her. It was the first time he was shocked. "Domain. You used domain. How is this possible?" Chapter 1164. If he was only interested in Sima Yue before, he was starting to take her seriously now. A domain can only be comprehended by a venerable. "You're just a little divine. How could you possibly comprehend it?" Sima Yue looked at her and said, "You want to know? I'm not telling you." "Godfather, let go of me." In other words, he had to make the best use of the time. If she wanted to trap an honorable realm expert in her own domain, she would need to expend even more energy. Therefore, he didn't know how long this domain would last. She had told Wu Lamai about this before, so when he heard her say this, he understood what she meant and attacked together with the elders of the Eager clan. Right now, there was no need for them to bully him with numbers. At this moment, killing him was the right thing to do. Sima Yuyue did not need to do anything. She only needed to control her domain. However, this was more important than anyone else. She couldn't use her domain in someone else's domain, but if she used her domain, he would definitely discover it. How could she use her domain unknowingly? No. It wasn't that she didn't notice it. Her movements were actually quite big, but they were all concealed by the spatial seal. She didn't use the spatial seal to deal with his attack, but to use it as a cover to display her domain. As for himself, he never thought that she would be able to comprehend a domain at such a young age, so he didn't think about it at all. He assumed that the fluctuation was caused by the spatial seal. Because both of them really missed each other. Because of his carelessness, he had fallen into a passive situation. This was something he had never thought of in the beginning. Moreover, Wu Lamai's attacks weren't as weak as they appeared to be before. Each of his attacks was quite powerful. Coupled with the suppression from Sima Yoyue's domain, he was having a hard time dealing with it. When Sima Yifei and the others arrived, they were just in time to see them being contained in the realm. When they heard the conversation between Sima Yuyue and Spirit Paragon, everyone was stunned. Did I hear wrongly? Sima Yifei cried out. Domain? Sima Yuyue had actually comprehended a domain. How could this be? It's indeed impossible, but it can only be him. Sima Yiyun said. The others were all spirit beasts, and spirit beasts were unable to comprehend domains. Only Sima Yuyue and Y Supremacy were humans. If it was not Y Supremacy's territory, it could only be Sima Yuyue. Yuyu is mighty, Yuyu is awesome. Little Roar rolled around in Sima Yiyun's embrace. At this moment, Sima Chi suddenly shouted, Sima Yuyue is a girl. Sima Yiyun finally reacted and saw that familiar face. It was indeed a woman dressed up. They were so shocked by what happened in Sima Yoyue's domain that they did not notice this at all. Now that they saw her like this, they were so shocked that they almost dropped Little Roar to the ground. Little Roar regained his balance a few centimeters before landing on the ground. Then, he flew up again and returned to Sima Yiyun's embrace, saying, What's so strange about my family's Yuyu being a girl? Sima Yuyue. Could it be the Vice Valley Lord of Heartbreak Valley, Sima Yuyue? That legendary rising star? Someone cried out in surprise. That's right, that's right. My family's little Yuyu is the Vice Valley Lord of Heartbreak Valley. Little Roar said. I didn't expect her to save us. What's even more unexpected is that she's actually a girl. Everyone was silent. A person who was younger than them was actually so powerful and even saved them. This made their hearts fiercely shocked. Indeed, we can't compare ourselves to others. This was everyone's final sigh. Let's retreat a little more. It won't be good if we get involved. Sima Yifei said. Although they were far away now, if they got involved, it would be too late for them to regret it. They retreated for close to a kilometer and stopped at the edge of their field of vision. This way, they could see what was happening over there. If something happened, it would be better for them to escape. The battle here quickly attracted a lot of people who came to watch. They could only watch from afar when they felt the shock of the battle. Isn't that person the Paragon-ranked expert? There's actually someone who can contend with him. So powerful. He can actually fight with a Paragon-ranked expert. No, it's a few people who are fighting with those people. Why is that young lady so close? Isn't she afraid of being involved? That's right. What a willful young lady. What do you know? Look, she definitely has a divine artifact on her. Every time an attack hits her, it disappears. What divine artifact? It can even resist a battle between paragons. No matter what grade the divine artifact is, it's definitely not something that people like you and me can have. That's right. Only those big powers would have such a divine artifact. What a lucky fellow, to have such good resources. Isn't that so? The surrounding people were discussing animatedly. They didn't find anything wrong until Tang Yun brought the people from the Sage Pavilion over. These people are really powerful. The people from the Sage Pavilion side with those people. If only we had such a powerful divine artifact. At that time, we wouldn't have to be afraid of other people's battle affecting us. What do you know? Tang Yun looked at the battle in shock. That woman is the key. Assistant Pavilion Master, why do you say that? Domain, they're all in that person's domain. Tang Yun said something that even he didn't believe. It can't be, Assistant Hall Master. Isn't a domain something that only paragons can comprehend? I used to think so too. Tang Yun said. But, it's very obvious that the world has played a huge joke on us. It wasn't that those who were weak couldn't comprehend it, but that their talents were too low, so they couldn't comprehend it. Isn't that Sima Yuyue? Someone recognized her identity. That seems to be the Dragon King of the Violet Water Dragon clan. When I was outside the Immortal Land, I heard others mention it. Those are all spirit beasts. Then this domain really was comprehended by Sima Yuyue. This is too unexpected. Powerful. Let's not talk about her background. Just based on her talent, it's something that we can't compare to. Sima Yuyue also knew that many people had come. She had long guessed that this battle would attract people, so she wasn't surprised. As time passed, she felt more and more tired. Supporting the domain was really a physical task. If she didn't get rid of this guy, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to hold on. But looking at Wu Lamai, it didn't look like he could get rid of him in 3 to 5 minutes. No way, if this went on, everything she did today would be wasted. If he escaped, the possibility of catching him again would be a joke. Chapter 1165. Boom! Wu Lamai and Zun's palms collided violently. The shockwave from the collision almost flipped the elders over. Sima Yuyue's domain trembled. Ugh, Sima Yuyue was slightly injured and blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. Tang Yun saw her state and said, the situation is not good. This venerable one's strength is unexpectedly strong. Their levels aren't much higher, so why are they so powerful? Someone asked. It should be related to his cultivation method. He used women as cauldrons and absorbed their essence qi, which was originally an evil cultivation technique. And this type of cultivation method is extremely damaging, but it can allow one's battle prowess to surpass ordinary people. Tang Yun explained. It doesn't look too different. Someone didn't understand. You two seem to be evenly matched, but that's in that little girl's domain. On one hand, she was suppressing the venerable's strength, on the other hand, she was providing power to the Violet Water Dragon King. To be unable to take down the opponent in such a situation, if this venerable isn't very strong, then what is? Tang Yun said. Not good, it seems like they're going to lose. Someone exclaimed. Wu Lamai didn't expect his opponent's strength to be so much higher than he had expected. The two of them had fought for so long, but there was still no clear winner. He could already feel that Sima Yuyue could not hold on any longer. Once the territory collapsed, she would definitely escape. Cutting the weeds without removing the roots was definitely looking for trouble in the future. The onlookers in the distance also understood this, but there was nothing they could do. After all, the level of their strength was obvious. Looks like I can't just stand by and watch. Tang Yun sighed. With a leap, he flew over to Sima Yoyue's domain and said, "Little friend, let me in." Because she didn't have a good impression of the people from the Sage Pavilion, when Tang Yun came over, she didn't let him in immediately. If he was here to save the Supreme, then wouldn't he be inviting a wolf into the house? Yu, your senior brother said that we could try to trust this deputy pavilion master. Little Spirit conveyed Wu Lingyu's message. Sima Yuyue did not expect Wu Lingyu to speak. Since he said he believed her, then she would believe him. She expanded her domain a little and enveloped him. Tang Yun didn't say anything else and immediately attacked. He was a man of few words and preferred to act directly. Wu Lamai was already on par with a supremacy, and now there was another supremacy. Although his level was lower than both of them, he had become the point that broke the balance. Once the scales began to tilt, it would be easy to topple them completely. It didn't take long for the two of them to subdue the other party. At the moment when the Paragon lost its fighting strength, Sima Yuyu's spirit realm collapsed completely and she fell backwards. Yuyue. Everyone wanted to help her up, but they were too far away and couldn't make it in time. Sima Yuyue did not feel the stiffness of the ground. She looked up and saw Tang Yun's smiling foxy eyes. Yuyue, little friend, your appearance seems to have changed from before. Tang Yun said. Let me do it. Wu Lamai ran over and said to the two. That pair of eyes that could see through everything made Sima Yuyue subconsciously guarded against him. At that time, in order to attract Supremacy's attention, she changed her appearance to look like herself. But she didn't expect so many people to recognize her. Since she had already been exposed, then there was no need for her to hide anymore. With a thought, Little Seven and Little Dream appeared in front of everyone. The moment they appeared, they supported her and squeezed Tang Yun to one side. Yu, are you okay? Little Seven asked. Sima Yuyue leaned on Little Seven and said, I'm okay. Little Dream, go. Little Dream understood what Sima Yuyue meant. She came to Supremacy's side and sent her consciousness into his mind. After a while, she came back and nodded to Sima Yuyue, kill him. Someone shouted from outside. That's right. Kill this asterisk, so that he can't harm girls anymore. Sima Yi Fei brought everyone over. Yuyue, how are you? Sima Chi Chi and Sima Yi Yun came to Sima Yuyue and asked with concern. I'm okay, nothing serious. Are you two okay? Sima Yuyue asked. Everything was to save them. If anything happened, then her efforts would have been in vain. Almost. Sima Yi Yun said, if it wasn't for you, I would have been defiled. Can you leave this person to me? Sima Yuyue didn't see Sima Yi Yun's clothes being torn, but seeing her angry look, she guessed it pretty much. Anyway, Little Dream already got what she wanted. Whether this supremacy lived or died, it didn't have much to do with her. Be careful, what if he suddenly reacts, I know. Sima Yi Yun left after speaking, Sima Chi Chi followed. Sima Yuyue sat on the chair and watched as Sima Yi Yun went up, took out a long sword and stabbed down fiercely. The supremacy who was already on his last breath was stabbed in the heart and his vitality slowly dissipated. Because of a moment of carelessness and conceit, he inexplicably lost his life. Those girls saw that Sima Yi Yun went to kill the supremacy and thought of the fright they suffered these days, so they went up and stabbed themselves. Those who died were filled with righteous indignation and went up to stab themselves to vent the hatred in their hearts. Sima Yuyue sat at the back of the crowd, waiting for those people to vent their anger and disperse. What she saw was a corpse full of holes. Finish him off completely. Sima Yuyue said to Little Dream. Little Dream nodded and walked over. She took out a ball of black flame and threw it onto the corpse. Soon, the corpse turned into ashes. The supremacy that everyone was afraid of for a few months was finally finished off. Those girls didn't have to be afraid and hide anymore. Sima Yue ate the pill and felt better. She left with Wu Lamai and the rest. Those people didn't even have time to thank her. When everyone regained their attention from the supremacy, they had already left everyone's field of vision. When she left, Tang Yun looked at her back and the corners of his mouth curled up into a faint smile. Why do I feel that she has something to do with it? I don't know if this is a good thing or not. It really makes me curious. Sima Yue felt the probing gaze from behind. He saw that she was leaving, but he didn't say anything to stop her. He was one of the vice pavilion masters of the Sage Pavilion and also the youngest supremacy in the Sage Pavilion. Why did he help her just now? They found a place where there was no one. Sima Yue took out a small door and brought everyone to the little realm. Little Dream, what did you find in his memories? Sima Yue asked after entering. Chapter 1166. What did he find in his memory? Sima Axayan Shu and the rest looked at Xiao Meng, wanting to know what she saw. Yu, sit down first. I'll tell you. Xiao Meng helped Sima Yue to a chair and sat down, saying that white supremacy wasn't like this in the past. Instead, he obtained a cultivation method of plucking Y to nourish Yang. He's the person we guessed before who killed everyone in one move. This year, he learned the cultivation method and began to look for women. What an evil cultivation method. Yes, this person was never a good person in the past. He has been stuck at his current level for a long time and is nearing the end of his lifespan. After obtaining this skill, he contacted me. Xiao Meng continued, if we hadn't killed him, he would have needed to collect another 9,000 women to advance. If he didn't die, wouldn't he have to kill 9,000 women? Sima Chi cried out. She was both afraid and glad to think that they had almost become one of the 9,000. I see. Sima Yue said, all right, are you going out to look for the Sima family or are you going to stay here? We don't want to find those people. Sima Chi already knew that Sima Fei and the others had given up on saving them. Although this could be said to be reasonable, the matter was originally caused by them. The fact that they abandoned them in the end made them not want to be with them anymore. Sima Yue didn't force her. Sima Fei and the others weren't good people either. Then go and find a place to rest, I'll heal myself first. Sima Yue said, other than the lake, you can go anywhere else. Okay. Let's visit this place as well. Sima Axayan Shu and the other three left. Sima Yue looked at Xiao Meng and asked, what else did you see in his memories? When Xiao Meng was talking about that person's memory, no one noticed it, but Sima Yue felt that she paused. She must have something that she didn't say. Yu, I saw in his memories that Di Xia and the others went to a place where they disappeared. Little Dream said. Sima Yue was shocked and asked, is he sure? Little Dream nodded and said that white supremacy once approached that place and felt a very strong spatial fluctuation there. By the way, the Sima family has also entered that place. Uncle Lu Feng and the others. Yes. Once, he caught 2 women. When he was passing by, he glanced inside and happened to see the 2 of them. And it wasn't just them. Quite a few people had entered in the past few months, and their strength wasn't low either. However, no one came out. If it wasn't because he wanted to find a woman, he might have gone too. Little Dream said. Does he know what's there? Sima Yue asked. Little Dream shook her head and said, he doesn't know. Sima Yue leaned back on the chair and folded her hands together, deep in thought. Yu, are we going? Little Seven asked. With so many people going, there must be something inside. However, they all left their juniors behind, which means it must be very dangerous inside. Sima Yue said. But we don't know how long Di Xia and the others will stay in there. If they stay until the immortal land closes, then it'll be troublesome. Then let's go in. I can protect you, Little Seven said. At this moment, Wulomai walked over and said, I once heard my ancestors say that if there's a hidden space in the immortal land, then it's either a great opportunity or great danger. It won't be just a small fight. If it's a great opportunity, then it's fine. If it's a great danger, then we must be strong. Sima Yue said, no wonder Uncle Lu Feng and the others left their juniors behind. Whether it's a great opportunity or great danger, they're weak and will drag everyone down. That's right. A great opportunity will cause people to fight for it, not to mention great danger. No matter what it is, let's go in and take a look. Sima Yue heard Wulomai's words and was a little tempted. If there was a great opportunity, then she would go and take a share of it. Okay, we'll go when you use body recovers, Little Seven said. Sima Yue saw her like that and smiled. She let them play by themselves and then began to meditate to recover. On the other side, Sima Yun and the others came to a small mountain. From here, they could see the living area of Blood Fiend City. I didn't expect that Yue has such a place. Sima Yun looked down at the lively living area and sighed. That's right. Sima Axianshu said, we heard about what happened in Blood Fiend City. At that time, we were discussing how it was possible for so many people in Blood Fiend City to suddenly disappear. I didn't expect that they actually came here. Sigh, Sima Chi sighed, I didn't expect Yue to be a girl. We're both girls but the difference is too big. It's really a blow. But younger sister is not bad too. Sima Yun smiled. We really have to thank her for this matter. If we didn't meet her, we wouldn't be able to think of a way to save you guys. Sima Fei said. Especially in such a short period of time. The smile on Sima Yun's face faded. This matter made her eager to increase her strength. Only when she became stronger, then she wouldn't be bullied by others. Oh right, don't tell anyone about the little realm. Because we swore before that we won't tell anyone. Otherwise, we'll go to hell. Sima Fei warned. Don't worry, we won't tell anyone. Sima Chi said, just based on the fact that she saved us, we won't do such a thing. Yes. Sima Yun nodded. Sima Yue, who was meditating and recuperating, was relieved when she heard what they said. Although she believed them, but she still wanted to hear it from them personally to be assured. But the people on the mountain didn't know that even though they were so far away, Sima Yue could still hear them. Because other people also had little realms but they couldn't completely merge with the little realm. They were still lamenting about Sima Yue. Sigh, Yue is so powerful. If she wants to return to the clan, those people definitely won't object. Sima Chi said. That might not be the case. Sima Axianshu said, although we didn't know what happened at that time, but it caused quite a commotion. At that time, many people participated in it. After that, there were many clan heads and sect heads who came to the meeting that day. Even an old ancestor was alarmed. Yes. Sima Yun agreed, if they insist on objecting, or if they have some agreement, even if Yue is very outstanding now, she might not be able to return. Chapter 1167. If he was only interested in Sima Yue before, then he was starting to look at her seriously now. Domain is something that only venerables can comprehend. You're just a deity, how could you comprehend this? Sima Yue looked at her and said, you want to know? I'm not telling you. Godfather, let go. Her unspoken meaning was to hurry up. If she wanted to trap a venerable in her domain, she would need to expend a lot more energy. Therefore, she didn't know how long this domain could last. She had already told Olamai about this, so he understood what she meant when he heard her. He and the other Egret elders attacked together. There was no need for them to bully him with numbers. Right now, killing him was the right thing to do. Sima Yue didn't need to do anything. She only needed to control her domain, but this was more important than everyone else. She couldn't use her own domain in someone else's domain, but if she used it, he would definitely notice. How could she unknowingly use her domain? No. It wasn't unknowingly. Her movements were actually very loud, but they were all covered up by the spatial seal. She didn't use the spatial seal to deal with his attack, but to use it as a cover to unleash her domain. As for himself, he didn't think that she would comprehend a domain at such a young age. Therefore, he didn't think about it in that aspect. He only thought that the fluctuation was caused by the spatial seal. Because of the two, they were really similar. Because of his carelessness, he had fallen into a passive situation. This was something he didn't expect from the start. Moreover, Olamai's attacks were not as weak as they appeared to be. Each of his attacks was quite powerful. Coupled with the suppression of Sima Yue's domain, he was having a hard time dealing with them. When Sima Yifei and the others arrived, they happened to see them being contained within the domain. Everyone was stunned when they heard the conversation between Sima Yue and Spirit Supremacy. Did I hear it right? Sima Yifei exclaimed. Domain? Sima Yue actually comprehended a domain. How was that possible? It's indeed impossible, but it can only be her, Sima Yun said. The others were all spiritual beasts, and spiritual beasts couldn't comprehend a domain. Sima Yue and Supremacy Y were humans. If it wasn't Supremacy Y's domain, then it could only be Sima Yue. Yu is mighty. Yu is awesome. Little Roar rolled around in Sima Yun's arms. At that moment, Sima Chichi suddenly exclaimed, Sima Yue is a woman. Only then did Sima Yun react. He saw that the familiar face was indeed dressed in female clothing. They were so shocked by Sima Yue's domain that they didn't notice it at all. Now that they saw her in that state, they were so shocked that Little Roar almost fell to the ground. Little Roar regained its balance a few centimeters before it fell to the ground. It flew back into Sima Yun's arms and said, "What's so strange about my Yaya being a woman?" Sima Yue. Could she be the Vice Valley Master of Broken Intestines Valley, Sima Yue? That legendary rising star, someone cried out in surprise. Yes, yes. My little Yaya is the Vice Valley Master of Broken Intestines Valley, said Little Roar. I didn't expect her to save us. What's more, she's a woman. Everyone was silent. A person who was younger than them was actually so powerful, and he even saved them. This made their hearts fiercely shocked. You really can't compare yourself with others. This was the consensus of everyone. Let's retreat a little more. It'll be bad if we get involved, said Sima Yifei. Although they were far away, if they got involved, it would be too late for them to regret it. They retreated nearly a kilometer, and stopped at the edge of their field of vision. This way, they could see what was happening over there, and if anything happened, they could escape better. The battle here quickly attracted a lot of people who came to watch. Feeling the shocking battle, those people could only watch from afar. Isn't that person the venerable level expert? There's actually someone who can compete with him. Amazing! He can actually fight with a venerable level expert. No, it's several people working together to fight with those people. Why is that little girl so close? Isn't she afraid of being involved? Yes. What a willful girl. What do you know? Look, she must have a divine artifact on her. Every time we attack her, it dissipates. What kind of divine artifact is it? It can even resist the battle between venerable level experts. No matter what level of divine artifact it is, it's certainly not something people like you and me can have. That's right. Only those major forces can have such a divine artifact. What a lucky fellow to have such a good resource. Isn't that so? The surrounding spectators discussed and didn't notice anything amiss until Tang Yun appeared with the people from the Sacred Monarch Pavilion. These people are truly amazing. The people from the Sage Pavilion sighed along with those people. If only we also have such a powerful divine artifact. At that time, we won't have to be afraid of being affected by other people's battle. What do you know? Tang Yun looked at the battle in shock. That woman is the key. Deputy Pavilion Master, why do you say that? Domain. They are all in that person's domain. Tang Yun said something that even he didn't believe. It can't be, right? Deputy Pavilion Master, shouldn't domain be something that only honorable class experts can comprehend? I used to think so too. Tang Yun said. But, it is obvious that the world is playing a huge joke on us. It wasn't that people with low strength couldn't comprehend it, but their talent was too low, causing them to be unable to comprehend it. Isn't that Sima Yue? Someone recognized her identity. That seems to be the Purple Water Dragon race's Dragon King. When I was outside the immortal domain, I heard about it from others. Those are all spiritual beasts, right? Then this domain is really comprehended by Sima Yue. This is too unexpected. Amazing. Let's not talk about her background, just her talent alone is something that we can't even hope to catch up to. Sima Yue also knew that many people had come. She had already guessed that this battle would attract people, so she wasn't surprised. As time passed, she felt that it was getting more and more difficult to maintain the domain. This was really a physical task. If she didn't get rid of this guy soon, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. But looking at Ulamai's appearance, it didn't seem like he could finish him off in 3 to 5 minutes. No, if this continued, everything that she had done today would be in vain. If he escaped, the possibility of catching him again would be even greater. Chapter 1168. Read 336, what are you looking at? Wu Lingyu reached out to grab a handful of her black hair and twirled it around his finger a few times. Sima Yue turned around and pulled out her hair. She pulled him up and said, let's go, I don't know what it is either. Wu Lingyu was pulled up by her and brought to the front of the small pagoda of the Spirit Pagoda. Sima Yue rarely came here. Usually, she would directly ask Little Spirit to take out whatever she needed. She would not specially come here. Every time she came here, she would be reminded of the time when she complained and got an afro. Little Spirit appeared and said, I thought you had forgotten about this matter. Haven't I been busy recently? Sima Yue said, why don't you just tell me what's inside? I had to do it myself. You'll know once you see it. Little Spirit was still keeping her in suspense. Let's go. He brought Sima Yue and Wu Lingyu in. They walked up floor by floor and stopped in between the 3rd and 4th floor. A faint mist shrouded the staircase. Since Sima Yue had not gone up, the mist did not disperse. Go up. Little Spirit said to her. Sima Yue nodded and walked up the stairs. The clouds and mist slowly dispersed until she reached the 4th level, and all the clouds and mist dissipated. Wu Lingyu followed him. The two of them stood in front of the door of the 4th floor, waiting to see what was inside that made Little Spirit so mysterious. Sima Yue took a deep breath and pushed the door open slowly. Unlike the previous floors, this floor was not an empty world of mountains and rivers, nor were there many mines. It was just a pitch-black room, a very large room. It's so dark. It's so dusty. Sima Yue waved her hand in front of her. You've become stupid after getting injured. Little Spirit said disdainfully. She had been behaving better and better recently, so much so that he had almost forgotten the time when he had often despised her. A few black lines slid down Sima Yu's face. This guy came to test her again. Didn't he just say that she could control herself? Wouldn't it be fine if he just reminded her? Why did he have to despise her like this? With a single thought, the pitch-black room immediately became bright. However, the scene that suddenly appeared made her stunned. Even Wu Lingyu was surprised. After a while, Sima Yue regained her senses. She looked at the pile of scrap metal in front of her and asked in disbelief, "These are the things in the 4th floor?" "That's right." Little Spirit replied affirmatively. Sima Yue pursed her lips. No wonder this guy wanted her to see it for herself. If it told her what was here, she probably wouldn't have believed it. Little Spirit looked at her face full of disdain and rolled his eyes, saying, "You don't really think that these are just scrap metal, do you? Isn't it?" Sima Yue turned her head with a look of confusion. Little Spirit couldn't help but roll his eyes again and said, "These are all treasures." Treasures. Sima Yue took out something that looked like a hand. She really couldn't tell what kind of treasure it was. "I said you're stupid, but you just have to say you're stupid." Little Spirit said, "The real thing is inside, not here. It's at the back." Only then did Sima Yue know that there should be a door at the back of this house filled with scrap metal that was bigger than a few footballs. "You should have said so earlier." She rolled her eyes at Little Spirit. Holding Wu Lingyu's hand, she stepped on the scrap metal and walked over. "These are all treasures, but you don't have the ability to do so. You can only treat them as scrap metal." Little Spirit said. "Is that so? Then why don't you try and turn this into a treasure for me to see?" Sima Yue said. "If I had the ability, would I still be a weapon spirit?" Little Spirit stared at her. Sima Yue curled her lips and ignored him. The scrap metal under her feet was uneven, so she had to walk properly. Yes, it was. They walked for a while before reaching the opposite side. After climbing over a pile of scrap metal, she finally saw a similar door. They walked down and Wu Lingyu went to open the door. However, the door didn't budge. "You're useless. Only she can open it," Little Spirit said. This was her place. Only she could come and go as she pleased. Sima Yue walked over and pushed lightly. The door opened. Behind the door, it was still pitch black. With her previous experience, Sima Yue gave a thought and turned this place into daytime. Hiss, after seeing the things here, she subconsciously sucked in a breath of air. There were machine-like people standing neatly together. They were formed by the scrap metal outside. "These are mecha people." She covered her mouth and asked in disbelief. "That's right." Little Spirit said, "I've said it before. Those are not scrap metal. It's just that you don't know how to use them." "All right. I admit that you're right this time." Sima Yue walked over and touched the mecha people. To the people of this continent, these mecha people were like the robots in her previous world. They were of very high existence. It was said that these mecha people were more powerful than spirit beasts of the same level. It's really surprising. I didn't expect them to be mecha people. Sima Yue said, "But how do we control them?" "How would I know?" Little Spirit said, "None of my previous masters did this." "Do you know?" Sima Yue asked. "I know a little, but I'm not very familiar with it," Wu Lingyu said. Before he went to the Devil Realm, he had only heard about it. After he went to the Devil Realm, he didn't do it. "What do you know?" "The way to control the lowest level mecha." Wu Lingyu said, "It seems that different levels of control have different methods." "Oh." Sima Yue didn't expect Wu Lingyu to know everything, then tell me which are the most basic. I'll look for books on this when I go out. Then you have to differentiate the levels. Little Spirit said. "Why do I need to differentiate the levels? It's so obvious. I can tell with one look." Sima Yue said. "Oh. You've become smarter. Little Spirit asked. Sima Yuyue couldn't take it anymore. She hugged him and rubbed his face. These mecha people all have different appearances. It's impossible that the more detailed they are, the lower the level, right? I still understand this point. She had already noticed that the mecha people in each region had different appearances. Some were rough, some were detailed. It was obvious that they were divided into different levels. There were even some that looked similar to a real person, just that they didn't have any expressions. Suddenly, her hands stopped. Her face was filled with surprise. She carried Little Spirit and walked towards one of the mecha people. Chapter 1169. Wu Lingyu and Little Spirit did not know what was wrong with her. Why did she suddenly stop talking? Sima Yuyue walked in front of one of the mechas. She was stunned when she saw the pattern on the skin of the mecha. Little Spirit turned around and saw that there was a black lotus flower under the mecha's collarbone that was similar to the one on Sima Yuyue's back. Black lotuses bloomed under that fair collarbone, looking exceptionally enchanting. Yu, this is the same as the one on your back. Little Spirit said, ignoring the existence of Wu Lingyu. Wu Lingyu narrowed his eyes. He had seen Yuyu's back. Although it was an artifact spirit, it was still a male. As long as it was a male, it could not be forgiven. Sima Yuyue looked at the Black Lotus and thought of the story between the Azure Sea Emperor and the woman called Yuyu. Black Lotus. Why is there a Black Lotus here? She muttered. This definitely had nothing to do with Emperor Kanglan, because this mecha was obviously earlier than them. But what was certain was that this person was definitely related to 9 Nether Mountains Mo Lien. Otherwise, Mo Lien would not have appeared here. However, without any records or legends about this, her doubts would remain as doubts forever. 9 Underworld Devil Lotus, I didn't expect to see this here. Wu Lingyu sighed. Senior brother, you know about the 9 Underworld Devil Lotus? Sima Yuyue asked. I've heard of some. Wu Lingyu said, I only know that the 9 Underworld Devil Lotus clan is very mysterious in the Ghost Realm and was once the ruler of the Ghost Realm. He didn't know anything else. Moreover, this was something that happened before my era. After so many years, I don't even know what it's like now. Since this person tattooed the ink lotus on it, it means that the owner of this 7-story pagoda has at least seen the ink lotus or knows about it, Sima Yuyue said. What did the 9 Underworld's Devil Lotus have to do with her? Why was there such a flower behind her? Don't worry about whether Mo Lien is Mo Lien or not, there's no use thinking about this right now. Little Spirit said. That's true. Before Sima Yuyue left, she reached out her hand to touch the Black Lotus. However, the moment her fingers touched it, she felt that the Black Lotus on her back was a little hot. The Black Lotus on the mecha seemed to have come alive. There were still 2 petals that hadn't bloomed, but they all bloomed under Sima Yuyue's touch. How could this be? Little Spirit whispered. Sima Yuyue was also shocked by the scene and stood rooted to the ground. Gotcha! The crisp sound was exceptionally loud in this quiet environment. Sima Yuyue lowered her head to look and realized that a mechanism had appeared on the lady's stomach, revealing an empty stomach. Sima Yuyue bent down and saw a box inside. She reached in and took the box out. This box also has a Black Lotus on it. Little Spirit said, open it and see what's inside. Sima Yuyue looked around but did not find any traps. Senior brother, take a look at this. How do you open it? She passed the box to him. Wu Lingyu took it and looked at it, saying, this is a Ling Long box, I can't open it. Ling Long box? What kind of box is that? Sima Yuyue asked. The Ling Long box is known as the strongest box in the world. If you don't have a key, no one can open it. Wu Lingyu explained, even if a Paragon Ranker attacked with all his strength, he wouldn't be able to open it. Back then, that person had such a powerful item like the 7-story pagoda and so many mechas. It wasn't strange for him to have this box. So powerful. Is this still a box? Sima Yue took the box and looked it over. I don't see anything special about it. This box looks very ordinary, but the material is very rare. Wu Lingyu said, now that you have this, you've picked up a treasure. Sima Yue smiled until her eyes narrowed. She giggled and said, why would such a strong box be hidden here? Other people can't open it anyway. Although the box can't be opened, if someone gets their hands on it, they will take it away. Wu Lingyu guessed, if that's the case, then he won't be able to achieve his goal of giving this to a specific person. Sima Yue was startled before she understood. He was saying that this box was left for someone related to the Mo Lian clan. Thinking of the burning behind her just now and seeing Mo Lian's transformation on the mecha just now, perhaps it was as he said. Let me see if there's a key inside. Little Spirit moved closer to the mecha's stomach and looked inside, saying, there isn't. There definitely won't be. Wu Lingyu said, this Ling Long box's mechanism is different from other boxes. There's a small mechanism inside the box. Every time before it's closed, an item will be placed inside. If you want to open it again, you will need something related to that item to open it. Then how can this be opened? Sima Yue looked at the Ling Long box. Something that could be placed inside and hidden inside the mecha's body must be very precious. But right now, she could only look on helplessly. This feeling really wasn't the normal kind of stifling. I think this should be related to you. Wu Lingyu said, you were the one who opened the mecha, so this box should be related to Mo Lian. Don't tell me I have to go to the Ghost Realm's 9 Nether Mountain to pluck a black lotus and place it on top. Sima Yue was gloomy and blurted this out without thinking. Even if you want to pluck it, there might not be one. Wu Lingyu knocked her head and said, since this is related to Mo Lian, then it might be related to your bloodline. Try dripping a drop of blood on top. Oh. Sima Yue didn't have high hopes for this. After all, that person could choose from thousands of items, and it might not necessarily be related to her bloodline. She cut her finger and dripped a drop of blood on top. She watched as the drop of blood fused into the box, followed by a click. It's done. Sima Yue gently opened the box. The box that was motionless just now actually opened. What appeared in front of them was a small space. It wasn't as small as it looked from the outside. There were many books lying inside. Sima Yue took out several books and flipped through them. They were all books on weapon refinement. Wu Lingyu took them and took a look, saying in astonishment, these books, what's wrong with these books? Wu Lingyu took out 2 of the books and said, these 2 books are on par with the formation book I found for you. So impressive. Sima Yue exclaimed softly. It could be seen from Big Wei and Little Wei's attitude towards her how high the status of that formation book was in the world of formations. Then weren't those 2 books the Mount Tai and the Big Dipper of the weapon refinement books? These 2 books are handwritten notes. It looks like a weapon refinement master casually jotted them down on his own. I read 1 or 2 of them, and they are all very insightful insights. Chapter 1170. Book title, A Gift Specially Prepared by Zhang. Sima Yue knew that Wu Lingyu's skill in smithing was very high. If even he had a penetrating opinion, how amazing must he be? However, this person's grade was definitely not low since he even had a Mount Tai level refining book. It was not surprising that he was able to come up with such insightful insights. Wu Lingyu continued reading. Towards the end, a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes, but then he understood. These are suitable for you to read. He handed the books to her. Sima Yue looked at him in confusion. These manuals range from beginner to advanced. Wu Lingyu said, it's obvious that they were prepared for a newcomer. That good. It is indeed a little surprising. Wu Lingyu said, a normal Almighty's handbook wouldn't have something as basic as this, but it seems to have everything here. That is indeed strange. Sima Yue said. If it were an ordinary person, I wouldn't find it strange. But looking at all these, Wu Lingyu glanced at her. It should have been left behind especially for people like you. If she hadn't discovered it, but someone else had, she would have left it to that person. Who is that almighty being? Why did you leave these behind? Sima Yue asked curiously. Wu Lingyu shrugged. Even she didn't know about this, let alone a demon king like him. This. Wu Lingyu turned to the book at the bottom and exclaimed. What's wrong? Sima Yue moved her gaze away from the letters and asked. I think only you guys can open this book. Wu Lingyu handed the book to Sima Yue. Sima Yue placed the other books in Wu Lingyu's hands and took the book. Seeing that the pages were blank, she said, wordless heavenly book. Look ahead, Wu Lingyu said. Sima Yue flipped the book over and saw the words mecha techniques written on it. This is a book on building and controlling mecha, she asked in surprise. Why isn't there a single word on it? How will others see this? Look at the first page, Wu Lingyu said. Sima Yue flipped to the first page. It said, if you can open this box, then your bloodline should be able to decipher the secret technique in this book. Bloodline again. Could this person actually be our ancestor? Or perhaps they carry Mo Lian's bloodline. Sima Yue said. Otherwise, why would everything be related to bloodlines? It's not impossible. Wu Lingyu said, let's give it a try. Sima Yue tore open the wound and let out another drop of blood, dripping it onto the book. The blood seeped into the craft paper, and black words slowly appeared on the book. It really works. It seems like this book really needs your bloodline, Wu Lingyu said. Sima Yue flipped through the book and stopped when she saw that the words on the last few pages were different. This was left behind by that person. Sima Yue saw the clues after skimming through the first few lines. She quickly finished reading the few pages and sighed endlessly when she reached the end. What does it say? Wu Lingyu asked. It's also about a love story related to a woman from the Black Lotus clan. Sima Yue said, it should have been earth-shattering at the time. Unfortunately, it didn't have a good ending. It seemed like the two love stories she knew about that were related to the Black Lotus clan didn't have good endings. When she thought of this, she glanced at Wu Lingyu. Wu Lingyu held her shoulder and said, that's someone else's story. We're different from them. Don't worry. Sima Yue indeed didn't worry too much. She didn't think that other people's things would happen to her. Right, speaking of which, this woman is also called Yu. At least, that's what this person called her. Wu Lingyu raised his eyebrows. Also called Yu. The Azure Sea Emperor's beloved woman was called Yu, and this woman was also called Yu. Was this really a coincidence? That's really a coincidence. Could it be that people from the Black Lotus clan all like to call themselves Yu? Who knows? Sima Yue said, but look at this. With this book, I've long been able to learn how to control these mechas. I believe that it won't be an easy task. Wu Lingyu said, it definitely won't be easy for you. Why? Why do you think he put so many weapon refinement books here? Wu Lingyu reminded her. Sima Yue slapped her forehead. Don't tell me only weapon refiners can control mechas. You'll know when you see it. Wu Lingyu said. Alright. Sima Yue flipped through the book again. This time, she flipped to the title page. There were only a few sentences on it. She glanced at the words inside and was instantly speechless. Other than the lowest level mechas, the rest can only be controlled by pill refiners. What the hell is this? Wu Lingyu looked at her in amusement. She was a pill refiner, array master, beast tamer, seeker, and so on. The only thing she wasn't was a weapon refiner. Now that all these treasures could only be used by weapon refiners, it would be strange if she wasn't hopping mad. Don't forget, you promised Ling Long that you would help her. It's been so many years, but you still haven't started learning weapon refinement. Little Spirit reminded from the side. Sima Yue rubbed her head and said, I'll learn as soon as possible. In recent years, she had been really busy. She simply didn't have that much time to learn weapon refinement. But now, looking at this room full of mechas, and thinking about those scrap metals that could be used outside, she'd better go learn. Don't worry, you're still smiling. There's still a long time to learn. Don't push yourself too hard. Wu Lingyu said. I know. Sima Yue pursed her lips. Why don't the lowest level mechas need to be a weapon refiner? Little Spirit asked. Because it's easy to control the lowest level mechas. If you want to control them, you just have to inject your own spiritual energy into their energy source. Sima Yue looked at the mechas and said, although I don't know where the energy source is, I think it should be relatively simple. Let's talk about it after I've properly researched this matter. Every minute in the immortal land was precious. This was because the opening time was limited. Thus, weapon refinement could only be done after leaving this place. With these books, it'll be easy for you to learn weapon refinement. Wu Lingyu said. Don't you know weapon refinement? Then teach me. Sima Yue said, I'll ask you if there's anything I don't understand. Okay. Wu Lingyu nodded, but if I teach you weapon refinement, will I be your master? Sima Yue glanced at him and said lightly, what do you think? I think this suggestion is not bad. Go away. Gentlemen's Assembly. Chapter 1171. In the end, the master-disciple relationship was not established, but they spent more time together. This put him in a good mood, because every minute and second he spent with her was so precious. They stayed inside for a few days before Little Spirit left, leaving behind Sima Yue and Wu Lingyu to study the mechas. Come, let's try. Sima Yue said. She pulled Wu Lingyu to the front of the mechas. The two of them each found a low-level mecha and began to control it. Wu Lingyu was done very quickly. She crossed her arms and looked at her. Why are you so fast? Sima Yue looked at her gloomily. Wu Lingyu's lips curled into a smile. I'm talented. There's nothing I can do about it. She glared at him, ignored him, and continued to fiddle with her own. Wasn't it just because he knew how to refine artifacts? What a bully. After a while, she succeeded as well. The mecha began to understand her thoughts. It's really not bad, she said with a smile. This kind of low-level one isn't very useful. It doesn't have high combat power, and it's not very agile. Wu Lingyu said, but it can be used when there's no one around. Sima Yue pursed her lips. This guy had high standards and even pointed out her weakness. Armament master, she would definitely become an armament master. Sima Yue thought about how she was going to look for Dijie, Sima Lu Feng, and the others. She didn't know what was going on inside, so she controlled a few more mechas just in case. Not bad. It's a pity that there aren't many intermediate and advanced ones. Sima Yue said. There are at least tens of thousands of low-level ones, and fewer mid-level ones. The only high-level one seems to be that woman's. Wu Lingyu said, according to the usual pattern, there should be quite a number of middle-ranked and above. It was impossible for there to be so many low-level ones and so few mid-level and high-level ones. There should be something else. Sima Yue released her divine sense and saw a door behind the mecha. There's a door there. There should be something inside. Let's go and take a look. Wu Lingyu nodded. Holding her hand, he walked over and found that there were 3 doors. This time, he didn't push the door open. He let go of her hand and let her go. Sima Yue came to the door in the middle and pushed it gently. The door did not move. No matter how hard she tried, it didn't budge. Sima Yue took 2 steps back. This house can't be opened. Wu Lingyu looked around and didn't find any traps. I'll try the other 2 doors. Sima Yue went to the door on the left and tried to push it, but it did not budge. Could it be that this wasn't something she could open? She tried a few more times, but the results were the same. She gave up and went to the door on the right. She thought the result would be the same, so she used a lot of strength this time. But the door opened with a light touch. Because she used too much force, she fell inside. Bang bang bang, the sound of something falling to the ground could be heard. Wu Lingyu went over and shot out a flame. He saw a certain someone lying on top of a mecha. In front of her, a pile of mechas were piled up. Sima Yue covered her face and said softly, I don't know what's here. I can't use my divine sense. Because it was too dark, because she couldn't use her divine sense, and because the impact was too strong, she didn't stop and fell onto a mecha. The mechas were placed neatly. When she fell, the mechas behind her fell like dominoes. It had been many years since she did something like this, especially in front of him. It was really too embarrassing. Wu Lingyu didn't think much of it at first, but seeing her like this, he laughed softly. Why, what's there to see on the ground? Are you planning to keep lying there? Sima Yue lay on the ground and didn't get up. It had been a few hundred years since she was embarrassed like this. Wu Lingyu walked over and helped her up. What's there to be embarrassed about? Get up quickly. However, Sima Yue was still lying on the ground and staring blankly at the mechas. Wu Lingyu walked over. He thought she was embarrassed, but he didn't expect her to be staring blankly at the mechas. These mechas are prettier than me. Sima Yue sat up and said, Look, they all have this. Wu Lingyu saw that there was a black lotus in the place where she pointed. It wasn't as pure as the other lotus flowers, but it was beautiful. What's so strange about it? Wu Lingyu said, Didn't you see it on that mecha before? Look at the center. There's a small golden dot. The one outside doesn't have it, Sima Yue said. Wu Lingyu glanced at it. You're right. These mechas all have it, Sima Yue said, and when I was close to it just now, it looked like a word. She took out an object that looked like a magnifying glass and injected spiritual power into it. The object on that side was folded into an S shape in the air, magnifying the golden dot many times. It really is a word, Ling, Sima Yue said. I saw the words he said at the end of the book. Although he had deep feelings for that woman, his love was humble. Even so, he only hoped to leave a small place in her heart. Wu Lingyu saw that she was a little sad, so he pulled her up and hugged her in his arms. Then I can only say that I'm very lucky in comparison. We're both women of the Black Lotus clan, but I can receive your love. So you have to treat me better. I'm the one who made you so lucky. Understand? Okay. Then you have to listen to me when I talk. Okay. Before you recover your strength, you can only stay here. Okay, Sima Yue smiled and reached out to hug his waist. She leaned her head on his chest and listened to his heartbeat. This was the best sound she had ever heard. The mechas here seemed to be average. Sima Yue said, Something is suppressing my divine sense, so I can't use it. Let's go look for it. The two of them looked around. They couldn't use their divine sense, and it was such a big place. This was a time-consuming project. The two of them searched for a long time and finally found the culprit in a corner. It was a piece of metal that suppressed divine sense. This spirit weapon doesn't look big, but it can actually suppress our divine sense. Sima Yue said, "It's thrown on the ground so casually. How big of a deal did the previous owner have? Perhaps it's beyond our imagination." Wu Lingyu said, "We have to keep such a good treasure. Who knows, it might come in handy in the future." She put the thing into her spatial ring, and the suppression on divine sense immediately disappeared. "Okay, let's go out." She had stayed here long enough. Since the two of them couldn't be opened, then she would wait until she had time to slowly study them. "When we get there, if something really happens, let me out. Don't forget that I still have them by my side," Wu Lingyu exhorted. Chapter 1172. Read 336. Sima Yue understood that the them he was referring to was the one who had eaten the pavilion master of the Sage Pavilion in Cloud Sea City. Please search, pin and book yen. Com to see the most complete. Update the fastest. If there's really something that I can't handle, I'll definitely call you out. Sima Yue said. If it really reached that point, then it must be a matter of life and death. When she left the Spirit Pagoda, a day had already passed outside. Little Seven sensed her coming out and ran over, asking, Yu, when are we going out? Sima Yue removed the enchantment barrier and let her in, saying, in these 2 days. Before we go in, let Yun and the others go out first. That's right. Speaking of Yun, she came to look for you before. She probably has something to say to you. Little Seven said, she asked me to tell her when you came out. Sima Yue thought that Sima Yun was different this time and said, I'll go look for her. She easily found out where Sima Yun was, and it just so happened that she was in a daze on the small mountain peak like last time. With a thought, she appeared behind her. A person suddenly appeared and Sima Yun was shocked. She stood up abruptly and when she saw that it was Sima Yue, she heaved a sigh of relief. She smiled and said, it's you. Have you recovered? It's done. Sima Yue walked to her side and sat down. She then patted the spot beside her and said, have a seat. Sima Yun sat down and said, I really have to thank you for this matter. I'm not the only one who saved you. Adoptive father, Fei, and Shu Shu worked together to save you. Sima Yue said, and most importantly, I happened to meet Fei and the others. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known that you were caught. Oh right, where's Chi-Chi? Chi-Chi is playing downstairs. Sima Yun said, she's alright, nothing happened. She's still the same as before. Aren't you the old you? Sima Yue asked. Sima Yun looked at her. Don't think that I can't tell that your eyes are different from before. Sima Yue said, you used to be very gentle, but now, you're more resolute and aggressive. Sima Yun was stunned, then smiled bitterly. After experiencing some things, people will naturally become different. Have you been defiled? Sima Yue asked directly. No, but almost. Sima Yun said, at the last step, he was lured out. So your change isn't because you lost your virginity. Sima Yue said, then, is it because you feel weak and want to become stronger? Sima Yun looked at her. She didn't expect her to understand her feelings. You don't have to be so surprised. Sima Yue said, I understand that feeling. That feeling of feeling so small, that feeling of wanting to become stronger. That's why you improved so much. Sima Yun was envious of her. How long had it been since they last met? She didn't improve at all, but they heard from Little Seven that she did a lot of things these few years and saw her improve a lot. But she also felt sorry for Yue. Her parents were missing, so she had to do so many things to strengthen herself. Speaking of which, they who grew up in the family should feel ashamed compared to her. Sima Yue shrugged, agreeing with her. If there wasn't so much pressure, she wouldn't have walked so fast. But she felt tired along the way. If she could, she didn't want to be like this. She would rather walk slower. But seeing Sima Yun's complicated gaze, she said, everyone has their own life. It might not be good for me, but it might not be bad for you. If Uncle Lu Xian and the rest knew, how heartbroken would they be? Sima Yun sighed, although your achievements are enough to make your parents proud, based on our understanding of Uncle Lu Xian, they will definitely be heartbroken. Have you seen my mother? Sima Yue asked. Sima Yun shook her head and said, we don't know what happened at the beginning. We only know that something big happened outside. It's related to Uncle Lu Xian and your mother, but we haven't seen them. When Uncle Lu Xian came back, he was holding you in his arms. Not long after, you disappeared from the family. We thought you were killed by someone. We didn't expect him to take you to the Yilin continent. You haven't seen my mother. Sima Yue said. Looking at her, she really hadn't seen her. That matter wasn't dealt with in the family. At least your mother didn't come to the family. But later, I heard that many people came to the family and even an old ancestor came out. Sima Yun said. This answer was no different from what they overheard before. It seemed that they really couldn't hear any useful news from their generation. I also hope that I can be their pride. But the premise is to find them. Sima Yue said, I will go out in a while and have some things to do. Now Yin Zun is dead, so you won't be in any danger when you go out. Sima Yun understood that she meant to let them go. Are you going to the place where Uncle Lu Feng and the others went? Sima Yun asked. Yes. Sima Yue didn't hide it, they made you stay, so I don't dare to take you in. It's dangerous inside. Sima Yue raised her chin towards Blood Fiend City and said, I'm not alone. Sima Yun glanced at the city and knew she was talking about those people. They also went to the city these few days and saw those people. They were all fierce and it was hard for her to intimidate them. Alright, then be careful. Sima Yun said. She didn't say that she would go in. Since Uncle Lu Feng and the others said that they couldn't go, then they would go to other places to look for opportunities. After talking to Sima Yun, she quickly found the other three people. Sima Yue took them out of the little realm and then went to the place in Yin Zun's memory with Little Dream, Little Seven and Qing Yi. It's here. Little Dream took them to a plain. There were weeds here that were almost taller than a person. They stopped in mid-air. Little Seven looked around and said, there's nothing special here. Are you sure? It's here. Little Seven said affirmatively. He saw a lot of people disappear here. Sima Yue called Chongming over and let him see what was different here. Chongming sensed it and then pointed to the place Little Seven said, there is a folded space here. Folded space. What is that? Is it like the space created by the Rubik's Cube? Little Seven asked curiously. Chapter 1173. Yeah, what's a folded space? I've never heard of it before. Little Dream said. A folded space isn't a sealed space, it's different from the Rubik's sky. Chongming explained, a folded space is actually connected to the outside world, but because her space is different from the outside world, it looks like a folded piece of paper. That's why it's called that. Although we can't see it, but even if we keep walking forward, we might be millions of miles away from that place. Sima Yue knew about this, but she didn't expect a folded space to be formed here. No wonder Dijia and the rest's aura suddenly disappeared, it was because they were too far away, that thing was useless. Sima Lu Feng and the rest should have the same reason. To be able to change a space, it means that there must be something here or something had happened before. Chongming reminded Sima Yue. No matter what it was, it meant that the danger here wasn't low. Sima Yue nodded, indicating that she understood. Then let's go in. In order to prevent the situation of everyone getting lost, she took everyone in and planned to let them out after she went in. She took out a red rope and tied it to a blade of grass. Then, she kept walking forward. Every step she took was very careful because she didn't know what was inside. She also didn't know if there would suddenly be a spatial rupture. When she got close to the place that little Seven mentioned, she felt the pressure on her body suddenly tighten, then it disappeared, indicating that she had entered the space. She looked back. The red rope was less than 100 meters away from her. It was still fluttering in the wind. She walked a few more steps. When she turned back, the red rope was already gone. This should be the reason why Honor saw those people disappear. She took out the scroll and looked. Sima Yun and the rest's aura couldn't be found. It meant that they were at least a few 100,000 miles away. This was because the widest range the scroll could display was hundreds of thousands of kilometers. She looked. There wasn't anyone special here, or rather, there wasn't anyone special here, so the scroll was useless here. She kept the scroll and took out the underworld weapon that Di Wu Yi gave her. She noticed that the needle on it moved slowly and stopped at a direction. You guys are really here. Sima Yuyue kept the underworld artifact and flew in the direction she had pointed at. However, even though it was said to be flying, it was actually not much different from walking. Because there were spatial traps everywhere, she had to be very careful. After walking for a while, she felt that she had used up too much of her divine sense, so she called Chongming out. After Chongming came out, he first transformed into a human form. After observing the situation inside, he transformed into a bird that could only seat one person. There are many spatial faults here. If you accidentally walk inside, you will never be able to come out. Chongming said. I know. Sima Yue nodded. It was precisely because there were many faults here that she had to walk so carefully. But why did Di Jie and the others come to such a dangerous place? Halcyon lived up to his name as a space-type spirit beast. He had an innately keen sense of space. After shrinking his body, he was actually able to fly quickly in this place. After flying for 2 days, Sima Yue took out the underworld artifact and noticed that the needle on it had become faster. This meant that she was getting closer to Di Jie and the others. After Chongming flew for a few days, Sima Yue let him rest for a while to recover his divine sense. Chongming transformed into a human and she took out a few pills for him to eat. This place is huge. Chongming said, although it's not as exaggerated as 1,000 miles in one step, it's not far off. Why would there be such a place in the immortal land? Sima Yue said. Since so many people came in, they must know something. When we meet them, we'll capture one of them and ask. Chongming said. That's the only way. Sima Yue said, if we can find Di Jie earlier, we can ask him too. She originally wanted to call Di Wu Yi out and ask him how far they were based on the underworld artifacts display. But she suddenly remembered that the space here was not stable. They might be able to reach the far distance in a short while. If that was the case, even if they could determine how far they were, they would not know when they would reach. They made a D halfway up a mountain as a rest for the day. Now that they wanted to find a stable space to rest, they had to find such a big place. Otherwise, it could be a spatial fault. They cleaned up the D mountain that they just made. She let Chongming go into rest and called out little Seven and the rest who were making a fuss in the spirit pagoda. Then, she sat at the D mountain and looked into the distance. Space was really a magical existence. It allowed people to live in it. It could be far or near. It could be sealed into a small world or expand into a boundless continent. This was the first time she deeply experienced the diversity and danger of space, as well as its variability. She closed her eyes and felt the spatial faults and folds around her. Unknowingly, she opened up her territory. Little Seven and the rest were walking at the foot of the mountain. They felt something touching them. When they reacted, they felt that the aura around them had changed. This space can change. Little Seven said. This is not a change in space. We're in her territory. Ching-yi explained. You use territory. We haven't been in here before. Little Seven said, it's safe here with you, right? The space here is not connected to the folded space outside. That meant that there were no faults, no folds and no spatial compression here. They could run as they wished. Really? I want to see what you use territory looks like. Little Seven cheered and ran. As she had not been in here before, she was curious about everything. Little Dream and the rest were the same. With Hua Hua, the three ladies looked here and there. They were very excited. Ching-yi did not go with them. She looked at a certain someone who was meditating in the middle of the mountain. Once again, she was amazed by her talent. You've just learned your territory not long ago and you're already expanding it. How did you do it? For decades, he had seen too many geniuses. Even if they were in other people's memories, he had never seen someone with such talent. He could feel that Sima Yoyue's territory was more stable than before. Its range had expanded. If she were to fight against white supremacy now, she could at least hold on for a few more minutes. If she let him know that when Sima Yuyu tested her spatial talent, what she saw was an endless universe, what kind of expression would he have? Chapter 1174. Read 336. When Sima Yuyue woke up, it was already the next day. She noticed the changes in her domain and smiled happily. Only when she put away her domain did the people inside realize that she was awake. Yeah. You're awake. Little Seven and the others walked over and looked at her excitedly. Okay. Sima Yuyue stood up. Yuyu, you're amazing. How long has it been and you've already comprehended it? Little Seven said. Sima Yuyue smiled and said, that's because the space here is different from the outside. No matter what, you're amazing for comprehending it. It was rare for Ching-yi to praise her. Chongming came out and said, should we continue our journey? Yes, it's better to get the 100 Ghosts banner as soon as possible. Also, I have something to ask him. Something about his mother. Because Chongming had to shrink his body, Little Seven and the others could only reluctantly return to the Spirit Pagoda. Sima Yuyue took out her dark artifact and confirmed the direction of Deja's group. Then, she asked Chongming to continue the journey. However, the deeper they went, the more distorted the space became. Previously, Deja was in this direction, but after a few hundred miles, they would be in another direction. In this state, there was no way to track him down. Since there was no direction or distance to speak of, she simply didn't follow this rule. She let Chongming go back and walked around in the space. In this way, they were able to find them after more than a month. Planting a hua with the intention does not blossom, but planting a willow unintentionally, the willow grows. The ancients did not deceive me. She sighed in her heart. She didn't hide her tracks because they had already discovered her before she saw them. Or rather, they had been waiting for her for a long time. What are you doing? Do you know where this is? How dare you come here? Do you want to die or do you want to die? Deja saw her and came to her, scolding her to her face. Sima Yuyue looked at him. What was the difference between wanting to die and not wanting to live anymore? I don't know where this is. I don't want to die, but I also want to live. I didn't want to come here either, How dare you come here if you don't know? If you don't even know where this is, then what are you doing here? Deja didn't wait for her to finish her sentence and shouted at her with a cold face. Did she know how dangerous this place was? Half of the people he had brought in had died here. And she actually dared to come here alone. This was simply enough to scare him to death. Deja's subordinates lowered their heads to look at the ground when they saw their boss flipping out. Are you worried about me? Sima Yue saw that although he was yelling at her, his eyes were filled with worry and fear. She was even more certain of her previous guess. Of course I am. Deja stopped halfway through his sentence. This little girl must have found out, which was why she dared to talk to him so fearlessly. Sima Yu looked at his cold expression and said, if you're like this, you must be worried about me. But didn't you want to kill me before? Deja was at a loss for words again. Seeing her understanding gaze, he said, you know about it. Know what? You don't know that you are my cousin. Deja's face darkened. Was she teasing him? His anger rose and he was about to explode. But when he saw that similar face, he controlled himself. The people behind him felt the surrounding air pressure drop, and then it disappeared. Only then did everyone continue to breathe. Sima Yue saw that he wanted to flare up but couldn't. She felt that he wasn't that annoying after all. Deja took 2 deep breaths and asked, when did you know that I am your cousin? A few months ago. Sima Yue said, but I wasn't sure. Now I am sure. How did you know? I killed Yudu and captured Diwu. He told me. Sima Yue said. Diwu? The person from the Diwu family who followed Yudu. Sima Yue nodded. Then why are you chasing after me? To reunite. Deja glanced at her, making her feel that he didn't really want her to be with him. Because what he wanted to do was too dangerous, and the space here was too dangerous. He thought that she would back off after saying that, but she rolled her eyes instead. You think I will be interested in reuniting with you? If that's the case, he is my biological uncle. She was talking about someone like Yudu. Was that useless trash the same as him? Deja felt that he was going to be angered to death by this cousin who was only a fraction of his age. But when he saw that she looked similar to his aunt, he couldn't bear to get angry at her. Then what do you want? Why are you looking for me? Sima Yue was satisfied with his performance. She had provoked him a few times and he had tolerated her. It seemed that Diwu was right. Even if her mother's whereabouts were unknown, he would still remember their past friendship. She didn't want to hide her purpose. She said directly, one is to confirm if Kaluo is my mother. Another is to ask you something, and then I want something from you. Deja also wanted to make a confirmation and said, release the aura of your ghost race. Sima Yue did as she was told. But she only released it for a few seconds. She was afraid that if she released it for too long, she would lose control of her ghost aura. Although it was a short time, Deja was very sure. You are indeed my aunt's daughter. Your aura is similar to hers. Others can't be so similar. The first problem was solved. So it is. Sima Yue finally confirmed. After so many years, she finally knew her mother's name. What other questions do you have? Deja said. But if I answer your questions, you have to leave this place. Sima Yue raised her eyebrows. Are you threatening me? You can think of it that way. Deja didn't deny it. Sima Yue smiled. My master once said that my mother and I have similar personalities. Do you think she would compromise if it was her? It was hard to say. It's really dangerous here. You are a god ranked. Do you know how dangerous it is here? Deja rubbed his head. I'm asking you to leave for your own good. I know it's dangerous here. But looking at you guys, I'm afraid I'm better off here. Sima Yue said confidently. Their losses were not small. On the contrary, she didn't even have a small wound on her body. They were speechless. All right, now you can answer my questions. Sima Yue said. No matter how hard he tried to persuade or threaten him, it was useless. Deja felt helpless. What do you want to know? Chapter 1175. Book title, Chapter 1 Want to Steal Your Things. Author Sima Yue stared at Deja. Her gaze gave him a bad feeling. As expected, where is my mother? She asked. I don't know either. Deja said, no one knows where my aunt is. If you want to know, you'll have to ask your grandfather, Ghost King. Do you think I'll believe you? Sima Yue knew that he would deny it, so she did not intend to believe him. Why not? Deja said, if you don't believe me, you can go to the ghost realm and ask if anyone knows the whereabouts of the Dark Princess Yukoluo. Sima Yue did not say anything and just stared at him. However, he still did not intend to reveal Yukoluo's whereabouts. The two of them were in a stalemate. Are you bullying me because I can't go to the ghost realm now? After a long time, she asked faintly. You're not from the ghost realm, so don't ask so much about the ghost realm. Deja said mercilessly. Really? If I kill myself after leaving the immortal land and my soul goes to the ghost realm, tell me, am I not from the ghost realm? Sima Yue threatened. Deja's anger flared up again. Looking at her serious face, he was really afraid that she would commit suicide when she went back so that she could run to the ghost world. Because if it was Little Ant, it was really possible. Are you going to talk or not? Yes, I know where your mother is, but is this useful? You can't go to the ghost realm from the human realm. If your soul goes there, you'll just be a little ghost with no memory and no spiritual power. Not to mention saving your mother, I'm afraid you'll be eaten as soon as you go to the ghost realm. Deja said. Since you know that I can't go, why don't you tell me where my mother is? Also, what happened back then? Sima Yue asked. I don't know what happened back then. I wasn't in Ghost City at the time. Deja said, when I got the news and rushed back, I didn't know where they had taken my aunt. If it wasn't for the life token she left me, I wouldn't even know she was still alive. You have Mother's life tablet? No, the life token is in the palace. The one in my hand is a black jade that your mother gave me before she went to the human world. It's not as accurate as the life token, but it can tell that she's still alive. And what? This can guide me in her direction. Deja said, perhaps it's because I've caused too much of a commotion in the past 2 years that the Gue family has discovered me. Gue family? Yudu's mother's family? Sima Yue asked. Yes. No wonder Di Wuyi knew that you knew about Mother's whereabouts and what you were doing, Sima Yue said. Alright, I've answered your question. Can we go back now? When did I say that I want to go back? Sima Yue said, I only said that I'm safer here than all of you. I didn't say that I want to go back. I have a third motive. Sima Yue didn't care that he was hopping mad at her and said, I want something from you. What? The 100 Ghost Banner. Sima Yue said. No. Deja rejected without thinking. If she wanted anything else, he would give it to her. But the 100 Ghost Banner was something that he needed to save his aunt. He couldn't give it to her. It's best if you give it to me. If you don't give it to me, I'll snatch it from you. Sima Yue said, I must have this thing. If not, I wouldn't have followed you for so long and come to such a place. Robber. Hooligan. No. Deja still didn't want to give it to her. Do you know what the 100 Ghost Banner is used for? Di Wuyi said that you want to use this to save Mother, Sima Yue said. Since you know, why do you still want to snatch it? Deja thought that she wanted it because she saw the power of the 100 Ghost Banner at Bright Red Mountain Peak. But he didn't expect that she knew the reason. Do you know the Master of Divinator in the human realm, Yinlin? Sima Yue asked. I do. Deja said. This divinator was even more famous than the one in the ghost realm. As someone who was related to the royal family, how could he not know Lin? When we entered the immortal land, he told me that I must get the 100 ghost banner. He said that this thing can only be in my hands and only I can get it, Sima Yue said. Divinator was also involved in this matter. What if I insist on not giving it to you? He didn't know why Lin said that, but he didn't want to let go. I said that you will give it to me. You are my cousin. If you don't give it to me, I will just snatch it. As for whether we will die together or die together, that is not something that I can control. I am your cousin, I will always be your cousin. Deja roared, I am your relative. You do as my uncle. Sima Yue said disapprovingly. He was her uncle, but she still killed him. So, don't talk to her about relatives. She wasn't close to the ghost clan yet. Deja's guards realized that Sima Yue had the ability to make their master mad. Although they didn't interact much, but she could always poke at his weak points. Sima Yue looked at him and waited for his answer. Yue, I really can't do this. Deja closed his eyes. I want to use this to save your mother. I have done so much, and I am so close to the truth. You can't let me go at this time. If you really want it, I will give it to you after I save your mother. Sima Yue didn't know what happened between him and her mother that made him so stubborn. But she was happy that someone was still standing up for her mother when she was in such a situation. Are you sure that you can save my mother? She lowered her voice and didn't sound so tough. But this didn't mean that she had given up. If I keep all the ghosts here, I have at least a 50% chance. Deja said. 50%. You mean that you have less than a 50% chance now? Sima Yue said. Deja nodded, even if there is only a 1 in 10,000 chance, I will save my aunt. If you don't even have a 50% chance, are you trying to cut off my mother's escape route? If it weren't for the fact that they weren't familiar with each other, Sima Yue really wanted to pry open his head and see what he was thinking. Cut off her escape route. Deja was stunned by her scolding and said, how can I cut off my aunt's escape route? Why not? Sima Yue stared at him, if you save her now, you have less than a 50% chance. Maybe after some time, you will have an 80% chance. Mother could have been saved by you, but because of your recklessness now, you failed. If you die, or if you lose the power in your hands, who can mother rely on? Chapter 1176. No wonder you guys didn't search for treasures like the others. Sima Yue said, the folded space here was formed because of the ancient battlefield. We just read 336. Chapter content begins. Deja's body trembled. He had never thought that Sima Yue would say something like that. After hearing the news about his aunt, he poured all his thoughts and resources into preparing to save her. He thought that even if he failed and died, he would give it his all. But he didn't think like her. You've never thought about it, right? Sima Yue knew when she saw his expression. A person like him wouldn't take a step back to think about it. But you don't know where your mother is being held. She will suffer a lot there. If we can save her earlier. You have to be able to save him first. Sima Yue said, from the information that Diwu gave me, although you have power and status in the world of spirits and souls, how are you compared to the royal family? They want to lock my mother up. Can you fight against them? Even if we can't compete, we still have to save her. Deja said excitedly, do you know that Auntie is locked up in the infernal hell? That's not a place for humans. Sima Yue was dumbfounded. Infernal hell. Her mother was locked in the infernal hell. She felt a sharp pain in her heart, and tears instantly flowed out. The Avicii hell was a place where ghosts and beasts couldn't survive. But even so, you can't do something you're not confident in. She wiped her tears, but just as she wiped them away, they fell again. Even so, she did not lose her mind. Deja saw her crying and trying to stop himself. His heart ached for her. He took a step forward and pulled her into his arms. "We will save Auntie." Those people stared at Deja with their eyes wide open. Was this still the master who didn't allow anyone to get close to him? It couldn't have been a different person, right? If someone approached him, especially a woman, and dared to touch his body, they would probably be beheaded before they could even touch him. But now, someone wanted to steal his treasure. Not only did he not kill her, he even hugged and coaxed her after seeing her cry. This was simply unprecedented and impossible. However, it just happened. Sima Yu leaned into his embrace. When she thought of her mother in the abyss of hell, her heart ached. What kind of place was the Avicii hell? Those who violated the oath would be punished by the heavenly Tao there, which was enough to show what that place was like. Her father's whereabouts were still unknown. Now that she finally found out about her mother's whereabouts, she was even more worried. However, Deja's stiff movements made her understand that this guy was actually not good at comforting others. It was already good enough that he could do this. After a while, she calmed down and left his embrace, saying, "I want the 100 Ghost banner." This little girl was still unwilling to give up. "If you don't give it to me, I'll snatch it." Sima Yue continued. "Then Auntie, I'll go and save her. Give me some time, I'll grow up." Sima Yue said, "Since you're not confident, then you should go back and develop your power. When I'm there, I'll have a strong backup. If you don't agree, I won't treat you as an older brother and will make a move." After hesitating for a while, he finally agreed. She was his auntie's daughter, he could not bear to make a move on her. If the end result was destined to be like this, why should he be conflicted? He took out the 100 Ghost banner and said, "I'll only give you 100 years. If you're not qualified by then, I'll come and take it back." After saying that, he erased his divine sense from the 100 Ghost banner. "All right." Sima Yue took the 100 Ghost banner and started to use it. "I'll teach you how to use this first." Deja said, "This 100 Ghost banner is filled with ghosts, and most of them are evil spirits, so it's a little troublesome to control. However, your mental strength seems to be not bad, so there shouldn't be a problem." She had the aura of the Ghost clan in her body, so it was not difficult to control this. Moreover, she was a very smart student. When Deja said that, she understood. After imbuing it with her divine sense, she kept it. "I suddenly thought of a problem," she said. "What?" "Since Mother is in the abyss of hell, then if I go and find someone to make a vow, and then purposely break the vow, I'll be sent to the abyss of hell by the rules of the vow, then can't I go and find Mother?" Sima Yue said. "The people who are sent to that place by the rules will never be able to come out. Even if you go and save Auntie, you can only stay there for the rest of your life." "What will you do then?" Deja said. All right." It seemed that this method would not work, so they could only go through the normal procedure. "Master, then do we continue?" Ghost Master asked from behind. Their purpose of coming here was to collect souls from the ancient battlefield. Now that the 100 Ghost banner had been given to Sima Yue, should they still continue? Sima Yue then looked at the people behind Deja. These people seemed to be well trained. Although they felt sorry for their master, they did not say anything to stop them. "Go," Deja said. Although the 100 Ghost banner was not in his hands, it was still there, and the ancient souls were still there. "You said that it was an ancient battlefield, what is this?" Sima Yue asked. Deja looked at Sima Yue's confused look, and believed what she said before. She really did not know what this place was before she ran in. "This is an ancient battlefield." Deja said, "I don't know when it was built, but later on, someone entered the immortal land and found this place, leaving behind some clues." This is the main reason why we came to the immortal land this time. No wonder you did not search for treasures like the others. Sima Yue said, the folded space here was formed because of the ancient battlefield. We are not sure about this. We only know that there are definitely many ancient souls on the ancient battlefield. If we can collect them into the 100 Ghost Banner, it will greatly increase the power of the banner. Deja said. So you are here for those ancient souls? Sima Yue said, but since it is an ancient battlefield, those ancient souls should be from a very long time ago. Are they still there? If they are, will they be very strong? Ghost kings and ghost generals should not be a problem. I don't know, the records did not mention this. Deja said, so the situation in front is very dangerous. Why don't you give me the 100 Ghost Banner and wait for us at the exit? I will give it to you when we get out. I know the situation and danger there, so you don't have to tell me. Sima Yue said, according to your current losses, I am afraid that when you get there will only be 3 to 5 of you left. With me leading you, you can at least reduce the losses by half. The ghost clansmen were all stunned. What a straightforward and arrogant woman. End of chapter content. If you like this book, please click here. Remember to buy this book. _D and _ LL, L top equals, NT. Hide, the works collected on this site, community topics, and comments in the library are all personal and do not represent the site's position. All literary works are obtained from third-party websites. If there is any infringement, please see the disclaimer at the bottom of the homepage. Chapter 1177. Yue glanced at the Ghost Master discreetly. Ever since she arrived, he had rarely spoken. She wondered if he was usually like this. Yes. Chongming is a space-type spirit beast. Because of the contract, my understanding of space has increased a lot. Perhaps that's why I'm able to sense space better. Read 336. Chapter content begins. Deja looked her up and down. This little girl's personality was very similar to his aunt's in the past. If you must go, then follow me. Don't wander off. He was very fond of this fake aunt. That confident look, that gaze, it really seemed like he couldn't bear to reject any of her requests. You'll know later how much of a loss it is for you to not bring me along. Sima Yue said. I'll wait and see. Although Deja liked how confident she was, he didn't take her words to heart. As for those from the Ghost Clan, none of them believed her words. They only hoped that she would not drag everyone down. However, they soon discovered that she wasn't exaggerating at all. With her around, they really avoided many spatial rifts and lost a lot of people. Are you a formation master? Deja asked during the break. Okay. Sima Yue nodded. You really are an array master. No wonder you were able to catch up to us unscathed. Why didn't you say anything before? The guard behind Deja asked. In the past 2 days, they found that the child of the Dark Princess had no concept of class, just like her. Even when they spoke to her, she would reply in an amiable manner. Sima Yue shrugged. None of you asked me. What a low-key child. Deja also neglected this matter and realized that he knew very little about her. He asked, what else do you know other than arrays? I don't know how to refine weapons, but I plan to learn it when I'm out. Sima Yue said. You don't know how to refine weapons? Did that mean that he knew everything else? You're an alchemist. Yes. You're a beast tamer. I know how to tame beasts too. You are a seeker spirit master. I know a little. Then what can't you do? I just said that I don't know how to refine weapons. Sima Yue glanced at that person, thinking that this person had a bad memory. They could really understand their master's feelings. You've already persevered for 3 days. Let's rest for a few days before continuing. Deja said. No need. Many people came in before us. If there are any treasures, we can go and get a share. Sima Yue licked her lips and her eyes lit up. Deja looked at her hooligan temperament at the moment and thought that his aunt was not like this. Was it because of that man's personality? If that was really the case, then her aunt's taste was too bad to fall in love with such a man. However, what they didn't know was that this hooligan temperament had nothing to do with his parents. He was born with it. But you look very tired now. We can't continue. Deja said. It's okay. I still have friends. Sima Yue said, Chongming, you lead the way. Chongming came out, nodded and led everyone forward. He's your contracted beast? Deja asked. Sima Yue nodded. He's so sensitive to space. He should be a space-type spirit beast, Chongming bird. The Ghost Master said. Sima Yue looked at the Ghost Master discreetly. Ever since she came, he rarely spoke. She didn't know if he was usually like this. Yes. Chongming is a space-type spirit beast. Because of the contract, my understanding of space has increased a lot. Maybe it's because of this that I'm more sensitive to space. There are very few space-type spirit beasts now. The Ghost Master said meaningfully. Sima Yue didn't know why, but she felt that his words were a little strange. However, she didn't know why he said that. After that, Sima Yue and Chongming took turns to lead the way. There were only a few deaths in the end. However, because they couldn't fly, they could only walk. Therefore, their progress was very slow. After walking for a long time, they still hadn't reached the ancient battlefield. The space here wasn't stable. To a large extent, it affected their progress. However, because of the instability, they could travel thousands of miles with each step. Although they walked slowly, they still covered a long distance. After a few months, they finally saw some people. However, when they saw them, those people chose to avoid them. In a place like the ancient battlefield that was filled with death, it was very unwise to fight against the Ghost Clan. There are people fighting in front. Should we go and take a look? Chongming asked. Do we know each other? Sima Yue asked. She understood Chongming. If it wasn't someone she knew, he wouldn't have told her. There's someone whose aura is a little like Sima Lu Feng. Chongming said. Uncle Lu Feng. Then is everyone from the Sima family here? Sima Yue asked. If so, then there was no need for her to go over. She didn't want to interact with them now. These people weren't as gullible as Sima Gao Qi, I don't know. There's only one that I'm familiar with. Chongming said. Yun said that Uncle Lu Yun and the rest came in together. If Uncle Lu Yun and the rest aren't here, then it should only be Uncle Lu Feng. Let's go and take a look. Sima Yue turned around and looked at Deji, saying, You guys. Of course we'll go with you. Deji said. What if there's danger? There were more folds and faults in the space here. If she stayed here, she might be killed by the space. Why not let them go together? Then let's go over and take a look. Sima Yue said. There wasn't anyone in front, but Chongming brought them around a few corners and saw a group of people fighting. As expected, she only knew Sima Lu Feng. She didn't know the rest. Seeing Sima Lu Feng's cold attitude towards both parties, there shouldn't be anyone from the Sima family. But why was he here alone? And it was obvious that he was being controlled by someone. She didn't know the two parties fighting. Since Sima Lu Feng didn't do anything, then she didn't make a move. We found that divine tool first. You guys just came up and snatched it. Where's your morality? Morality? What morality are you talking about here? What's the use of finding it? It's the one who gets it in the end. Let's see who can snatch it first. Boom, those people were getting closer and closer to where Sima Lu Feng was. The energy from the battle was about to reach him. If no one brought him away, then he would be in danger. And those people were busy fighting, so no one noticed this place at all. Seal 1. Sima Lu Feng felt the ripples in the space. The energy that was about to reach him went around him. Those who were able to come here were stronger. Once she made a move, both parties felt it. They stopped at the same time and stood at two sides, looking towards them. Sorry, I'm just here to find someone. You guys can continue. Sima Yue said with a smile. Chapter content end. This book is quickly updated. If you like this book, please click here. Remember to buy this book. _D and _equals LL, LTOP equals NT. Hide. This site's collected works, community topics, book library comments are all personal actions. It doesn't represent this site's position. All literary works are obtained from third-party websites. If there is any infringement, please see the disclaimer at the bottom of the homepage. Chapter 1178. Sima Yue thought that her smile was quite friendly, but the other party did not buy it at all. Seeing the group of ghosts behind her, the other party looked at them warily. A human is actually mingling with the ghost clan. You are the scum of the human race. That's right. Anyone who colludes with the foreign races should be punished. You'd better plead guilty obediently and commit suicide. That way, you'll be able to get a quick death. Yes. Yes. Sima Yue looked at them. The people who were fighting fiercely just a moment ago were now pointing their spears at her. They looked like they had a common enemy. However, only idiots would say such things, right? Just because she was with someone from the Ghost Clan, she had to commit suicide to atone for her sins. Was there something wrong with their brain circuits, or were they mentally unsound? Do you think everyone else is an idiot? However, in the eyes of these people, this request couldn't be more reasonable. As a human, colluding with a foreign race was unacceptable in the entire continent. Those who colluded with the alien race deserved to die. Moreover, they had always been high and mighty, and had long since disregarded the lives of others. In their minds, you colluded with the alien race, so letting you commit suicide is already very merciful. Hee hee. Sima Yue laughed softly. Although this little girl's strength is low, she still cherishes her little life. Therefore, I have no intention of killing myself. Humph, you colluded with the alien race. What right do you have to continue living in this world? What is face? Can it be eaten? Sima Yue asked. Would a person who doesn't even care about his life care about his face? Shameless Junior, how can you have such thoughts? If you don't want to kill yourself, then don't blame us for taking action. As they spoke, those people even wanted to make a move, intending to sentence her on the spot. As soon as these people attacked, she knew their strength. They were all Monarch Realm experts, and there were even people who were half a step into the Monarch Realm. Their strength was not low. I think you guys are thinking too much. My life, other than myself, no one can take it away. Sima Yue said, even if you claim to be fighting against the mutated tribe, you can't. Arrogant brat, hand over your life. An old man said as he charged towards Sima Yue. When Sima Lu Yun saw Sima Yue, he quietly dispersed the spirit energy that he had gathered. Although he was surprised that she was here, at least she saved him. Even though he would be fine even if she didn't save him. When he was captured by these people, he didn't reveal his identity and strength. It wasn't that he couldn't escape, but it would be safer with someone here. Therefore, he stayed there quietly. But now, he couldn't stay quiet. How dare he lay his hands on her? Wasn't he courting death? Not only him, Deja, who was behind him, also moved at the same time and attacked the old man. With the two of them working together, the old man died in an instant. She had already guessed that Deja would make a move. She thought that the controlled Sima Lu Feng would make a move, but she didn't expect this. Uncle Lu Feng, so you're not being controlled. Sima Yue said. Sima Lu Feng flew over and landed beside her, saying, "Why are you here?" "I knew that you all came in, so I followed you in." Sima Yue said, "You're not being controlled at all. You were still like that just now. It's not that I didn't make a move, but you made a move earlier than me." Sima Lu Feng said, "How could I let myself fall into that kind of danger?" "Then you're worried for nothing." Sima Yue said. "Knowing that you're so concerned about my safety, I'm happier than anything else." "How could I be worried for nothing?" Sima Lu Feng said. Sima Yue couldn't be bothered with his thoughts. Sima Lu Feng, you're not being controlled at all. So you've been acting all along. Sima Lu Feng stood in front of Sima Yue and faced those people, saying, "When did I say that I'm being controlled? Just based on your poison, how could you poison me? You're too naive. Then why did you pretend to be controlled? Or else why would you bring me along the entire way and not let me do anything?" Sima Lu Feng said. If it wasn't because they made a move on Yue, he probably wouldn't have exposed himself. "Good Sima Lu Feng, I didn't expect you to be so good at acting. You flatter me." Sima Lu Feng said. Seeing those people's ugly expressions, he said, "Don't be like this. You're holding me hostage, wanting me to bring you to find treasures. I'm so cooperative, why do you look like you're hurt? You did it on purpose." An old man shouted, "You brought us here on purpose, so that we'll fight over the divine weapon. Did you forget to bring your brain when you went out?" Sima Lu Yun said, "I didn't know that there was a divine weapon here, and didn't know that your enemies were here. Why would I bring you here? If you're stupid, don't talk. That will expose the fact that you have no intelligence." Pfft, Sima Yue couldn't help but laugh at the back. This Uncle Lu Yun's face was solemn and serious, but his character was very different from Uncle Lu Feng, who was the same age as him. That person was stunned by Sima Lu Yun's sarcasm. He was furious. When had he, who was highly respected, been mocked like this before? "Why are you glaring at me for?" Sima Lu Feng said, "Am I wrong? Friend, let's not fight anymore today. Let's take care of these other clans first." The person who was scolded by Sima Lu Feng said to the people opposite. The other party was silent for a while before saying, "Okay." This was the boundary between allies and enemies. There was no boundary. 1 second it was an enemy, the next second it could be an ally. Deja didn't feel anything towards these people. He didn't have the patience to watch them talk. With a wave of his hand, the ghost clansmen behind him started to attack. Humans were troublesome. When they saw something they didn't like, they still chattered for so long. Couldn't they just attack directly? Sima Yue watched as those people started to attack. She realized that they were all very strong. At least they were stronger than the guards in Yu Capital. To be able to be stronger than the royal guards meant that his power was not to be underestimated. Sima Lu Feng saw that those people started to attack, but he didn't have the intention to help. He pulled Sima Yue's hand and said, "You look really good in female clothes. It's a pity that you don't look like your father." Deja saw his little sister being held by a stranger. Although he said that it was some ghost uncle, he couldn't do it. He took a step forward and pulled Sima Yue back, letting her leave his evil clutches. "Who are you?" Sima Lu Feng looked at Deja with a black face. He actually dared to pull his little niece away. What the hell? "And who are you?" Deja stared back coldly. He didn't have a good impression of this ghost uncle. Chapter 1179. Read 336. Humans and ghosts, darkness and light, were naturally at odds with each other. Sima Yue noticed the tension between the two of them and said, "Let me introduce you. Uncle Lu Feng, this is my cousin Deja. Cousin, this is my uncle, Sima Lu Yun. Maternal family." Sima Lu Feng glanced at him and said. Deja glanced back but didn't mention her husband's family. Because in his opinion, the other party didn't have the qualifications to be his aunt's in-laws. Sima Yue stood between the two of them, blocking their line of sight. "Uncle Lu Feng, why are you here alone? Where are the rest of you?" Sima Lu Yun sighed and said, "I don't know where they are either. I was swept here by the spatial turbulence. I didn't expect to bump into them. They wanted to catch me, so I let them catch me." "Do you look like someone who can be caught so easily?" Sima Yue glared at him. "Of course not. But if I'm here alone, I'll have to do everything myself. But if I follow them, all I need to do is point the way and then I don't need to do anything. How to avoid the spatial traps and how many people die has nothing to do with me. To put it bluntly, you're just lazy." Sima Yue said. "There are some things that you should keep to yourself. Don't say them out loud. Otherwise, it would be meaningless." Sima Lu Yun said. "Why do they want to capture you?" Sima Yue was curious. Normally, when encountering such a situation, they would kill the other party. Otherwise, they wouldn't have captured him. "You don't know." Sima Lu Feng looked at her strangely. "Know what?" Sima Yue asked. Why were they all saying the same thing? She really didn't know anything. "Looks like you really don't know." Sima Lu Feng saw her reaction and said. Sima Yue was speechless. It was all the same. Was she really that ignorant and inexperienced? But the truth was, she really was like that. "If I don't know, then why are you still keeping me in suspense? Then do you know where this place is?" Sima Lu Feng asked. If she didn't even know where she was, then he wouldn't bother to explain it to her. "Of course I know. But what does this have to do with them capturing you? You know that this is an ancient battlefield. Then, do you know that the Sima family had an ancestor who entered this place and left successfully?" Sima Lu Feng said. He saw Sima Yue twitch her mouth and said, "Oh, you don't know." But everyone knew. "I don't know how this news got out." Sima Yue was speechless. She did not know much about the Sima family. How would she know about their ancestors? The more people spread the news, the more mysterious it became. It was as if everyone in our family knew about this. They also said that our clan's divine weapons were taken from the ancient battlefield. Then they want us to lead the way for them. Well, these people want me to lead the way for them. So do you know or not? Sima Yue asked. If he knew, then she wouldn't need to take the long route and could go there directly. How would we know? Sima Lu Feng said, if we knew, why would I not be able to return after being sent out? What do you mean by not being able to return after being sent out? Sima Yue asked. We've already reached the ancient battlefield. But the space there is not only unstable, there are many traps. There's also the spatial flow. I was sent here by the spatial flow. Sima Lu Feng said. Then you're lucky. Sima Yue said, spatial flow is such a rare situation. What's a spatial flow? Deja asked. It's like a tsunami or a tornado. It's just that it's formed because of the movement of space. Sima Yue explained, this thing is better than a spatial fault. It won't make you fall into the void and die. But the bad thing is, it can make you go anywhere. Like Uncle Lu Feng, it's already considered short to not be sent to the entrance. And there's no pattern to the movement of spatial flow. If you're not familiar with the surroundings, you really won't know where you were sent to. You also won't know where you were before. So you also don't know where the ancient battlefield is. Sima Yue sighed. Who says I don't know? Sima Lu Feng said, you have to know, I have many ways too. It's just that I'm too lazy to do it. Then what ways do you have? Sima Yue asked. Our Sima family isn't a small power. We have our own ways to deal with these. Sima Lu Feng said, I originally said that those old guys are here, so I'm not in a hurry to go back. If you want to go, then I can bring you there. This is the real reason why you pretended to be controlled by them. Sima Yue said, you just don't want to go back. That's why you've been staying here. Those old guys, let's not talk about how I don't like them. Even Lu Yun needs a lot of self-control to stay calm when he sees them. I can't compare to him, so I can only wait here. Sima Lu Feng said. Why? Because they abandoned your father. Sima Lu Feng said, they abandoned your father for the sake of the family's benefits. That's indeed unbearable. Sima Yue said, and you don't have Uncle Lu Yun's temperament. I'm your elder. You can't talk like that. Sima Lu Feng said. I'm just speaking the truth. Sima Yue shrugged, if you don't want to go back, then you can tell me how to go. You don't have to go. Of course not. Sima Lu Feng said, you and Lu Yun don't have any connection. Even if you know the way, you won't be able to find them. So you have to go. Of course. Then you lead the way. Sima Yue said without holding back. Invite me. Sima Lu Feng wanted to tease her. Sima Yue glanced at him indifferently and smiled faintly. If I'm injured, I'll definitely tell Uncle Lu Yun everything when I see him. You win. Sima Lu Feng looked at the smile on her face and complained, your father is considered to be open and aboveboard. How did he give birth to such a cunning daughter? Genetic mutation. Do you understand? Genetic mutation. What's that? So you don't understand. Genetic mutation. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. So I don't think I should tell you. Sima Yue said with a smile. What a vengeful fellow. Dizhou looked at Sima Lu Feng and felt better. Looks like he wasn't the only one who couldn't handle her. The people on their side were the same. But he was curious. What was genetic mutation? Chapter 1180. Read 336, the strength of the Ghost Clan's people was not bad. While they were talking, they finished off those people. Not only did they hide far away, they even dared to say that they wanted to kill them. Fighting with Ghost Clansmen in the ancient battlefield was simply courting death. Master, everything has been cleaned up. The guard came back to report. Yes, Dizhou nodded slightly and looked at Sima Yue. Should we continue our journey? All right. Dizhou let the guards rest for a while and then continued on their way. But this time, not only was Chongming leading the way, there was also Sima Lu Feng leading the way. After walking for more than half a month, they finally walked out of the place where the fault lines were concentrated and arrived at a place where the space was relatively stable. If the previous area was said to be uninhabited, with only plants and no living animals, then this area could only be described as barren. The land was charred and cracked. After millions of years, not a single living thing had grown here. They flew in the air, and everything in front of them was the same. The black earth looked like a boundless ocean, swallowing the hope of life. Sima Yue returned to the ground. Although the space here was much more stable than before, she could not say for sure if a spatial flow would suddenly appear and take her away. It wasn't easy for him to get here. When the time came, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. How is it? Dizhou and the others did not dare to go up casually. They did not have spatial perception like her, so they could only wait on the ground. It's the same in front. We should have reached the ancient battlefield. Sima Yue said, what kind of battle would cause such an area to appear? No one knows, and no ancient book has ever mentioned it. If it wasn't for someone who accidentally entered this place and spread the news, nobody would know about this. Sima Lu Feng said. As the family that brought the news out, the Sima family had been under a lot of pressure for tens of thousands of years. Fortunately, there were no signs of the immortal land opening during those years, so the Sima family could live through these years peacefully. Otherwise, they might have already disappeared in the long river of history. Their generation didn't know how the news was leaked out, but in their opinion, it didn't bring them much benefits. Especially when everyone knew that this wonderland was the one that opened tens of thousands of years ago, the Sima family didn't have any peace. The ancestor who released the news only wanted to spread the news and let everyone know about it to divert the attention of the entire continent. However, he didn't expect that as time passed, the news would spread more and more. Although it diverted some attention, it also put the family in an even more awkward position. Others asked the Sima family to provide more information, but they didn't know much. Even the outside world knew more than they did. Although the Sima family didn't encounter anything when they came in, they knew that many people had been following them in order to find this ancient battlefield. Actually, he wasn't very interested in this place. After so many years, how many treasures could there be? Could it be that the things of the ancients were really better than the things of today? After so many years, he didn't know if those things could still be used. Why did they have to come to such a dangerous place? However, his idea was useless. Sima Lu Yun's idea didn't stop the family members either. That group of stubborn old people insisted on coming, so they couldn't do anything about it. Moreover, because of Sima Lu Xian's matter, they couldn't be too high profile in the family. So even if they had ideas, they didn't say it out loud. They could only follow them in. You guys don't know either? Sima Yue asked Deja. Deja shook his head. There really wasn't any record of this. For a battle to form such a large folded space, it means that the battle was absolutely devastating. It's impossible that there isn't any record of it at all. Sima Yue said, could it be that this ancient battlefield wasn't formed in the ancient primordial lands, but formed in other places? Formed in other places? You mean outer realms? Sima Lu Feng asked. I think this possibility is higher. Sima Yue said. How do you know that there are outer realms? Sima Lu Feng asked. People in the inner regions knew more about outer realms. For someone of Sima Yue's age and life experience, she shouldn't know about it. Qing Yi told me. Sima Yue said. Qing Yi. Tree of Life. I comprehended the realm under him. Sima Yue said. A few days ago, when she was chatting with Sima Lu Feng, she mentioned that Sima Yi Yun and the rest were captured. He casually asked about the realm. She didn't hide it from him. Or rather, she had the intention to tell him about it. She wanted him to know about her improvement. Perhaps only then would they tell him about her father. However, other than letting him sigh at her talent and be happy, it didn't have any use. During this period of time, every time she asked about her father, he would either directly say that it was better that she didn't know about it, or change the topic. In short, he was excited about her talent while refusing to give her any useful information. She was so angry that her teeth itched. But she couldn't pry open his head to take a look. She could only stare at him from the side. As for this Sima Lu Feng, when he was young, he was definitely a thick-skinned person. Now that he was older, he had cultivated his skin these few years, so his skin was even thicker now. No matter how she glared at him, he would just ignore her. But Sima Yue wasn't the kind of person who would give up. The two of them were in a deadlock these few days. One asked, the other avoided. The two of them were having a lot of fun. How does that Chingy know about outer realms? Isn't he a tree? Yeah, a tree that has turned into a spirit. Sima Yue said, he told me that we weren't the only ones who came in here. There were others who came in from other places. Since this place can connect us, it can also connect to other places. This place might not be formed by our continent. It's possible. Deja said, if it really was an earth-shattering battle, there would be some traces left behind. There would be traces left behind from the immemorial and ancient battles. It wouldn't be like this where there's no news at all. Sima Lu Feng nodded, agreeing with their point of view. Something's coming. Ghost Master suddenly said. Could it be the spatial flow again? Sima Lu Feng's expression changed. Previously, he was swept away by the spatial flow when he just arrived at the ancient battlefield. Could it be that he was swept away when he just arrived? He couldn't be that miserable, right? Chapter 1181. Read 336, the expressions of the others also changed. After walking for so long, did they have to start from the beginning again? It's not spatial turbulence. It's something alive that's flying towards us, the Ghost Master said. Hearing this news, everyone first heaved a sigh of relief, but then their hearts were in their mouths again. They had been walking in the folded space for almost a year, but they had never encountered it. Why did they encounter it here? Furthermore, they were still unsure of the strength of the life forms that could survive here. It would be fine if they were weak, but if they were weak and there were many of them, it would be troublesome. Not long after, everyone heard the commotion. A buzzing sound came from afar, and it was approaching at a very fast speed. Blood bats, the Ghost Master said to Deja. They're not easy to deal with. Ghost bats were more difficult to deal with among the underworld beasts. They were strong and lived in groups. Every time they moved, there would be a large number of them. Therefore, even in the ghost realm, no one wanted to encounter ghost bats. Everyone, get ready. The captain of Deja's bodyguard said to the people behind him. Ghost bats were no strangers to the ghost clan, so they did not panic. Instead, they prepared themselves and waited for the ghost bats to arrive, so that they could take the initiative to attack. Sima Yue looked at the guards and asked, are these ghost bats hard to deal with? Yes, these blood bats don't look big, but they're fast, and their attack power is strong. Moreover, their mental attacks are super powerful. If they attack together, their strength will be doubled. If 100 low-level divine ghost bats unleashed a sonic attack at the same time, their strength would be comparable to a mid-level divine ghost bat. If there were 1,000 of them, their strength would be comparable to a high-level divine ghost bat. This kind of power was not found in other social animals. When they moved out, there were at least 1,000 of them, and at most 10,000 of them. Therefore, the people of the ghost clan did not want to encounter them. Sima Yue listened to Deja's explanation and thought that they were really lucky to encounter such a tricky underworld beast as soon as they arrived here. You don't have to worry too much. My guards aren't weak. Even if Ghost Bat comes, there won't be too much trouble. Deja comforted her. The guard captain behind him twitched his mouth. He never thought that one day his master would take the initiative to comfort someone else. If not for the fact that this person was his cousin, Princess Yukoluo's daughter, they would have thought that he was in love. Sima Yue nodded and said, I'm not that worried. If you can't do it, I still have the underworld artifact you gave me. They shouldn't be of any use to the things inside, right? No. Deja said, those are all spirits. The Ghost Bat's sonic attack is only effective against spirits with physical bodies. That's good. Sima Yue was no longer worried about her strength. If these guards couldn't do it, then she could use the ghosts in the 100 Ghost Banner to attack. However, before the blood bats could get close, the Ghost Master sensed that something was amiss and said, Master, something's wrong. What happened? Dijou looked at the ghost master, and his voice changed. This kind of situation rarely happened in the past. Those blood bats are different from the ones in the world of spirits and souls. They should be mutated blood bats. The ghost master said. Mutated blood bats. Dijou's expression changed and said, "Why are there mutated blood bats here? We can't stay here. Retreat." He was quite confident just a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, he changed. Sima Yue didn't understand why they were so afraid of the mutated blood bats at first, but she understood later on. Dijou said that the average blood bat was only the size of a wash basin. However, when she saw the ones chasing after them, she thought, damn, how are they wash basins? They're almost the size of a water tank. If it was just a change in size, the ghost master wouldn't have changed his expression at the mention of it. If they could escape without saying anything, then their strength must have been multiplied. Otherwise, how embarrassing would it be if they escaped with their lives? They wanted to escape, but the fault zone was right behind them, and they couldn't escape fast enough. The blood bats were very familiar with this place, and they easily avoided the fault zone while flying and quickly caught up with them. Now, they could only hope that there weren't too many of them. If there were only 100 of them, then they could barely deal with them. Oh my God! The blood bats were getting closer and closer. How could there only be 100 of them? There were tens of thousands of them. Why are there so many blood bats? This time, even the ghost master couldn't keep his calm. They were going to wipe them out until not even a speck of dust remained. When Sima Yue saw the ghost master's reaction, she knew that this was going to be a battle without any suspense. They only had a few hundred guards now, and they didn't have the strength to fight back at all. Even if the number of guards was a few times greater, they would still be defeated by this black mass of mutated blood bats. They're too fast, we can't escape at all. Even the captain of Dijou's guards felt a little hopeless. Sima Yue initially wanted to use the spirits in the 100 Ghost banner to deal with the blood bats, but now, even if she took it out, the spirits would be able to resist for a while, but it wouldn't be of much use. You're an array master, don't worry about us later. Use your array to leave. Dijou said. Yes, we'll buy you some time, but we don't know how long, so you have to hurry. Sima Lu Feng stood together with Dijou for the first time in order to protect her behind him. They all knew that she was an array master, and it wouldn't be a problem if she wanted to leave alone. But if she brought more people with her, then it might not be so. One had to know that a large array needed time to set up. Sima Yue didn't expect that these two guys, who didn't like each other along the way, would stand together in front of her. In a hopeless situation, they were going to open up a way for her to survive. And this was only because she was a family member that they cared about. Sima Lu Feng and Dijou didn't expect that they would fight side by side one day. They looked at each other, and the prejudice in their eyes lessened. Previously, Sima Lu Feng blamed Dijou's little ant for dragging his brother down while the other blamed the other's brother for dragging his little ant down. If it weren't for the fact that Sima Yue was with them, the two of them would have already fought. But now, the two of them stood together, and based on the other party's feelings for Yue, they accepted each other. Of course, this was only accepting the other party as a person, it didn't mean that they accepted the other party's family. It seems that after dying here, we can't go to the ghost realm. Sima Lu Feng said. Yeah, we can only stay here forever. Dijou said lightly, without any fear of death, only endless regret. He couldn't save his aunt personally. If it wasn't for him, when would this cousin of his be able to save his aunt? After she went to the ghost realm, who could help her? Chapter 1182. Dijou read the same emotion in Sima Lu Feng's eyes, regret, but he didn't know what his regret was. Sima Lu Feng was indeed regretful. He hadn't found Sima Lu Xian with Sima Lu Yun, he also hadn't brought Yu back to blind those old fellows, there were still many things that he hadn't done. It was fine if he didn't do it, but when he thought about how Sima Luyun had to do all these things alone and he couldn't see that old fellow's dazed look, his heart felt stifled. He immediately reacted. Just now, he had said that he would blind those people's dog eyes. Wouldn't that make him a dog too? His contract beast knew what he was thinking and couldn't help but roll its eyes. Master, you go with Mississippi. We'll buy you some time. The guard captain said. Have you forgotten what I said when I formed you? Deja asked. I said that I will be with you, and I won't let you cover for me. Deja was not a good person. If it was someone else, he would have killed them without a second thought. In the ghost realm, it was because of his bloodthirst that his reputation was not good. However, he still valued the people who had accompanied him to this point. He would definitely do what he had promised back then. Seeing this, the guards were touched. Although Deja's reputation wasn't good, this was the reason why they were willing to follow him. Master, you'd better leave quickly. We. Sima Yu rolled her eyes and said, You're already at this stage, and you're still talking about it. Aren't you wasting time? Yue, hurry up and leave. What are you still doing here? Sima Lu Feng saw that Sima Yue didn't take out a temporary array, instead, she took out a small door and urged her. If the blood bats are too powerful and you leave too late, they will attack the void. You should hurry up and leave. Deja added. Sima Yue blinked and looked behind them. The blood bats are here. As the blood bat got closer, they could already see the ugly face of the blood bat. Leave now. Deja pushed Sima Yue back and took out his weapon. He turned around and was about to fight with his guards. A ray of light lit up and enveloped everyone. Their attacks dissipated before they could even attack. By the time they regained their senses, they were already in a different place. Just as the sound waves from the blood bats were about to reach them, they disappeared. If it were in the past, they might have stayed behind to take a look. However, this time, they continued flying away without looking back. He didn't look like he was looking for a target to attack, but more like he was running for his life. When the people in the little world saw the completely different environment, they realized that they were saved. Where is this? Sima Yue came out. This is my little realm. Let's stay here for a while. Those blood bats will probably leave if they don't see us. You actually have such a place. Why didn't you say so earlier? You made me worry for nothing. I thought that I was doomed. Sima Lu Feng said. Didn't you guys tell me to leave right from the start? Sima Yue said. I was considering if I should listen to you guys. You all know that I'm very obedient. They didn't see how she was obedient at all. They only saw her deceitful look. She just wanted to see them worried. I didn't want to see you guys worried. Sima Yue defended herself. It takes courage to expose this in front of you guys. What if one of you has designs on it? Wouldn't I have saved an ingrate? She was as straightforward as ever. Deja and Sima Lu Feng knew that she was joking. However, she should have been worried about this before. Don't worry. My men won't tell anyone about this. Deja said. It's not like we haven't seen the little realm before. Although yours is a little special, it's not to the point where we would want to snatch it. Sima Lu Feng said. Deja nodded. If it was someone else's, he might have designs on it. However, it was hers. He was even willing to give her the 100 Ghosts banner. Why would he snatch her things? I guessed that you guys wouldn't either. That's why I decided to bring you guys in. Sima Yue said. You guys wait here. I'll leave for a while. I'll bring you guys out after I've confirmed that it's safe outside. Okay. Go ahead. Can we look around? Sima Lu Feng asked. I've set up enchantments in places that you can't go. Sima Yue left after she finished speaking. She wanted to check on little 11. Half a day later, she came out of the little realm alone. If the blood bats were still around, she could go into the spirit pagoda immediately. However, when she came out, the blood bats were long gone. She brought everyone out and made sure that the blood bats were gone. Then, everyone finally let out a sigh of relief. The smell of the blood bats still lingered in the air. It was a clear indication of how bad the situation was. Just now, those blood bats seemed to be in a hurry. They didn't seem to be chasing after us. We just happened to bump into them. Sima Yue said. We were too flustered just now. Now that I think about it, it's indeed abnormal. Deja recalled the situation just now. He felt that something was amiss. If they were chasing after them, they wouldn't have stayed so close to attack. Moreover, when they saw them, they would have already dispersed and surrounded them. However, even if they were just passing by and saw us, they still chose to attack. Sima Lu Feng said, no matter what their motive was, the result was the same. If it wasn't for Yue, we probably wouldn't have been able to escape today. That's right. Cousin, it's all thanks to you this time. Deja said. That's not what I'm talking about. Sima Yue said. Then what is it? If what we guessed was true and those blood bats weren't chasing after us, then why did they fly in such a large number? Either there was something in front that attracted them, or there was something chasing after them from behind, forcing them to run. Sima Lu Feng understood what he meant. That's what I thought too. Sima Yue said, if it's the first case, then where did they go? Will they come back? If it's the second case, then it's even worse. Why not? One of the guards who was rather familiar with Sima Yue asked. Stupid. The captain of the guards happened to be beside him. He slapped that person's head and said, if it's the second case, tell me, what kind of existence would be able to make those blood bats escape? Think again, which direction did they come from? That guard gasped. Those blood bats came from the ancient battlefield. If that was the case, didn't that mean that there was something powerful inside? Chapter 1183. Crazy Wife, Divine Dr. Fifth Missy. Once the guard understood, the others naturally understood as well. Everyone looked at the road in front of them and felt apprehensive. That person, does your family have any information about this? Deja asked. I'm not that person, I have a name. Sima Lu Feng said, according to seniority, you have to call me uncle. What? He had to call him uncle. Deja was enraged by him calling him uncle. The pressure on his body instantly dropped, causing the guards behind him to shrink their necks. Master and this human were natural enemies. They were already adults, but they still turned the world upside down because of such trivial matters. Of course, turning the world upside down was an exaggeration, but they had never seen Master like this before. You want to be my uncle just based on you? You're looking for death. Deja's face was cold as he condensed his ghost energy and attacked him. And Sima Lu Feng wasn't some weakling. He was able to fight with the experts of the heroic sword sect outside the mountain gate hundreds of years ago, so he wasn't afraid to fight with him now. Seeing that the opponent made a move, he also condensed his spirit energy and went forward. Sima Yue didn't stop him and said, if you want to fight, go further away, anyway there aren't any spatial traps nearby. Deja and Sima Lu Feng's battle had been suppressed for a long time. Now that it was finally released, the power was needless to say, it flattened the nearby mountains. They were quite obedient. They went further and further away to ensure that the aftermath of their battle wouldn't affect everyone. Missy, why don't you persuade them? Aren't you afraid that they'll get hurt? A guard asked. One was her cousin, the other was her uncle. Wasn't she worried at all that one of them would get hurt? Persuade what? Sima Yue looked at the two fighting in the distance. They don't like each other. They've been wanting to beat each other up the whole way. If they don't fight, the anger in their hearts will accumulate, and by then it'll be troublesome. Why don't we let them fight for a while? Maybe it'll be fine after they're done. What if they get hurt? Someone asked. What's there to be afraid of? Isn't it just an injury? Sima Yue said disapprovingly, who doesn't get injured in a fight? As long as he doesn't die, it's fine. Miss, you're really open-minded. That's right. They're all from the same family. When they meet their in-laws, it's normal for them to quarrel a little. One of them is my father's brother, and the other is my mother's nephew. They can be considered as my in-laws and maternal family. It's fine to hit him. As long as they are still breathing, I can save them. What a confident woman. He was really magnanimous. He wasn't worried about them getting hurt and even said that it would be fine as long as they were kept alive. If the two people who were fighting knew about this, wouldn't this encourage them to fight to the death? What if one of them made a mistake and died? However, Sima Yue was not worried at all. Although the two of them looked very angry, there was no real killing intent in their eyes. They wouldn't really kill each other. She didn't know how long they were going to fight, so she simply took out a chair and sat down to watch, commenting on the battle from time to time. The Ghost Master came to her side and said, "You've thought it through. I have a good temperament." Sima Yue praised herself. Although you two have a lot of similarities, she won't be as narcissistic as you. The student surpasses the master. I can't be the same as my mother. How can I not change it all? Sima Yue said. The Dark Princess would never say such a thing. This was indeed the case of the student surpassing the master. Seeing you like this, you should know more about my mother. Sima Yue raised her head and looked at him, probing. We've had some contact. The Ghost Master said. You almost got me killed. Sima Yue suddenly changed the topic and said. At that time, I didn't know that you were her daughter. The Ghost Master said, if I knew, I wouldn't have done it. It's always better to say than to sing. But there aren't so many ifs in this world. There are so many if only Sima Yue snorted at his words. In this world, it was hard to buy a if only with money. But the harm that he had done to her was real. So. The Ghost Master looked at her and asked. So, don't fall into my hands in the future. Sima Yue said, I've forgiven you this time for my cousin's sake, but it doesn't mean that you can rest easy. If I find out that you've done something wrong to me, I'll settle old and new scores with you. The Ghost Master narrowed his eyes. But he hid behind the cloak, so Sima Yue didn't see it. What did you say? I didn't say anything. I'm just saying that since my cousin calls you master, you have to be worthy of this title, right? Isn't that so? Sima Yue said, besides, you wouldn't do anything to hurt cousin, right? The Ghost Master was silent and didn't answer her. Instead, he looked at her from head to toe. She knew something, or she didn't know something. She was warning him not to do anything that would hurt his master. Would he do that? He didn't know. Yes, or no. After Sima Yue said that, she didn't look at him anymore. She didn't know if he was really good to Deja or if he really recognized him as his master. But from the things that Deja told her, she felt that this Ghost Master was a little strange. He seemed to be good to him, but it also seemed like he wasn't really good to him. She didn't know much about the relationship between the two, but she could warn him and remind Deja to be more careful. The conversation between the two suddenly stopped, but no one felt that it was abrupt. Instead, they were both thinking about something and watching the two fight in a daze. In the distance, Deja and Sima Lu Feng fought more and more fiercely. From the beginning, they wanted to teach each other a lesson, but later on, they were fighting to their heart's content. It seemed like they wouldn't stop until they used up all their spiritual energy. The two of them didn't call out their contracted beasts and didn't eat any pills to replenish their spiritual energy. They chose to fight on their own. The two of them fought for almost a day. Everyone thought that they would stop after they used up all their spiritual energy. But the two of them started fighting again and chose to continue fighting with their bodies. The two of them were from big clans and had high expectations of themselves. So they would usually pay attention to their physical training. The two of them didn't expect that the first time they fought with their bodies would be under such circumstances. Deja punched Sima Lu Feng's face and shouted, "It's all your Sima family's fault. If it wasn't for you, this wouldn't have happened to little Ant." Sima Lu Feng punched Deja's stomach and retorted, "It's all you Kaluo's fault. If it wasn't for her, Lu Xian wouldn't be missing. This punch is for him." Chapter 1184. Deja was hit in the stomach and the pain came, but he didn't care at all. He grabbed Sima Lu Feng's arm and punched him back. "If it weren't for Sima Lu Xian, my aunt would still be the princess of the ghost realm, living a happy and worry-free life. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. It's clearly you Kaluo's fault. If she didn't come to the human world, if she didn't seduce Lu Xian, how could there be such a thing? Bah, it's obviously Sima Lu Xian's fault. It's all you Kaluo's fault. Say it again. You're the one who doesn't want to admit it. Then let's see if we can survive until the end." As the two argued, they fought with their fists like the most ordinary people. Their usual appearance and image were nowhere to be seen. It was as if two children were fighting. Sima Yuyue was speechless as she looked at them. They were really two kids who had survived. "Ghost Master, the master is injured, should we?" The guard captain asked the Ghost Master. The Ghost Master waved his hand, signaling them not to move. Deja chose to use this method, which meant that he did not care about the injuries on his body. "Don't worry, I won't die," Sima Yue said. "As your master's guards, don't move unless he asks you to. Master has never been beaten like this before," the leader of the guard said. "He used to be beaten up too," Sima Yue said. "That was when Master was young. Even if he was young, it still counts." Sima Yue said, "Di Lu, when you started following my cousin, he was already 100 or 200 years old." The bodyguard Captain Di Lu nodded and said, "Yes. He has been with Master for several hundred years." "Have you never seen him like this since you met him?" Sima Yue asked. "It's not that I haven't seen Master fighting with others before. Master has also been injured before, but I've never seen him like this," Di Lu said. "Then you're lucky today. Look at how your master looks like when he's shirtless. Maybe you won't see it again." Sima Yue said, "This is your only chance, you have to cherish it." Di Lu thought that Sima Yue was going to say something, but he didn't expect it to be this. But it might really be their only chance, so they had better watch. Deja and Sima Lu Feng fought bare-chested for over an hour. Finally, they lost all their strength and fell onto the ground. Sima Yue, Di Lu, and the others walked over and saw the two of them grimacing in pain. They were still glaring at each other, as if they were waiting for them to recover their strength before continuing the battle. Fortunately, he still knows his limits and didn't lose his last breath. She gave them a check: 10 broken ribs, 10 broken bones, torn muscles, internal organs bleeding. TSK, your bodies are not bad, you can still fight like this." Sima Lu Feng heard Sima Yue's words and wanted to say something, but the pain made him grimace and suck in a breath of cold air. "Hiss, don't move," Sima Yue said, "just lie here obediently for 3 days like this." 3 days. So long. Sima Lu Feng shouted. "What else do you think?" Sima Yue said, "Although there are pills, you still need time to recover. It's not like you don't know what it's like to be injured." And they didn't have her physique. 3 days was just the standard for them to be able to move. Sima Yue took out pills for them to eat and said, "After thinking for so long, you finally fought. Your mouth is full, right? Have you vented enough?" Both of them glared at each other and turned to look at the sky at the same time. Sima Yue smirked and ordered Di Lu, "Set up a tent for your master, they will be sleeping here for 3 days. Oh, help me set up one for my uncle too." "Forget it, set up a big one and put both of them together." "Oh right, they can't move now, don't touch them after setting up the tent, just let them lie on the ground." "Yes, young Mississippi." Di Lu waved to the people behind him and a few people came over immediately and set up 2 tents for them. Dija and Sima Lu Fang's eyes widened when they heard that they had to lie on the ground for 3 days, looking at Sima Yue who was gloating at their misfortune. "Don't stare at me, you guys want to fight like this, I'm not the one who caused it." Sima Yue said, "You guys delayed our journey for 3 days because of this, we haven't told you guys off yet. You can obviously think of a way to let us recover earlier, but you want us to lie on the ground for 3 days, don't you feel sorry for Uncle?" Sima Lu Feng complained. Sima Yue rolled her eyes, did he think that he had the body of a divine demon? "Letting you guys not move is for your own good." Sima Yue said, "Who asked you to break all your bones? If you want your bones to recover properly, just lie down obediently." "Young miss, it's done. You guys go out, get someone to guard them outside, just in case." Sima Yue said. "Okay." Di Lu glanced at his master who was on the ground and hurried out. He wouldn't tell his master that the reason why he ran so fast was because he couldn't help but laugh when he saw his handsome face being beaten beyond recognition. Dija saw how his subordinates listened to Sima Yue and didn't know how to describe his feelings. This girl's temperament made people listen to her subconsciously, just like Little Ant in the past. Sima Yue took out a chair and sat beside the two of them, saying, "Uncle Lu Feng, will it be boring to recuperate for 3 days? Why don't you tell me about what happened to my father and mother?" Dija turned around and looked at Sima Lu Feng. He also wanted to know what happened to Little Ant in the human realm. Sima Lu Feng saw Sima Yue's stubborn eyes and sighed, saying, "Why are you so stubborn? This stubbornness is just like your father." "I'm father and mother's child, of course it's the same." Sima Yue said, "Uncle Lu Feng, don't joke around with me, you know, I'll find out about what happened back then sooner or later. I'm no longer the me from back then, no matter what I know, it won't affect my Tao heart." She had successfully comprehended Tao. As long as she didn't encounter something that made her completely collapse, her Tao would not scatter or break. "You, sigh." Sima Lu Feng sighed again, "You're right, you'll find out about what happened back then sooner or later. Instead of letting you keep searching for the answer, why don't I tell you now? It'll save you from pestering me all day. How good would it be if you did this earlier?" Sima Yue said. "Actually, I don't know much about what happened to your father and mother back then, because they were outside, some of it we heard from your father." Sima Lu Feng said, according to what he said, back then, he went out to travel. Chapter 1185. Sima Yue listened to Sima Lu Feng talk about what happened to her parents back then. Her heart rose and fell with them. She was happy and sad with them. That year, your father and your master, Feng Zhixing, went out together. At that time, they said that they were going to Western Liang. You know, there is an area connected to the devil race. Although it is not as famous as the Bloody Passage, and there are not so many people stationed there for a long time, once the devil race comes out, their strength is very high. Sima Yue nodded her head. She indeed knew that place, because the people of Shiman clan had gone there before, and they happened to encounter the people of Demon clan. Not to mention the guardian of that place, they also killed all the people of Shiman clan. Therefore, everyone in the Shiman clan knew about that place. Back then, your father and your master went there, and they were attacked by the demons. Your mother happened to be there as well, and she saved them by chance. That's how they got to know each other. Sima Lu Feng continued. Later on, they met with the Devil Clan's counterattack and the three of them only managed to escape after much difficulty. Perhaps after going through several life and death situations, the relationship between the three of them was formed. Yuko Luo and Sima Lu Xian were in love, while Feng Zhixing was in love with Yuko Luo. Later on, they traveled the continent together, and their relationship became better and better. Feng Zhixing didn't want to see this, so after traveling together for 2 years, he chose to leave and travel alone. After that, your mother gave birth to you. However, they didn't return to their families because the Sima family wouldn't accept a ghost as their daughter-in-law. If they go back, I'm afraid they won't even be able to protect you. Thus, they chose to live in seclusion. Since he was living in seclusion, why did all those things happen later on? Sima Yue asked. Do you know how many people's dream lover your father was back then? Although he's traveling, news about him is still heard from time to time. Sima Lu Feng said. After that, Ouyang clan's young miss tracked them down and came looking for them. During the fight, she found out that your mother was from the Ghost Clan. Then, their information was leaked. They moved, but how could they escape the pursuit of so many forces? We found them when you were just born. Sima Yue could guess the situation at that time. She could tell from the few incidents that she had encountered that the human race had a strong prejudice against the ghost race. Knowing that humans and ghosts were in love, there would definitely be many people coming to deal with them. In addition, her father had a lot of admirers at that time, so there would definitely be more people who wanted to join in. On the other hand, the mother had just given birth and her body was weak. It was impossible for the father to protect the mother and child in front of so many people. Sima Lu Feng recalled the scene back then, and until now, he still felt very shocked. You know, those powers outside have always been eyeing us covetously, coveting the inheritance we obtained in the Immortal Land, wanting to obtain information about the Immortal Land's ancient battlefield. Sima Lu Feng said hatefully. The news of the Immortal Land was only spread out a few years ago, but at that time, many powers in the inner regions had already received the news, saying that the Immortal Land was about to open. Therefore, the number of people who came to besiege them was quite a few unrelated people. In their words, everyone has the right to kill those of a different race. Sima Yue clenched her fists tightly, her expression sunk, her heart hurt more and more, and she hated them more and more. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and tried her best to calm herself down, saying, then what happened after that? After Lu Yun and I got the news, we secretly sent them a message, asking them to escape. But we don't know why, they didn't leave. And when we got there, the two of them were very weak, they didn't have any fighting power at all. They didn't have any fighting power against those who besieged them. Sima Lu Feng said. Little Ant is immune to poison. Although she gave birth to cousin, she shouldn't have no fighting power at all. Deja said, how did they become like that? Sima Lu Feng blinked, I don't know either. But when we went over, they were already like that. The two of them were in the same situation, as if all their spiritual energy had been sucked dry. They were almost killed by those people. The two of them didn't know, but Sima Yue who was at the side couldn't control her tears, drop by drop, they stained her clothes. They didn't know why, but she guessed it. They must have discovered their own divine devil physique. Even though the situation was critical, they still chose to use their own power to seal their own bodies, allowing them to grow up safely. As for them, they had used their weakest moments to face so many people. Sima Lu Feng and Deja thought she cried because she heard her parents suffer. You said besieged. If it was just my father and mother, why did so many people go? Because they got the news that there were many ghost clansmen there. They even said that the Sima family was colluding with the ghost clansmen. But they didn't expect that when they went, there would only be the two of them. Sima Lu Feng explained. Then how did they escape from that disaster? Those people said they wanted to kill them. The Sima family had already been accused of colluding with the ghost clansmen. Facing so many forces, they didn't dare to come out and protect them. Sima Lu Feng said, those girls who admired your father wanted to kill your mother, but at the last moment, they were saved by the Ghost King who rushed over. Ghost King? My grandfather? Sima Yue asked in astonishment. Yes, I heard your mother call him father. Sima Lu Feng said. If Sima Yue was shocked, then Deja was shocked. The Ghost King actually came to the human realm personally. Sima Lu Feng didn't notice their expressions as he looked at the tent above his head and continued, maybe your mother sent a message to the ghost realm. Anyway, the Ghost King brought a group of people and rushed over. After a round of negotiation, they brought your mother away. Then what about my father? Will those people let my father go? Sima Yue asked. Those people originally wanted to punish you and your father. They asked the clan leader to take action and get rid of you. At that time, your father was almost beaten to his last breath. Sima Lu Feng said, those people who were jealous of him, they wanted to kill him long ago. They even said that you were the result of human and ghost love and wanted to kill you as well. I'm sorry, at that time, your uncle Lu Yun and I weren't able to protect you and your father. You don't have to apologize. I heard from Yi Yun that you and Uncle Lu Yun came back with injuries all over your body. Sima Yue said, they don't know what happened, but I should have guessed correctly. Those people wanted to kill cousin. How did she survive? Deja asked from the side. Speaking of which, Yue, you still have to thank Yin Lin for this matter. He came over and saved you and your father. Yin Lin. Chapter 1186. Read 336, Yin Lin, he was there too. Sima Yue asked. I didn't come before. You came when those people were trying to kill you. Sima Lu Feng said, his arrival made everyone here stop. After that, he went straight to your side and carried you up from the ground. He said that she was a good child and that if you let her off today, she would return peace to you in the future. And then those people agreed to watch. Deja asked. Of course. Sima Lu Feng said, you don't know Yin Lin's position in the human realm, there's no power that dares to go against him. No one can refute his words. So, he saved my life at such a young age, Sima Yue muttered. She had always thought that their contact began outside the immortal land. She didn't expect that her life was saved by him. Yin Lin's words have always been accurate. After he said that, although those people didn't know what would happen in the future, their attitude towards you changed a little. However, there are still some people who want to kill you. Later, Divinator took you and your father away and suppressed this matter. A few months later, your father brought you back to the clan, but not long after, he took you away again. Later on, he also disappeared. Oh right, your name was also given to you by Yin Lin. Sima Yue was stunned. He was the one who named himself Sima Yue, Shiman Yue. He knew that they would become one in the future. What else do you know? She asked. That's all we know. Sima Lu Feng said, later on, those forces still found trouble with the clan, but because Lu Yun and I were injured, we didn't come into contact with them. Later on, the clan suppressed this matter and didn't allow the clan members to talk about it, so we didn't know about this. When your father came back, Lu Feng and I happened to be out. When we came back, he had already disappeared. After hearing his words, Sima Yue fell silent. Those people. She narrowed her eyes. Those people who wanted to kill her parents, she would properly thank them one by one. She saw that Sima Lu Feng had said so much and was a little agitated just now. He was already tired, so she didn't ask for the names of those forces. She would ask again when he was better. She got up and put away the chair, saying, have a good rest. You'll be able to get up in 3 days. She left the tent, leaving the two of them staring at each other for 3 days. After Sima Yue left, she went to the little realm and then to the spirit pagoda. With the ghost master here, she didn't want to take the risk. She found Wu Lingyu. This guy wasn't teasing the flower petals out of boredom this time. He was reading a book about mechas on the couch. Seeing her come in, his eyes were still a little red. He sat up and pulled her to sit beside him, asking, "Why are you crying?" Sima Yue leaned her head on his shoulder, saying, "I heard about my parents from Uncle Lu Feng just now. I couldn't hold it in." Wu Lingyu hugged her, saying, "Don't be sad about the past. Everything will be fine when you find them." Sima Yue replied with a nasal voice. Although she said so, these emotions weren't something she could control. Wu Lingyu didn't tease her this time. He just quietly accompanied her and listened to her repeat what Sima Lu Feng told her. "Oh right." Sima Yue finished speaking and left his shoulder, saying, "Father left me a box. There's something inside that I haven't seen." She took out the box. When she saw this box again, her state of mind was completely different from the first time she saw it. At that time, when she saw this box, she only felt that her cheap father left it for this body. But looking at it now, she could feel her father's love. Although this box wasn't as rare as the exquisite box, it was more precious in her heart. "I've never seen you take out this box before," Wu Lingyu said. "Father left this family's ring, little spirit, a map and a letter." Sima Yue opened the box. The letter and map were still lying inside. She took out the letter and opened it again. Her tears couldn't help but fall. "Father, Mother, don't worry. I'll definitely find you. Our family will definitely be reunited." Wu Lingyu took out the craft paper and looked at it, saying, "This looks like an ancient tomb." Sima Yue wiped her tears and leaned over to take a look, saying, "Looking at the feng shui position, it does look like an ancient tomb. But Father didn't say where this is. But when I looked at it again, I realized that this letter is a little strange. It seems to have mentioned this." "Why is it strange?" Wu Lingyu asked. Sima Yue opened the letter, saying, "There are a few words that have slight changes. It's different from the others. Look." Wu Lingyu took a look. Those words were indeed different. "Ai, Tian, Ling," Sima Yue said, "These 3 words have been curled back a little, but the other words don't have this." "That's true. Ai, Tian, Ling. Could it be the Ai Tian Ling region?" Wu Lingyu said. "Ai Tian Ling region. Is it the same region?" Sima Yue asked. "Yes, the inner region." Wu Lingyu said, "Could it be that this map is a place in Ai Tianling region? Is there someone's ancient tomb in Ai Tianling region?" Sima Yue asked. Wu Lingyu thought for a while, saying, "It was said that an emperor's tomb was there, but no one has ever found it. Could it be that this map is the emperor's tomb? Could it be that before the emperor died, he drew a map and left it to the world, telling them, 'Come, my tomb is here, come and steal my tomb'?" Sima Yue said. "That's not impossible." Wu Lingyu said, "But it's more likely that someone went in and drew this. Let me look at this map again." Sima Yue said, "No, this craft paper is very old, but the ink on it is not that old. Could it be that this is a map that my father left behind? Did they live in seclusion in that ancient tomb?" "I don't think so." Wu Lingyu said, "You said that many forces went to catch your parents. If they really lived in seclusion in that ancient tomb, it's impossible that the tomb was not discovered. There are so many people, this news can't be suppressed, but we didn't hear anything about it. Could it not be there?" Sima Yue picked up the craft paper and looked at it but couldn't find any clues. Dad, why are you being so secretive? You could have just said it in the letter. I think he must have left something here. Wu Lingyu said, this way, even if others get this, they won't know where it is. I know that too. But this way, we don't know where it is either. Chapter 1187. Read 336, the two of them studied for a while. In the end, Wu Lingyu found a clue. If it's not AI Tian Ridge, then it might be AI Tian Ridge. Wu Lingyu said, the two mountain domains are not far from each other. There should be a mountain range in the distance that separates the two spirit domains. The shape of this mountain is a little special. It should be a landmark left for us. AI Tian Ridge, AI Tian Ridge. Perhaps we will only know the answer when we get there. Sima Yue said. Then we'll talk about it when the time comes. Don't think too much about it now, Wu Lingyu said. Yes. Sima Yue stayed in the spirit pagoda for a while and waited for her emotions to calm down before leaving. Regardless of the motives of those who had participated in this, she would find them and have a good talk about life in the future. It is better to bully an old man than to bully a poor young man. Although those forces were very powerful, one day, she would be above them and make them pay the price for what they did back then. After she went out, she went to see Dizhe and the others. The two of them were arguing about who was at fault for what had happened back then. They were clearly adults, but they were arguing about this matter until their faces turned red. Have they been like this for the past 2 days? Sima Yue asked Di Lu, who was guarding outside. Yes, miss, they were talking half the time after you left, said Di Lu. He never knew that his master had so much to say. Sima Yue shook her head, pulled open the curtain and went in. Yue, did you do something to us? Why don't we have any strength at all? Sima Lu Feng asked when he saw her enter. Sima Yue went up to check on them. They were recovering well. Cousin, why do we feel that our bodies are recovering, but why do we still feel weak? Dizhe asked. I poisoned both of you. Sima Yue said. What? The two of them were stunned at the same time. What's so surprising about that? Sima Yue said, there's a type of poison in the pills I gave you that will make you weak. Don't worry, the poison will only last for 3 days. When your injuries are more or less healed, the poison should also recede. Why? Sima Lu Feng asked. Sima Yue glanced at him and said, if I don't let you guys rest quietly for a while, I'm afraid that you guys will beat me up again after I've just recovered a little. Indeed, he was right. For the past 2 days, they had been criticizing each other. There were several times when they wanted to fight again. If they could move, they might be defeated again. She really knew them well. Both of you have fought and quarreled. Once you've recovered, we'll continue our journey. Sima Yue said, cousin, don't forget why we're here. What motive? Sima Lu Feng asked. Why should I tell you? Dizhe said. F***ck, you two didn't tell me the secret you knew. Do you still want me to lead the way for you? Sima Lu Feng cried out. If you want to lead the way, just lead the way. We don't need you to care about our matters. I'm not asking about yours. I'm asking Yue. Why are you interrupting? You. I'm going to ask Yue. You can't. Why, you want to fight? Let's fight then. I'll beat you up until you can't find north this time. You're saying it as if you've been beaten up until you can't find north. The two of them started quarreling again. Sima Yue was speechless. She couldn't be bothered with them. She pulled open the curtains and went out. Those ghost clansmen didn't dare to walk around. Other than those who were guarding the tents, the others were sitting nearby. She left the group and came to a bare mountain. There were no plants. The ground was bumpy and the mountaintop was flat. It should have been shaved off. She sat down at the top of the mountain and looked at the charred ground. She couldn't imagine how powerful the battle must have been to cause such a result. Such a large-scale battle. It's already like this at the border. What kind of scene would it be inside? Who was the one fighting with whom? Was it the Human Devil clan or the Ghost clan? Or was it a battle royale between the three clans? The final answer was unknown. They could only imagine. She sat alone at the top of the mountain for a long time. She thought about many things. She thought about her past life, her parents on Earth, her parents in her past life, and her parents in this life. Every one of them loved her so much. Then, she thought of the hatred she had to bear. She would return the hatred that others had inflicted on her, bit by bit. This time, she would end the hatred from her past life. Suddenly, she felt a movement in the air. Her expression changed. She got up and teleported back to the campsite. Quick, get the people far away to come back. Sima Yue ordered Di Lu. What happened? Di Lu asked. The space flow is here. We have to hide quickly. Sima Yue said. Di Lu and the rest quickly gathered the guards when they heard that the space flow was here. Sima Yue entered the tent. The two people who were quarreling inside stopped and said, "The time flow is here." Yes. Sima Yue went forward and fed them 2 antidotes. She said, "Let's hide in the little realm for a while." Fortunately, the guards were well trained. They all came back quickly. Sima Yue opened the little realm and asked everyone to go in before she went in herself. However, there were too many people and the space flow was too fast. She threw the last few people into the little realm at the last moment. Before she could go in, she was sucked into the space flow. Fortunately, she closed the little realm at the last moment. Otherwise, the entire little realm would have collapsed. The stones that rolled up from the ground hit her face and body. Her body was torn apart by the space flow. This feeling was similar to when she first arrived at the primordial lands. The space tunnel collapsed and she came out of the void. However, the space flow was much gentler than the void. Her strength had also increased a lot. Therefore, she did not suffer as serious injuries as before. However, when she was thrown out by the space flow, her body was in pain. She still had some consciousness. She knew that she was thrown out and that someone was walking towards her. She sensed that she could still use the spiritual energy in her body. If these people wanted to kill her, she could still take them by surprise. However, they obviously did not want to kill her. She felt that someone forced her mouth open and fed her 2 pills. The pills took effect quickly. She felt much better, but she still could not open her eyes. She did not know who they were, whether they were friend or foe. Therefore, she continued to pretend to be unconscious. However, perhaps because her injuries were too serious, her body started to repair itself and she really fell asleep. Chapter 1188. Read 336. In a cave, Sima Yue was lying on a pile of grass. A little girl came in from outside and said unhappily to the people inside, "Why did you bring such a woman back? She's so weak, do we have to bring her along? What do you know?" A man with blue eyes glared at her. "The area ahead is so dangerous. Do you dare to walk in front of the group?" "I'm not going." The woman said, "It's so dangerous. If I'm not careful, I'll be cut in half, and you still want me to go. Since you don't want to go, then find someone to come back. Why are you still talking so much nonsense?" The blue-eyed man said. The woman couldn't refute him for the time being and said, "All right, then we'll keep this person alive for now." However, for someone so weak to survive being swept up by the spatial currents, he's really lucky. He is indeed lucky. Another white-haired old man said. But this woman is so beautiful. I don't like her. What should I do? If you want to disfigure me, then go ahead. Haven't you done this kind of thing before? The blue-eyed man's voice was flat, as if he didn't care about the lives of others. Or it could be said that he was already used to the woman's actions. We want her to stay alive to scout ahead, so don't kill her. The old man said. No problem. The woman smiled as she walked to Sima Yoyue's side. She squatted down and took out a dagger with a sheath. She slid the dagger across Sima Yoyue's face and said, Tisk, tsk. What a beautiful young lady. It's such a pity that she's ruined. Then let her go. The blue-eyed man said. Hee hee. The woman laughed and said, How is that possible? The more beautiful a woman is, the more I want to ruin her. The uglier she is, the happier I am. I really need to think about how to ruin such a beautiful little girl. The blue-eyed man glanced at her and said, After so many years, you're still so perverted. Hee hee, I'll take that as a compliment. I like such compliments. The girl giggled and took the dagger away from Sima Yuyu's face. Such good skin, I'll draw a turtle on the left side of her face, then use some medicine to lightly rub on the other side of her face. How about it? She turned to look at the old man. Don't ask me. You don't listen to what I say every time. You always use the opposite. The old man said. Then just say the opposite of what you want to say. The woman said, Let's not worry about which potion to use for now. Let's draw the tortoise here first. My skills have improved in the past few years. With such a small face, I can draw 100 slashes on it before I can draw a turtle. I see that your strength hasn't increased these few years. Is it because you're researching this? The old man said. That's right. The woman nodded. Destroying the faces of all the women who are prettier than me is the greatest pleasure of my life. This has always been your hobby. You don't have to explain it to us. The old man said. You know me so well. The woman's lips curled into an evil smile. She took out the dagger and pressed it on the handle. The dagger split into many small blades. The blades were so thin that they were almost transparent. I'm going to start now. Her voice was filled with agitation and excitement, just like how she used to be. When the blades were about to touch Sima Yuyue, she stopped and asked the two people behind her hesitantly, Should I wait for her to wake up before I start? Seeing the way she resists, the look of fear in her eyes, the pleasure will increase exponentially. We don't have so much time to wait for you. The old man said, We have to hurry after she wakes up. You should think about it yourself. Then I'd better start now. The woman said, Maybe she'll wake up after I stab her. It'll be a good feeling for her to turn from confusion to fear. Up to you. As long as it didn't disrupt their plans, anything was fine. Then I'm going to start. Her blade slowly approached Sima Yoyue's face, as if she was about to complete a sacred plan. The blade was getting closer and closer to Sima Yoyue's face. The moment it touched her skin, a ball of flame suddenly appeared from her body and the dagger turned into ashes instantly. Ah! The woman's scream startled the other two people who had their eyes closed. They looked over and saw that the woman was engulfed in flames. Before they could do anything, she turned into ashes right in front of their eyes. This flame. The two of them quickly stood up and used their spiritual energy to protect themselves, in case the flames suddenly attacked them. That woman was someone who was half a step into the supreme level. What kind of flame was that? How could she be killed so easily? I've always loved the body my parents gave me. The thing I hate the most is other people trying to disfigure me. Sima Yuyue snorted, I didn't expect to encounter the thing I hate the most the moment I wake up. It's so uncomfortable. She sat up, moved her shoulders and twisted her neck. She was not afraid of being disfigured at all. Of course, this person was already burned to ashes by her, so what was there to be afraid of? You've been awake for a long time. The blue-eyed man looked at her and said, I've been awake for a while. I thought you guys would tell me something useful. In the end, other than the fact that this perverted woman likes to disfigure people, you guys didn't say anything else. Sima Yue said. You've been awake for a long time. How could we not know? The old man was shocked. It's very simple. My spiritual energy is better than yours. She kept the flame and turned into a little birdie that landed on her palm. Thank you, little birdie. In that instant, little birdie ran out of its own accord and burned the woman to death. It was faster than her will. The two people felt the shocking light from the little flame and said in surprise, what a powerful flame. All right, let's go back. Sima Yue said. The reason why she was able to burn the woman to death so easily was because she was caught off guard. The woman was completely defenseless. Although she was very strong, her defenseless body was only slightly stronger than a normal person. She kept the flame and looked at the two men. Thinking of what they said before, she said, Little Seven, Hua Hua, Little Dream, who's going to fight, or do you want to fight together? The three ladies appeared beside her. Looking at the two people opposite her, Little Seven said, Of course I'll be the one to fight one-on-one. Little Seven, do you know how to count? There are obviously two of them. 1 against 2, that's not a one-on-one. Little Dream said. It's all the same. Little Seven didn't think there was any difference between 1 and 2. Sima Yue wanted to complain from behind. The strong were indeed different. She thought that one of them was hundreds of strong warriors, but she saw two of them as one. Chapter 1189. Actually, I think it's more fun to bully with numbers. Hua Hua moved his index finger and said, I love doing this kind of thing. Yes, just like how that woman likes to disfigure others. That's your specialty, not ours. Little Seven snorted. Now, even Hua Hua had killed more people than her because she had more flowers. I didn't say I wanted so many flowers. Hua Hua grinned and said, I mean, the three of us can take down the two of them together. What do you think? Let's give it a try. After saying that, Little Dream took the lead and ran over. Let's do it. Little Seven said as she began to attack. Seriously, you run faster than me every time. Hua Hua said and ran after him. Sima Yue was standing behind them. She was speechless when she saw that the three of them only attacked after a short discussion. These three people they were clearly the ones who saw these people in the spirit pagoda trying to disfigure her and use her to detect the danger ahead. They were the ones who wanted to come out and deal with them together. But now, they were squawking here and creating psychological pressure for the other party. Their strength was originally higher than the two of them. With the three of them attacking together, it was obvious that they could settle it in 3 to 5 minutes. However, they slowly exhausted their spirit energy. After that, they played with them like rubber balls. You punch me, I kick you. You go back and forth. They directly crippled the two of them. After that, they carried them in front of Sima Yue. Yue, these two people are really tough. It took us so long to finish them off. Little Seven stacked the two of them together, looking as if they were tired just now. Sima Yue stood at the entrance and looked at the two bruised and swollen faces. She said, I guess they've never been beaten up like this in their entire lives. Who are you? As the old man spoke, he spat out a mouthful of blood, which contained a tooth. Do you still need to know who I am? Sima Yue asked. We saved you, but you bite the hand that feeds you. The old man said angrily, but his voice was soft and powerless. Save me. Sima Yue laughed. Are you trying to save me? If it wasn't for us, you would have died long ago. The blue-eyed man said. Yes, it was you who moved me to Mountain D, but did you want to save me out of kindness? Sima Yue squatted down and looked at his eyes. Blue eyes are really pretty, but it's a pity that you don't have them. Are you blind, or do you like to lie through your teeth? You clearly wanted Yu to scout ahead of you and use her. Now you dare to say that you saved her. Do you believe that I will dig out both of your eyeballs? Little Seven threatened from the side. What's the use of digging out their eyeballs? If it was me, I would cut off their limbs, dig out their eyeballs, cut off their ears, seal their mouths, and put them in roly-poly toys to be swine. Little Dream said. Hua Hua glanced at Little Meng and said, you should spend less time with Little Roar. You've been led astray by him. Little Roar was implicated again, however, Little Meng didn't care and said, I just like to play with him, so what? Hua Hua King, King Hua Hua, Flower King Hua. Don't call me such a horrible name. Hua Hua shouted. I'm calling you by your name. I thought that the names I thought of for you were pretty nice, why don't you like them? If not, we can change them for you. Today we'll call you Flower King Hua, tomorrow we'll call you Hua Hua King, and the day after tomorrow we'll call you Hua Hua King. Look, how nice is that? You dare. Hua Hua attacked Little Meng with a vine, and the two of them fought back and forth. Sima Yue saw Little Meng like this and was thankful to Little Roar. If it wasn't for that fellow, Little Meng would probably still be immersed in sorrow and wouldn't be able to smile. Although, he did bring Little Meng further down the path of being a wretched scoundrel, she turned her attention to the two of them and said, I'll give you two choices now. 1, I'll send you straight to hell. No, you can't go to hell from here. I'll make you stay here forever. The second choice is for you to tell me what happened, and I'll let you live. Do you think we'll believe you? The old man took a sip, as long as we tell you, you'll kill us immediately. Why would I? Sima Yue said, I said I'll leave you a path, so I'll leave you a path. You have to believe me, understand? The two of them snorted coldly, not believing her. Looks like you really don't believe me. Sima Yue said, however, you don't have the freedom to tell me. Maybe if you tell me, you can exchange it for some hope. I won't tell you. Just kill us directly. Sima Yue stood up. The two of them were quite determined. Unfortunately, it was useless. She confirmed that there was no one around. With a thought, she brought the two of them into the spirit pagoda and found Wu Lingyu. You know how to interrogate people, right? Sima Yue said, I'll leave them to you too. See if you can get any useful information out of them. Why don't you use your divine sense to investigate directly? Wu Lingyu asked. The two of them are so strong. If I want to use my divine sense to investigate, I can only kill them. But I still have a use for them. Sima Yue said. What use do two people who were beaten into two handicapped people have other than their beautiful eyes? Wu Lingyu glanced at her. She had praised this guy's beautiful eyes just now, but she didn't even praise him. Sima Yue immediately understood what he meant. However, she didn't want to continue the topic and said, when I woke up, they were saying something about danger ahead and asked me to lead the way. If we want to go, then we can let them lead the way in front. Don't tell me we can kill them and then you can lead the way. That's fine too. Wu Lingyu agreed. Sima Yue rolled her eyes at him and said, don't think about those useless things. I'll hand them over to you. You have to interrogate them properly. Saying that, she went to lie down on Wu Lingyu's couch, intending to watch him interrogate the two people. All right then. Wu Lingyu looked at her and could only agree. He turned around to interrogate the two people. As the Devil Clan's king, he knew thousands of interrogation methods. He casually settled the two of them and made them obediently tell him the whole story. Sima Yoyue's eyes lit up when she heard what they said. There were treasures. She loved to see people snatching things. As for these two people, she would keep her promise and keep their lives. But she hoped that they could live past 3 days. Because those people from Blood Fiend City were not to be trifled with. Chapter 1190. She used drugs to make the two of them unable to speak, in case they talked about the Spirit Pagoda when they reached Blood Fiend City. She then carried them outside and opened the door to the little realm, bringing them in. She went straight to Blood Fiend City, and when the people in Blood Fiend City sensed her arrival, they all came out to meet her. Seeing her carrying 2 people in, everyone was curious. Yuyue, why are you carrying them? I'm here to see if there's any place in the city that can hold criminals. Lock them up. Sima Yuyue said. What did these people do? Did they bully you? Great, they dare to bully you. Are they tired of living or don't want to live anymore? If they don't want to live anymore, come, let's have a good talk about life with them. That's right, that's right. Yuyue, what did they do? Sima Yuyue looked at them. Although these people weren't good people, but they treated her quite well. When they heard that she was going to lock them up here, they immediately stood up for her. Actually, it's nothing much. Sima Yuyue said, previously I met with the spatial flow and got injured. Then I was caught by them. One of their little friends wanted to disfigure me and was killed by me. These 2 people wanted me to scout ahead for them because that path is very dangerous. F*CK, such people should be killed directly. Why are you keeping them alive? Someone shouted. But I promised them that if they tell me what happened here, I will spare their lives. Sima Yuyue said with difficulty. Later on they said that I have to fulfill my promise. But if I just let them go like this, I'm not assured. What if they come to harm me again? So after thinking about it, it's still best to lock them up here. So it's like this. Yuyue, you promised them so you can't kill them. That's right. You've always been a person who keeps your promise, so I can't kill them. Didn't you say that you want to lock them up here? You know that we didn't build a prison. How about this, you put them in our courtyard and we'll help you look after them. Then you can have a good talk with them about how beautiful life is. Sima Yoyue's smile widened. These guys were so cute. Since there's no prison, let's leave it at that. You have to keep an eye on him, don't let him run away. Don't worry. With us here, where can he run to? That person said confidently. If that's the case, I'll leave it to you. I still have something to do outside, so I'll take my leave first. Sima Yuyue smiled as she handed the girl over to them. Don't worry. We will definitely take good care of them. All right. Sima Yuyue handed them over and went to look for Dijia. Just like what she thought, the 2 of them didn't manage to survive for more than 3 days in Blood Fiend City. When they finally died, the 2 of them still couldn't figure out how such a little baby could wipe out the 3 of them, and why did they bring back such a malefic star. Of course, this was all in the future. After Sima Yuyue left Blood Fiend City, she went to look for Dijia and the others and told them about the situation outside. This is one of the small battlefields in the ancient battlefield. It said that there are many uncertain factors, space rupture, small-scale space collapse and so on. So if we go out again, it's not suitable to bring so many people. They were all aware of how strong the power of space was. Towards her suggestion, they didn't have any objections. I heard that quite a number of people are here. Uncle Lu Feng, after we go out, you can check if Uncle Lu Yun is nearby. Sima Yuyue said. If he's around, you can go back to the Sima family. Sima Lu Feng understood what she meant and said, don't think of asking me to go back. I don't want to go back and be together with that bunch of old farts. Then you can bear to let Uncle Lu Feng face those old farts alone. What's there to not bear? Sima Lu Feng said, he's done such things many times. I'm the one who's often hurt, there's no need to pity him. How thick-skinned. Actually, she didn't really want him to follow her and see what she and Deja were going to do. But if she let him go out alone, she wouldn't be at ease. Forget it, let's go out and see if Uncle Lu Yun and the others are here first. If they weren't, then there was no point in saying anything now. Because they couldn't bring so many people along, only Sima Lu Feng, Deja, Ghost Master and Di Lu went out in the end. After she came out, she asked Sima Lu Feng to check if Sima Lu Yun was around. Sima Lu Feng was extremely unwilling to contact that thing. He silently prayed that the Sima family members weren't nearby. But when he saw the result, his heart wanted to cry. The Sima family members were actually nearby. Sima Yue smiled and said, Uncle Lu Feng, looks like you're going back. There must be something wrong with the connection. I'll try again. Sima Lu Feng said. Then, he tried again and the result was the same. Sima Yue smiled and looked at him without saying anything. Don't smile so treacherously. I'll contact Lu Yun. Maybe he'll come with me to protect you. Sima Lu Feng said. Before Sima Yue could say anything, she saw him take out a sound stone and contacted Sima Lu Yun. Where did you go? Sima Lu Yun's voice was still cold. Although he was a little impatient, there was still a hint of concern. Lu Yun, I met with some trouble. I've been captured. Sima Lu Feng said. Seeing that Sima Yue and the others wanted to speak, he quickly gestured for them to keep quiet. Who captured you? Sima Lu Yun asked. Ghost clansman. Sima Lu Feng said, I finally managed to contact you. Quickly come back and save me. Sima Lu Yun, who was walking along a tunnel, stopped. You can't even handle ghost clansmen. So useless. His words were filled with slight contempt. Damn, what do you mean useless? There are so many ghost clansmen. Why don't you try? Sima Lu Feng shouted. What's wrong? Who are you talking to? The few people in front stopped and turned around to ask Sima Lu Yun. Lu Feng. Sima Lu Yun said. Since you've contacted him, ask him to come back quickly. Wasn't he just swept away by the spatial flow? He actually didn't come back after so long. Seems like his ability has decreased quite a bit. When we go back, ask him to go into closed-door cultivation. His cold attitude showed no concern at all. He said he was captured by the ghost clansman. He's not far away now. He asked us to go back and save him. Sima Lu Yun said. Captured. The elder who spoke just now frowned. It's a crucial moment now. Where would we have the time to save him? If he can't escape, then let him never come back. Chapter 1191. Read 336. Sima Lu Feng was on the other side of the sound stone. When he heard these words, although he already understood, he still couldn't help but feel bitter because of this. Time is of the essence. Let's continue moving forward. You must find that thing before those people. That elder urged Sima Lu Yun. First elder, no matter what, Lu Feng is still a relatively important disciple of the family. Should we, what do you want? Eldest elder berated, if we get that thing, the Sima family can rise again. This is more important than Sima Lu Feng's life. Let's go. Although there were a few people who wanted to save Sima Lu Feng, but firstly, they didn't dare to go against eldest elder's words. Secondly, they knew that obtaining that thing was more important than saving Sima Lu Feng. When they arrived here, many people had already entered. If that thing was obtained by someone else, they would not be able to complete their mission, and the Sima family would lose a chance to rise again. If no one had discovered this place, they could still send a group of people out to save Sima Lu Feng, but from the looks of it now, it was impossible. They were too late. The others started to move, but Sima Lu Yun was still standing at the same spot, not intending to follow. Sima Lu Yun. Eldest elder took a few steps and realized that he didn't catch up, so he chided. Sima Lu Yun kept the sound stone and said, "I'll go out and take a look." After saying that, he turned around and walked back the way he came, completely ignoring the Great Elder. Great Elder, this. Those people looked at the Great Elder awkwardly. Sima Lu Yun didn't put Eldest Elder in his eyes at all, which made the atmosphere a little awkward. However, this was not the first time. If he wants to go, then let him go. It doesn't matter if we lose him. Let's go. With that, the Great Elder turned around and left. Sima Lu Yun's strength wasn't considered high here, leaving wouldn't affect them much. But it was so dangerous outside. If he left, he might not be able to return. Especially when he had to deal with the ghost race. Doing so in the ancient battlefield was simply courting death. So, he didn't care about Sima Lu Yun's disrespect towards him, because in his opinion, he was being serious with a person who was about to die. Sima Lu Yun's lips curled into a faint mocking smile. After returning to land, he took out the sound stone and said, "Speak, what's the matter?" What's the matter?" Sima Lu Feng asked. "Who are you with?" Sima Lu Yun asked. Sima Yue pursed her lips. This fellow didn't believe that Sima Lu Feng was caught from the start. However, he still left the Sima family because of this, which showed his trust in Lu Feng and his disdain for the Sima family. He didn't want to be with those people either. Sima Lu Feng knew that he couldn't deceive him. The two of them knew each other too well. Even if there was a slight change in tone, it couldn't be hidden from the other party. "People from the Ghost Clan," he replied. Sima Lu Yun didn't say anything. It was obvious that he didn't believe him. "He's really with the Ghost Clansmen." Sima Lu Feng said, "It's just that Yu is also with them." "She's with you." Sima Lu Yun's voice finally fluctuated. "Wait here, I'll be right there." "Hey!" Before Sima Lu Feng could finish his sentence, the other party cut off the connection. He wasn't interested in what he was going to say. Sima Yue looked at him sympathetically. His position in the family was really low. It wasn't easy for Sima Lu Yun to show some concern for him. Unfortunately, he met with other matters and his position took a turn for the worse. Deja's attitude towards Sima Lu Feng changed because of this. This fellow was similar to himself in the past. However, he was more fortunate than himself because he had Sima Lu Yun with him. As for himself, he only had himself. No, he had Little Ant. In his most difficult and hopeless days, it was Little Ant who accompanied him and helped him walk out of it. She even made him who he was today. So, no matter what price he had to pay, he had to save her. Very quickly, Sima Lu Yun came over. When he saw Sima Yue in female clothes, he shouted coldly, "Why are you here? Do you know where this is? It's so dangerous and you still came. Do you want to die?" Sima Yue touched her nose. Sima Lu Feng gave her a sympathetic look. "Who asked you to laugh at me just now? Now you're being scolded." And Deja, who was at the side, was unhappy. He pulled Sima Yue and protected her behind him. He looked at Sima Lu Yun and said, "What right do you have to scold her?" Sima Lu Yun looked at Deja. Both of them had similar auras. It almost froze the surrounding air. "Ghost Clan," Sima Lu Yun said. "That's right." Deja looked at him and said, "Don't think that you can scold her like this just because you're her uncle. She's from my Ghost Clan, not from your Sima family." Sima Lu Yun shifted his gaze to the little head that popped out behind him and asked, "Who's that?" "Cousin." Sima Yue said, "Mother's sister's son." "Move aside." Sima Lu Yun shouted coldly. Sima Yue was from his Sima family. How was she from the ghost clan? Wishful thinking. No. Deja pulled Sima Yue, who wanted to go out. He was determined not to let her suffer. Move aside. Sima Lu Yun repeated. Deja didn't say anything. But his actions showed his attitude. No, he wouldn't move aside. Sima Lu Feng looked at them and couldn't help but cover his eyes. He pulled Sima Yue to one side. And the moment he pulled Sima Yue, Sima Lu Yun made a move. And Deja retaliated at the same time. Both of them flew into the sky. Sima Yue looked up at the two of them fighting and said, "You really know him well." Of course. Sima Lu Feng continued, "This guy is the most impatient. He never says 3 times. If the other party still doesn't listen to him after the second time, he would make a move. Just now, Lu Yun told Deja to move aside twice. But Deja didn't listen. He knew that he would make a move. Sima Lu Yun and Deja didn't interact before. So he didn't hold back like Sima Lu Feng. Plus, he hated the ghost clan. So he was more ruthless. Plus, his strength was originally higher than Sima Lu Feng and Deja. Deja was beaten back by him and even got injured. Cousin. Sima Yue saw that Deja was injured. She called out worriedly, "Ghost Master, separate them." Ghost Master thought that Sima Yue wouldn't care about this. If she didn't say anything, he was going to make a move too. This battle was different from the previous one. He couldn't let it go. Ghost Master flew up and attacked Sima Lu Yun. He separated the two of them and helped Deja back to the ground. Chapter 1192. Ghost Master's attack was not light. Sima Lu Yun was hit and his body fell. Sima Lu Feng flew up and caught him. Cousin, Uncle Lu Yun. Sima Yue ran over and saw the two injured people. She asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Ghost Master and Sima Lu Feng took out some pills for them to eat. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Sima Yue stood in the middle and did not know who to look at. Both of them were very nice to her and it was not good to care about either of them first. Alright, Deja treats Yue very well. You scared Yue just now, that's why he thought you would hurt her. Sima Lu Feng spoke first, breaking the stiff atmosphere. Yes, Uncle Lu Yun. Although my cousin is from the ghost clan, he treats me very well. Sima Yue said, "If you don't like the ghost clan, I have the bloodline and aura of the ghost clan in me too." Does that mean you don't like me too? Wearing women's clothing and acting coquettishly, he could do it easily. Sima Lu Yun looked at Sima Yue's troubled look and was silent for a moment before saying, "Why are you with the ghost clan?" "We met in the immortal land and met." Sima Yue said, "Then we came here." "You brought her in." Sima Lu Yun looked at Deja and questioned. "Humph." Deja clutched his chest and did not answer him. The only reason he didn't let the Ghost Master kill him was because of Sima Yue. "No, I came here and met my cousin." Sima Yue said. Uncle Liu Yun's aura was too much. She couldn't stand it. He had never met such a fierce elder before. "What are you doing here alone?" Sima Lu Yun glared at her, causing her to shrink her neck. "I'm here for something," Sima Yue said. She blinked her eyes at Sima Lu Feng, asking him to speak up for her. "Alright, why are you being so fierce? Look, Yue doesn't even dare to talk to you." Sima Lu Feng said, "If Yue ignores you in the future, don't cry to me. Yue will pay attention to me anyway, right, Yue?" "Yes, yes." Sima Yue nodded vigorously. She did not like elders who were too fierce. Sima Lu Feng was indeed someone who grew up with Sima Lu Yun. He knew where his weak spot was. With that, Sima Lu Yun's expression eased up quite a bit. He was only concerned about her safety. He was overly worried about her sudden appearance in such a dangerous place, so he subconsciously pulled a long face. It wasn't that he didn't want her to come into contact with the ghost clan. He had seen Yukoluo before, and he did not hate her that much. Why did you come in? If it's so dangerous, why aren't you with the people from Heartbreak Valley? It's quite complicated. Let's find a place for you guys to heal. I'll tell you about my situation slowly. Sima Yue said. She believed that if she mentioned Lin, he wouldn't be too angry. After all, she had already come in, so he couldn't do anything to her. One uncle was serious and cold, the other uncle was unrestrained. She didn't know what their father who grew up with them was like. She told him the whole story. Sima Lu Yun's expression was indeed darker, but he didn't say anything else. So, you're going to the center of the ancient battlefield to collect the ancient souls? Yes. I don't know why Lin told me this, but since he mentioned it, there must be a reason. If this is the way to save my mother, I'll go no matter how dangerous it is. Sima Yue said. Do you know how dangerous the ancient battlefield is? Sima Lu Yun asked. I know. Sima Yue said, but I have a way. Even if it doesn't succeed, I can still escape unscathed. What way? Sima Lu Yun asked. I have the nemesis of the ghost clan. Sima Yue said, and I have a lot of helpers. Very powerful. Before I came in, I killed one of my uncles. Sima Yue said. Prince of the ghost clan. Yes. Sima Yue said, although his guards aren't much, they're still royal guards. So my battle power isn't that weak. And I have my cousin with me. Sima Lu Yun was silent for a while and said, Lu Feng and I will go with you. Ah. Sima Lu Yun saw Sima Yue's shocked look and raised his eyebrows. Why, you can go with him, but you can't let us. That's right, that's right. Yue, we're both your elders. Naturally, we have to protect you. Sima Lu Feng said. Sima Yue wanted to say no, but seeing Sima Lu Yun's expression, she could only agree. So, for the rest of the journey, not only did she not get rid of Sima Lu Feng, there was an additional Sima Lu Yun. This made her feel helpless. But according to what Sima Lu Feng said, your mother's clan members are all with you. Why did you reject your father's people? For fairness, she had no choice. Oh right, were you in that highland just now? Sima Lu Feng asked. Sima Lu Yun replied. Are there any treasures in there? Sima Yue asked. They said that there are many treasures in there, but we didn't see anything. Sima Lu Yun said, maybe the place we entered is different. I heard that there are many treasures in that highland. Why don't we go and join in the fun? Sima Yue said, since we're already here, it'll be a waste if we don't go. You want to go? Sima Lu Yun looked at her and asked. Hee hee. Sima Yue laughed. Her attitude was clear. Then let's go. Sima Lu Yun said, but we might meet those people from Sima family. Those old fellows are a little annoying. Sima Lu Feng said, but those people aren't around. Don't worry that they will hurt you. Those people won't. Deja asked. Although they are cold-blooded and heartless and only think about the clan, they won't hurt Yue. Sima Lu Feng said, Lin's words back then still had some effect. What about those people who want to kill her? They went to another place. Sima Lu Yun said, we didn't come in together. The two of them could tolerate those people because they were neutral in the clan. If they were that group of people, how could the two of them be with them? But if that's the case, I'm afraid that Yue's news will spread back to the clan. Sima Lu Feng said, won't this attract danger? Her current strength has far exceeded our expectations. At this time, those people are too busy with the clan's matters. How would they have the energy to do this? Sima Luyun said. What about those forces? If they find out, what's there to be afraid of? Unless those forces all join forces. Otherwise, it's impossible to touch me. Sima Yue said, if they really want to join forces, then let's compete whether they have more people or our bird clan has more people.